Yeah.
And I just walked in like, nice.
Yeah, that's it. And you sit here and talk.
That's just, his life's almost over. That guy's a halfway point in life, and he's just buzzing around.
It's a good life, though.
It's an awesome life, dude.
Getting to whip a scooter.
Dude, imagine if, say, I don't know where this guy's from. He didn't speak English, but imagine he was from a place that was genuinely food insecure.
Yeah.
And now he's just like, here you go, dude. Here's a fucking hoagie. Every now and again, he fucking munches, dude. That's the best.
Yeah, that is pretty fucking cool.
Isn't that cool?
It is cool.
I wouldn't even thought that when second grade that I'd ever have a Mexican man ride up to me on a moped and it's like, here you are, sir.
No.
And I go, thank you.
I had the feeling you would.
You thought Mexican man,
I saw that coming for me.
Yeah, definitly.
And I said,
You were a Harvard man when you were singing your songs.
Someday it'll be easier than it is right now. Boy, was I right. I used to go to the counter to get my burritos.
Yeah, now it's the burritos
no more.
come to you.
No, now the burrito comes to me.
They're handed to me at the door while I clutch our
Dude,
French bulldog.
how sick would it be for an Uber Eats, but it's from tacos literally from Mexico, and people have to sneak them into the country and give them to you? That'd be pretty tight. Like real authentic Mexican cuisine got in here that gets to you the authentic fucking way.
Yeah.
Just like a 13-year-old boy through a tunnel with a guy with a machine gun behind him. You check your thing and you're like, oh, my Uber Eats driver's in a shipping container right now off the post.
Great. He's at
Oh,
the
damn it,
border.
my guy died in a shipping container. My call for a refund. You're like, this is fucking bullshit.
I mean, that's how some guys get sniz.
What?
Grubhub, some sniz.
Really?
Yeah,
oh,
they
yeah,
get
you can do
a bunch
the...
of sex slaves get stuck in a shipping container.
Whoa.
Overheat. They go, fuck, they burnt my fucking sex slave.
Yeah, I forgot you can get whores like right off your phone like Uber Eats now. That's kind of cool.
Is that true?
I'd imagine.
Yeah, you can get whores on the internet.
Yeah, on the
I
internet.
think that's the only way to get whores now.
Yeah, I guess so. On the internet, you can't really go street walking. It's kind of tough. You know, that must have been cool though. Back in the '80s, to like go to like the street walking spots.
You just walk down the block and they're like, "Hey, baby, you looking for a good time?"
Yeah, just a lady dressed like a slut. You're like, there's a whore,
and you would just $5.
Yeah, really.
Then a guy comes and beats the fuck out of you in an alleyway while you're getting your dick sucked.
They shoot up and die.
What a life.
Yeah, they shoot up and die, and you gotta go home to your wife. You're like, yeah, some jerk off stole my wallet. Fucking bullshit. Yeah, those were the days, dude. When just a hardworking guy could go just fucking get a blowjob from a heroin addicted lady and go back to his family and drink like 6 beers and tell his wife to
snap
shut
the
up.
belt at the kids. Get the fuck upstairs, dude.
How were women not getting pregnant if brothels have been around since before?
They
condoms
get pregnant
and
they would,
birth control.
They do get pregnant.
They'd get pregnant.
All of them?
That's the injured list. Some of them probably do.
You know what happens?
Yeah.
What you just
You go in, the pimp would go, "Come here, give me that baby."
You're not getting them all.
They would scoop the babies out.
Oh, the babies.
They
not
would
the
abort those
sperms.
babies.
Yeah.
Oh, no, not the sperms. Yeah, I guess I should have done an abortion act out better.
What do you mean, the pimp? Come here.
That's what you do to the baby inside the pussy.
Get out.
You say, "You ain't pregnant, bitch. Come here." See?
I don't know how pimps got like they pass through that. Like they are so like, you know, obviously I'm not saying being a pimp is cool, but they are for like the let's say like who do you think the biggest scoundrels of society are? Obviously pedophiles.
Scoundrel.
You know? Yeah, pedophiles are
Oh,
scoundrels.
you scoundrel.
Yeah, they're scoundrels. Like the
Rap
number
scouting.
one.
You knew you should have waited.
Yeah.
You impatient
You don't
bastard.
think we all want to do that, dude? Don't cut to the front of the line. You got to wait like the rest of us.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's pedophiles. It's
jumping the
fucking
gun at the starting
burglars.
line.
Burglars.
Burglars are, dude, I hate, if somebody burgled me,
Dude, it would suck.
I'd be fucking pissed.
You'd never be comfortable in your home again.
You know who I think it is? I think it's those people that play like the knockout game.
Those are some pretty bad
Just
scoundrels.
pure anarchists.
But again,
Yeah.
Go up behind people and
you
just
seem to have a
punch
problem with a particular group.
them. Who says? What's
You
that
might
guy?
need the bulletproof.
Who is that guy?
Why?
You paint that guy. I'm not painting that
You
guy.
know, blocking black people, they're busy, dude. They got to
Says-
get somewhere.
Is that okay?
They need to use the shoulder.
I mean, I saw a version of the Mexican man that Matt was talking about.
Mexican knockout guys?
Yeah, they came
The
right
street
up on their.
luchadors that come and jump
The
off things on
luchadors
the
do
big
not
one.
fucking do the knockout game.
He
Dude.
straps himself out of his Grubhub warm up.
No, you know.
That's they keep their fists warm in the midst for it. They
Yeah.
come out and beat up old Asian
Yeah,
ladies.
the Asians need to keep theirs too.
Every time I'm like, where the fuck is this guy? I see his thing. He stopped. He probably gets off and beats the shit
He's
out of
in
an
a
Asian
cage
lady.
match.
You ever reach your hand in?
The gloves?
Yeah,
Oh my
no,
God,
dude.
that are
no.
attached. I just wanted to see if it was warm and sweaty.
Did you ever go in
I
there?
never have, but if I did, I know I'd smell my hands after.
What do you think it would smell like? Probably smell good.
Warm and sweaty. I bet it'd be sweaty.
It'd feel like a hockey glove.
Yeah.
It'd be fucking
When
disgusting.
you put on someone else's football pads.
yeah,
Like,
it'd be
Yeah,
terrible.
Yeah, gross.
yeah, it'd be pretty nasty.
Yeah, but you don't like the kids playing the knockout game. You have a particular hatred for them.
Well, there's no way to defend. You can't defend against. You can't see it coming. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
No,
What,
it's
the
crap.
knockout game? I think I'd be able to fucking.
You would see it coming.
It makes you walk
feel
down the
it.
sidewalk with your head on a swivel. I can't listen to music anymore when I walk because I'm
I
afraid
do
of
it. I don't care if someone shoots me in the face. I have to listen to music.
Yeah.
If I'm, like night. I walk my dogs at nighttime, blasting. And I'm like, dude, if someone wants to get me, they can.
I was
get
on
me.
some late night walk last night.
You got it.
Me and a bro passed
Yeah.
each other, and it was very like, oh shit.
What's up?
I had to look back at him.
Yeah.
I had to make sure he wasn't running up behind me, knocking me out, dude.
Beat you, punching you.
Yeah.
I think it's more of a thing too. I think that it's usually not a lone punch man. Usually there's like
Yes.
it's the bros.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can see
they're
a
out
gang of
having
kids.
fun.
Yeah, it's not a lone puncher. It's usually the bros are out, and you can kind of like. I have a good eye for trouble. I have a lot of little kids.
Yeah, how do you
around me.
identify it?
Huh?
What's some
Just
indicators?
whispering, snickering. If I hear a bunch of kids snickering, I go.
What's a
"What's
solid
that?"
indicator for you where you're like, well, this could be dangerous?
I would say just the attitude. If I hear
What
like
type of attitude?
just a lot of rough talking. If I hear a lot of rough talking, I might say, "What the hell are those kids up to?" A lot of rough
yeah,
talking.
rough talk.
Hear some cuss words. If I hear a bunch of kids cussing, I go,
Cussing?
"What the hell are these kids?"
If they're communicating with their eyes,
Oh, like a like a
bad.
furtive glance.
yeah.
If you see a kid like,
Yeah, exactly.
oh,
Ew.
I told you when I almost got held up at gunpoint. The two kids came up to me. I was walking my dog at the time was a puppy, and I was walking it, and these two little kids just were looking at me like they wanted to fight me, and I was literally like, "What the fuck?" They're like 13-year-olds, and I was like, kind of laughing, like, "What's these kids' problem?" And then they looked at me, and then I was on Drexel's campus. A Drexel student, at the time I was probably like 30, living on Drexel's campus.
Yeah.
Like a real student
were.
came.
Yes.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
A real student came by and they looked at each other, literally nonverbal communication. And went. They looked at that kid and they followed him, and I went, "Oh, I think they're gonna rob that guy."
Oh, nice.
Sure enough, I came home and the guy was filling out a police report on his steps. They had robbed him at gunpoint.
nice.
You almost could have facilitated that
What do you mean?
if they were looking at you and you were like, "Mm-mm."
I was just kind of looking. I was just laughing. Like
Yeah,
that
true.
guy.
You're like,
That
I thought they
guy's
wanted
better.
to fight me. I was like, I'd beat the shit out of these two kids right now. And I
Yeah.
just kind of gave them a look like, dude, I'd fuck you guys up. And then they just went like,
Hmm.
they looked over and they were like, and I was like, man.
saw a nice Drexel student.
Oh, dude, they chose well, dude.
Yeah.
And I had a dog too.
Oh yeah.
I had a
Well, you said it
little,
was
I had
a
a little
puppy.
ankle biter on me. So
They are scared of.
I mean, from a tactical position, it's like you don't know that my dog could bite your ankles.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that dog was particularly an
yeah.
ankle biter.
I know. So
Yeah.
they made a wise choice. They robbed the right guy. I'll be honest. They robbed the right guy.
Was he white?
Yeah, he was going. The one guy, I believe he had braids or something. Dude, I went up and went, well, I don't think that one guy had braids, but that's your problem, sir.
Yeah.
You pussy
You got
ass.
any other ways to describe him?
Pussy
College
ass.
boy?
Yeah.
Any other words you want to use?
Welcome to the
College
city,
boy?
college boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like a nice moment for me. Just realizing like I must carry at least like a level 1 G pass now. All my years in the city didn't go to waste.
Yeah.
They assessed me and they looked into my soul as a white man and they said, "There's something in that one brewing. I don't know.
Something
If
bad is in there.
we never
we
heard
don't want
about
it."
those ones, dude."
Yeah. That's a mad dog.
Exactly, dude.
You would have mad dog.
You go white boy crazy on him so quick.
Yeah.
dude. Yeah, it's instant.
Fucking kill me.
Fucking kill me. You're not
I would've
taking my
sucked-
wallet.
I would have sucked the gun.
You fucking do it, you punk. And they would have done it too.
I would've
They were
taken-
like 13.
I
Those
should
are
have
the
taken
kids.
the fucking gun and shot my dog and be like, "Look what you guys did! Look what you did! I'm gonna pull your pants
You're
down
gonna
now."
fucking fry.
Can you molest in self-defense?
Yes.
If a 13-year-old pulls a gun out, can you fucking grab his penis and be like,
Little Mexican standoff, dude. Don't fucking shoot me. Yeah.
One pump and you're gay forever. Is this what you want? Do you want to ruin your life, kid?
You want to throw it all away right now by being a fucking fruitcake? Gay black guy in Philly. Good luck, dude.
You'll be working for Chipotle.
Everybody's gonna beat your ass.
One pump. You've really led us down a dark corridor here, Francis.
Yeah, Francis. Why? Just Francis's racism just exudes.
I mean,
You hate.
I like that. I like that painting you made. That was good. Jerking a kid off.
I think I
Get
say it
out
every
of
time we're together, but I love thinking of Francis at his in Harvard at that long table. You know how they all sit at a long table and wear tuxedos and sing?
Really? Oh, yeah, they do
Yeah,
that.
they
Like,
light candles and they're like, "We are the gentlemen of Harvard."
It's even worse.
Ha ha!
We
hurrah. Yeah.
stood on the chairs and held hands and swung our hands.
No, that's a lie.
100% true.
Holy
What?
shit,
Do
dude!
you want me to tell you the song?
Yeah,
Yes.
no, I know this. I've made you sing it before, but let me hear it.
AD, happiness and wealth. AD, here's to your good health. And may you live for 1,000 years and never
Whoa.
get drunk in a veil of tears and always have your children round about you. Hey.
Jesus Christ, dude! You guys
Man.
are fucking Nazis.
Yeah.
That's a 1,000-year Reich, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And then the motto was, not bread and salt are these, but the hand clasp of my friendship.
What's that mean?
Who knows?
Not bread and salt or
And it was
these.
I don't like
a
it.
toast to the meal or something like that.
Okay, that's pretty cool. You know, it's not just food. We're communing right now
I think that's
in our mutual hatred for the poor and
Yeah.
mutual hatred of the poor and the feeble-minded.
You know, people get
God,
mad at me for hating the
ours-
poor, and I
Our
don't.
college fucking song was it's like ba-rum bum bum. Like, chug that fucking calico, dude. You fucking pussy.
What were the parties like at Harvard?
They were good because if we
Swell.
had what we would do is at the club we would invite all these girls from Northeastern and BU and
Sluts, dumb sluts that
Oh.
could never get into
It was like
Harvard.
chambermaids.
yeah, receptacles and
What
you
was
know,
it like? They'd see you and be like, "Oh my god."
no, the thing was, you know, the only guys that could come to our party would be the guys that were in the club. There'd be 20 per grade, so there's 60 of them because it was sophomore on,
Yeah.
and then there'd be you'd have an email list that you'd send a paperless post invite out. Hey, we're having a Christmas party, whatever.
Was this for a fraternity?
It was like that. They're the final clubs.
What's that?
Skull and Bones, dude.
Whoa.
No, that's Yale.
Yeah, but you guys, what's yours? Yours is even more spooky.
Ours is not. Those are secret societies. And those Skull and Bones was like how the CIA was founded.
Yeah.
My grandfather was in it.
Yes. We've
That's
talked
awesome.
about this, and
Yeah.
I was a little weirded out by that.
pretty cool.
And then
I
went
think
into
you're
the
a
CIA.
CIA ass. You're an
I
asshole.
tried. They didn't let me in.
I know.
Really?
You're such a dumbass.
How did you try to get in?
I applied.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you have any
How-
gadgets on you when you applied at least?
No.
Yeah, true. You should have had something up your
Yeah.
sleeve.
A tiny
I
little
was-
fucking.
It's like, do you have a
was-
pen? Actually, never mind. I do.
I just took a picture of the whole room.
Yeah.
You guys want
You
it?
should have hit him with the MIB flash at the end. Be like, this interview actually didn't go bad.
You have a pug that just walks in. with
Yeah.
you?
Be like, start talking to it. Be like, he can't understand you.
So you applied.
I
and
can
what,
talk to dogs.
How did they turn you down? Or it was just like you threw your application into a void?
I never got an interview.
Yeah, it happened to me at
And
Walmart.
I was under the impression
Walmart. That's tough.
I was led to believe that it was not particularly competitive. That it
Were you
that,
pissed when you saw that commercial of the fucking Mexican lady?
Yeah.
You're like, God damn it.
I was like, I got
He's
beat
like,
by
"I
an
am
affirmative
Latinx."
action hire yet
Yeah.
again. By the goddamn CIA. But come on, let's be honest. Who's blending in fucking Saudi Arabia better, me or
True.
that lady?
You look good in a fucking hijab, dude.
I
You
think
look
I-
like Lawrence of
yeah.
Arabia. You
Yeah.
look cool as shit.
I look like Leonardo DiCaprio in Body of Lies.
Mm.
How would you say that a Western man does try to blend in if he's posted in the field in a place like Syria? What's the outfit?
You got to go like Jumanji clothes, I guess. Long
Yeah, you
beard.
gotta go full safari. You gotta go short khakis and one of those dumb hats. You gotta go World War One.
I'm a historian of the local temple.
Nigel
Elmer Fudd
Thornberry.
hat.
Yeah, you gotta be a fake archaeologist.
Yep, exactly.
So you're not trying
With a
to.
whip.
You're not trying to look
Yeah,
like.
Whip,
You're not trying to look like a local.
but never train on how to use it. And one day, just like try to hit a guy. Get beheaded, dressed like a
I think
dumbass.
it's like prison. You got to go over there and find the first biggest woman and beat the fuck out of her.
Yeah.
And they're like, yo, that guy's fucking.
You're
That
like
guy's,
sick.
that guy's for real. You got to hit the marketplace and be like, who the fuck is. What did Trudeau do?
Trudeau, yeah.
Ooh, maybe he was an asset, actually. He can't imagine how torture that would be if he was actually like, you know, doing what the CIA does and like working for world peace. And he had to do blackface, and everyone thinks he's just a piece of shit having fun at parties.
just working for world peace.
But in reality, yeah, he was trying to like help, like bolster up, like
he was trying to give them democracy,
Yeah, exactly.
and just has nothing to do with their natural resources.
Yeah, exactly. Like they do. Trying to make sure everyone's safe and good.
Matt, I'm so happy you're here.
Dude, I'm pumped.
You guys have mended? You mended it?
Yeah, we're back.
Yeah.
We're
I
back
didn't
together.
believe it for a second. There's too much on the line. There's too much at stake.
Yeah,
It would be fun though. Just a bitter feud.
because of that.
Bitter feud.
Yeah, we were talking about.
Yeah, whatever.
Hopefully
just
hopefully that's what breaks us apart.
bitter fucking
There's a
feud.
Twitter poll.
I like to think about that every now and again. I watch a lot of Dame Dash interviews. That's a bitter feud.
Him and Jay-Z.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like a 10-year bitter feud. They're just in court, like suing each other constantly, which is kind of cool. It's kind of balling though. It's like the
yeah.
kind of a sick ending to a working
just
relationship. It's like
constant litigation.
we're in court forever to the end of time. We'll just be suing each other in court.
Mm.
kinda
Hemorrhaging
nice.
money.
Yeah,
You guys,
Each of us hemorrhaging money.
yeah.
You guys ever been to court?
For like
Anything?
traffic ticket. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no. Let's say.
Oh, you're saying like real lawsuit stuff?
Yeah.
No.
Nah, I wish
I used to fear it.
litigation.
Yeah, but I don't fear it as much anymore.
What do you thought people were like litigious? Like,
I just thought that if I ever ended up in court, it would be a very stressful thing.
Yeah, you'd be like that Murdoch guy. You kind of,
Yeah.
I could see you look like his son.
Yeah, I do. Because I'm a ginger.
You don't, dude. I'm
I
just
don't.
saying it.
But they weren't so bad looking.
No, I don't think so.
the dad looked nuts, dude.
Yeah, he
Mm.
was.
But he was on opiates for like forever.
Yeah, they kept using that against him.
Did you hear the reason he takes opiates? 'Cause
No.
they make things more interesting.
That's what he said?
Yeah.
Damn.
He goes, they just make things more interesting.
That's awesome.
So I lied to get my hands on them. Yeah, it's fair enough. It's like, oh yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
definitely.
It's like he hit the old like getting high before the movies is just better.
yeah,
It's like-
He's
it's like he killed his
absolutely right,
wife.
dude.
It's like for sure.
I taste the food better.
Lucy breakers let you have nicotine whenever and wherever you want it.
They have tiny capsules that release your chosen strength of nicotine.
When you're ready, break the capsule with your teeth to unleash a burst of flavor.
Pause.
Yo,
I love the
this
delicious
shit.
mango flavor. Me personally, I like a little
Me
fruity
too.
nicotine.
Oh.
With flavors like mint, mango, berry, and espresso, there's something for everybody.
Get $10 off your first order on lucy.co when you use our promo code DRENCHED at checkout.
Shipping's always free, man.
That's lucy.co promo code DRENCHED, Shane, to receive $10 off and always free shipping.
Lucy products are only for adults of legal age, Matt. Every order is age verified, Matt.
Well, this product does contain nicotine, Shane, and nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Shane is addicted to
Shane's an
nicotine.
addictive
I am
chemical.
violently addicted to nicotine. Thank you.
Bye. Nice.
Guys, Displate is the art of the future.
High quality metal prints with millions of cool designs. Oh, I love Display. Check it out. It's
Whoa,
fucking
there's a
right there. It's
display.
fucking
We don't have to
crazy.
do that. We can bring in the actual display.
Yeah, where's it?
go
Where's the
grab
display?
that.
Grab
Show
that
off
display.
these fucking cans for the listener.
Oh, there! I didn't realize it was here. Look at this thing.
Look at the cans on this lady.
Woo! Look at that, dude.
Can you imagine?
Could I imagine? I could, but I won't.
Look at that. That's Salt Life, dude. You're drinking a bottle of rum. You see that thing floating around. If you're a nerd, snag an epic Star Wars, Marvel, or DC Displate. And for the Chads, they got hot babes and fast cars, too.
Easily hang.
Holy shit.
Easily hang with the attached magnet and switch out anytime.
Guys, all you got to do is click the link in our description to see some of our favorite disc plates and get our special discount.
That discount, you can get 1 or get 2 disc plates at 27% off or 34% off when you buy 3 or more. Discounts will be automatically applied to your cart.
Use code DRENCHED when you visit displate.com to get the discount.
That's displate.com, code DRENCHED, or click the link in our show notes.
Get yourself or someone you love unique art with Displate.
Awesome. Today's episode is sponsored by PayPal Honey. It's the easy way to save when shopping on your iPhone or on your computer.
Honey is the free shipping tool that scours the internet for promo codes and applies the best one it finds to your cart.
It supports over 30,000 stores online, ranging from gaming products and fashion brands to even food delivery.
Well, I bought and saved a bunch.
Oh my God, on Honey, it's crazy.
Personally, I endorse this product.
On my when I use it on my iPhone and my computer, I couldn't ask for a better thing to use for my
I love it, especially when they send us the
discount.
J-Train podcast read.
Oh yeah, dude.
It's simple. When you check out online, the Honey button appears, and all you have to do is click Apply Coupons. You have to call them coupons. Wait a few seconds as Honey searches for the coupons it can find. If Honey if Honey finds a working coupon, you'll watch the prices drop.
Dang, it's like being an old lady at Rite Aid with none of the embarrassment of standing there and holding up the line. I love Honey, and you will too. I never go shopping without it.
Honey doesn't just work on desktops. It works on your iPhone too. Just activate it on Safari on your phone and save on the go.
If you don't already have Honey, you could be straight up missing out on deals.
By getting it, you're doing yourself a fucking solid and supporting the podcast.
Get PayPal Honey for free at joinhoney.com/drenched.
That's joinhoney.com/drenched. Matt, don't disrespect PayPal Honey with a fart.
I was thinking about all the deals.
Deals, dude. Thank you. Back now, let's get back to the hit podcast, Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast. And then he shot his son.
Allegedly.
And wife.
No,
He got found
it's
guilty.
no longer alleged.
Found guilty.
Yeah.
Is it for, did they have like total proof? Because he
Other
had a
than-
solid alibi. He was at his mom's house.
I think he said I was at my mom's.
Yeah. I think he had like a
no, I
senile
think the
lady
alibi
backing
was
up.
or the thing that got him was like his son's Snapchat.
And he was in it.
He was in it.
He
He was
goes,
like, I
"Well-"
was never there. It's just him holding a gun. It's like, shit. No, it
Put
wasn't
him
that. I didn't
There's
follow it
his
at all.
voice in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't follow it at all. I got secondhand from my girlfriend.
Yeah, oh, they love that.
They loved it.
They
I was like,
fucking
I was
love that.
like, I don't think it should be on TV.
I agree
I was
with
like,
this.
it's kind of fucked up.
I completely agree with this.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
Netflix would have released a documentary they knew would be very popular on the eve of a
Before the
jury
trial.
deciding.
Yeah.
I think it was mid-trial.
You think murders are fixed now? Like boxing? Think domestic horrible murders are fixed? I think they're fixed, honestly.
I don't think there's any way for a jury to remain impartial,
Yeah, true.
especially if it's a high-profile case.
I don't know.
I don't
If
think they should be putting court shit on TV.
yeah, well, it doesn't do anything to further, like,
It's
it's not
fucked
like
up.
a
It's
national
not-
issue.
Everybody's like, it's our business. It's no one's business.
It really isn't.
It's
You're
so
right.
annoying when crimes, to me, when crimes in the fucking news
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, like a personal,
Like where it's
you
like
know,
a guy freaked
crime of
out and
passion.
shot his wife and son.
it's a crime of passion.
I'm in Pennsylvania. Or in New York. I have nothing to do with this.
yeah,
I got to
there's-
watch a guy cry. I was watching it. I was like, if he's innocent, this is terrible.
Yeah,
We're just, thank God he was guilty.
yeah, true.
But if he was innocent, we're just watching a guy break down and be like, I would never hurt my family.
I've done a lot of
Yeah,
bad
he had
things.
the,
Like, what if he was
um,
innocent?
He had the Oscar Pistorius stream going down. He had
I don't
mu-
remember the Pistorius one.
the mucus coming off of his nose.
Yeah, I bet
Well, maybe he
Yeah.
was innocent. Kyle Rittenhouse cried. He was innocent.
he's innocent as hell.
we didn't do a
Now
goddamn
he's giving
thing.
speeches, making video games and shit.
I feel like if you cry, they should be like,
Rockstar.
all right, clearly innocent. Go ahead.
Yeah. Second
would
you start
cry.
crying, if it, yeah,
Yeah.
true.
It's like, you're crying, dude? Like, oh, shit, you must be
Whoa, this
upset.
must mean something to you.
You must be upset.
Never mind. No way the jury's going to look at this as a sign of you being unstable. Seeing a grown man break down sobbing. There's no way the jury's going to.
Well, here's my
Yeah.
question.
What if he was like, I'm not going to get any more Percocets anymore? And he's like,
I'm going to get a. I bet he can.
Yeah,
he's gonna
you'll get some
He's
perks.
going to Percocet heaven.
Perk hero. True.
Yeah.
Very true.
Yeah. He's going to have to do things for those perks.
Yeah.
Actually, he's got money.
yeah.
probably
Does
still
he
be-
though?
his
Didn't he
commissary will
steal
still
it all though? Didn't he have like?
Yeah.
I think he stole. I don't think he has any money. I think he
he
stole
did.
it
He
all.
took it all out of the settlements that he was winning on behalf of his clients, and that was the theory of why he murdered his wife and his son.
Oh,
Why
damn!
the
He was cheating
fuck you
guys in
murder
fake
your
neck
son?
braces.
Yeah.
Sucks, dickhead.
Guys in trap. Yeah, fender benders. Were you in a fender bender? I'm going to shoot my son in the head. What a fucking idiot.
They released his commercial. He's like,
Yeah.
oh, damn it.
Yeah, I don't
So,
know.
My question that I had for both of you when I walked over here, well, I didn't walk, but I left my building and I went from my apartment out the front door, past the lobby, past the doorman and everything.
No doubt.
And there were a bunch of people. I passed a bunch of people on the way.
Sick.
And
Nice.
it occurred to me
Must be nice.
that, well, it's just, you could have a doorman.
Must be nice, dude.
I'm not taking that from you. Last time I tried
Must
to
be nice,
ship
dude.
into a bill, you were like, I don't need your fucking
Shut
money.
up. Shut up. Must be nice, Harvard boy.
So you leave your building.
I'm a
in my
West Point
building.
man. It's a little different, dude. It's a higher standard.
It's salt of the earth.
I walked out and I passed all these people, and it occurred to me after I walked out the door of the building I live in
Mhm.
that not a single person had seen me. Not one, because they'd all been on their phones.
Yeah.
And even the doorman was having a side conversation with somebody, to the degree that
You don't like that when people talk on their phones in public?
No, they weren't even on their phone. They were.
That's
they
something
were,
you hate.
They were looking at them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And my point is, I could have walked out of an apartment building, or excuse me, an apartment that I had murdered people in, and it occurred to me that if police came, they found the bodies eventually, and then they asked people for eyewitness accounts. You were here. We see you on the closed circuit. You saw him go by. Did you see anything unusual? Not one of these people would have been able to offer any kind of eyewitness account.
Yeah.
No description. Oh yeah, he was wearing this. No. Oh, he's got a neck tattoo. Nothing.
If only there were a group of kids who could go around like vigilantes and punch people into awareness.
Yes.
You could hire him.
Get them off their phones.
Maybe
Keep their
that's what
heads on
those
a
kids are
swivel.
task
doing. Yeah,
rabbit.
like, yo, guys, fucking, you only have one life.
Yeah, pay attention.
Pay attention. Wake up.
It led me to this question.
All right.
Do you think it's easier to get away with murder now than it was before because people are so much more distracted? Is there any argument to be made that there, in some ways, it's easier to get away with murder now because nobody's paying attention to anything anyone else is fucking doing?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Yeah, the guy could literally
there's
be
still
on
the
his phone and be
forensics.
like, holy shit, someone's walking by my doorbell. I'm like, bam, there's a guy who murdered the person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you were smart enough to know where all the Ring doorbells are and all the closed circuit TVs, and maybe you put a hood on or something like that.
What type of hood?
Just like one of these hoodies,
Oh.
Thin cloth.
sunglasses, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I mean,
the
dude,
Assassin's Creed hood. That's a cool hood.
I think it's, although a lot of murders,
That's a very big Assassin's Creed hood.
a lot of
It's better than the
murders.
hoods I get. I get tiny, my fat face sticks out. Dude, I
Pull
have
the
the jacket. I have
drawstrings.
that. Gardo, you see that gold jacket I was wearing? That fucking one. Was it you, me, and McKeever, the one Bert gave me when we were there? I was wearing it. I put on a fucking snow hat. I just look like Cartman. It's a full Cartman jacket. I was leaving my house. I was like, it's cold out. I'm going to put on a snow hat. I put it on. I just looked in the mirror. I was like, holy fuck. I have to wear a baseball hat. I had to change my hat. But no, I don't think it's easier to get away with murder now.
Yeah, I think it's.
What are
But
you,
a lot of
foolish?
murders do
I
go
want-
unsolved. A
I
lot of
wanted
murders
to
do go
see.
a lot more than you would think go unsolved.
Yeah.
They say the easiest way to kill someone is just go right up to their door and shoot them as they answer the door and walk away.
Someone you don't know.
Well, I mean, yeah, you could do that.
Because
That'd
too.
be
if you
the-
know them, then you're probably going to be a suspect.
Yeah.
Yeah. The easiest, you could Leopold and Loeb this thing. See if you could get away with one.
What does that mean?
Leopold and Loeb, they were like two gay freaks. I think they were Ivy League boys, I think.
Really?
And they were like, I think we can get away with murder.
Huh.
And they tried.
And how'd it work?
They got busted.
I guess
We know
since
their
know
names.
'em, Yeah, we know
Yeah.
'em, yeah.
Tell me if I'm wrong on that. Would one of you look that up? Leopold and Loeb? Were they Ivy League freaks like this one?
Oof.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
More
that's actually
bookish.
Classic Ivy
Very
League.
bookish.
Back then, though, I think that was big time.
It's a great school. It's just
Still is?
incredibly hard.
What do you mean?
You don't go to the University of Chicago for any reason other than to study. That's it. It's like MIT.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Anyway. No, yeah, there's too many cameras now.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
And then you get like you're walking out of your house, your neighbors on your 3 doors down picks you up leaving. So you'd have to have like a crystal clear. Although you could use like a bomb. That'd be nice.
Do you think
True.
that you guys, any of us, are smart enough to do it? I think it's a matter
To
of
murder
intelligence.
anyone? I could probably kill a homeless guy.
Yeah, we could kill homeless.
Yeah, I could like shoot him,
Well, I
Yeah.
mean,
poison him, maybe hit him with a bioweapon. just
Poison.
I got nothing tonight.
I like that.
I can
Here's a
eat. I can
sandwich.
poison a homeless guy easy. Like, I'll get you a drink and just open him with Dr Pepper.
Maybe some soup. They always want soup.
I could. You could probably kill like 20. Just put
They're
like
always asking for soup.
anthrax in a hoagie tray. Do like hoagie. What is it called? Hoagie. Wawa does Hoagie Fest. Just fucking be like, I'll volunteer and just fucking.
Yeah.
One time, a guy asked if I could get him some soup,
Yeah.
and we were standing outside of a place that one of those market sort of delis.
Yeah.
And I actually went in with him. I walked past. I said, "No, sorry," and then I reconsidered, and I went back, and I walked in with him, and I got him some soup, and I was ladling it in, and then he started adding things that he wanted.
Whoa.
Yeah, obviously.
He's like, "How about some of that chicken?" And I was like, "I just got you a gigantic soup."
They're going to do that every time, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, you should give a mouse a cookie.
How good did you feel when you were getting the soup?
I felt good until he started adding more
I
and
am a good man.
making me realize. And then, by the way, it was expensive soup. Because
Yeah.
I got them the biggest one.
Yeah, you're coming in like, hey, excuse me, guys, homeless guy coming through. Hey, guys, I got a homeless guy with me. Hey, guys,
Look at me.
excuse
I'm
me.
here to buy a
Yeah.
homeless guy's soup.
I was his chaperone.
Yeah.
I chaperoned him around the store.
I had a similar experience one time. I was in 30th Street Station, and this guy was asking for money, and I pulled out my wallet, and I had like a 5 and a 20 on me, and I pulled the 20 out, and pulled the 5 out. He goes, no, let me get that 20. And I said, no, here's the 5. And he goes, dude, give me the fucking 20. And I said, now you're not having anything. Goodbye, sir. And I left.
Now you don't get anything.
He's being rude.
Yeah,
Teach
that
him,
is
you
rude.
taught him.
Yeah, I said, you go back into your little box and think about this, dude.
Yeah.
Think about what you did.
It's time to start making better life choices.
You should go reflect
Yeah.
in your little box. And
That's
think
definitely
about
exactly what got him there.
you being rude to
That
me.
rude attitude is definitely, that's how you end up in a box at the train station, dude. They still love trains. Good for bums.
I know.
Bums love trains.
They
They
like
gotta stay
travel.
mobile.
All these derailments must be really fucking up their travel.
It's like a flight delay, dude.
Yeah, it is a flight delay.
I was gonna be on that fucking
Yeah, they're all in
toxic fucking
Pittsburgh
tank.
right now waiting. They're like, where the fuck is that train? I've got to skedaddle. I've got to skedaddle.
banana-
Move on down the track somewhere else. These
Damn,
guys
that-
keep for me here in Pittsburgh. I gotta
Imagine your
getting
apple and banana
get a knife
rotting. in
point
your
every
fucking-
night
What do you say?
in my tent.
Damn.
What a fucking wild life, dude. Living under a bridge.
Yeah, it's
in
crazy.
A tent, and a guy just on you to hear them. Zzz, you're
Well,
like,
it sucks too
fuck.
because they're in their tent. There's dudes in their tent right now going, everyone's fucking laughing at me. And then meanwhile, people are going,
People actually are laughing.
It's funny down there.
It is funny how hard and miserable their lives are.
Well, dude, everyone's talking about like rehoming them and like using the malls and stuff. And it's like, all right, go
Using
ahead.
malls.
Yeah,
I
everyone's
think
like,
they already are in there. Abandoned malls, the
Yeah,
boys
that's
get
what
in
I've
there.
heard. That's what I've
That's
heard.
party time.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, go ahead and do it. Be like, are you going to be, lifeguard or whatever? You go blow
Yeah.
the whistle there, dude.
You gonna show him how to get some soup?
Yeah, you got to go in there. You got to go in there and fucking, hang tough. Like, I don't understand when they're like, what do you think's going to happen when you toss the boys in there?
Yeah.
That place is going to become
It's going to be nuts. dude.
crazy.
It's a
Yeah.
jail.
It's gonna be like those
True.
mosh
They're going to
pit
have to
videos.
put a fence around it, a barbed wire fence, and a guard tower. And then they're just going to be like, fuck, we built a prison. There's no other way. You'd have to.
Yeah, I think there are people though that have this fantasy where you can like shave a homeless guy and like correct his job resume, and he's like, "Oh my god, thank you so much." I
Yeah.
was just down on my luck there for a minute.
Yeah, it's almost. I wonder what % of homeless dudes are down on their luck.
Probably a good amount. There's probably a good amount of dudes who are down on their luck, but also, I don't know, man. Like
Compared to down on their luck or just clearly mental disabilities,
whacked out. Yeah,
tons of trauma, drugs.
yeah, stinks.
Yeah, it does.
It does stink, but also it's like as bad as it is, it's like man, I could probably like quit everything and try to help, and then you'd be after a while you'd go.
Can we go back to hating them?
Homeless people?
We've turned into this corner of actual reality, and it's a downer.
It is a
Oh,
downer,
the
man.
truth?
They're
Yeah.
bumming us out. They should knock it off, dude.
Yeah.
I'm having a
Get a
good day. And I
job.
got to see some unwashed man, and I
Yes.
go, dude,
More fun when we were talking about the
homeless on homeless.
When they
the thing
get a-
going. I was
get
like
a
in those
pocket
bits.
knife to your throat.
Yeah.
You go, fuck, fine, go.
There's a woman
Take it.
that rides the F
Take it,
train.
you son of a bitch.
I've
Joke's
been
on
on
you, I have bad diseases.
Yeah. Jinx. We both do. Double AIDS. Fuck, I got AIDS from that guy in that tent.
Oh, what a bummer, dude.
Why
What a
didn't he
bummer.
tell me to wear a condom?
I should have wore a condom.
What, you raped? You can't wear a condom and rape a guy. That'd be crazy, dude. You have safe. Is that why they leave
Jesus
condoms?
Christ.
Is that why they leave condoms out? Like when you go to like a college campus?
Yeah, it's just for bum. Yeah, just in a fishbowl.
What a terrible thing.
Damn. I remember how sick that was early in college when you see the bowl of condoms. You're like, whoa,
I might start dumping
this
them
is
out.
pretty cool.
I remember hearing about it. I never saw him.
Yeah.
Bowl of condoms?
Harvard wouldn't do that. It's
No, they didn't
unbecoming.
have those.
Tell you what, Westchester had them.
Yeah. I am still totally against condoms. I think they're a terrible idea. You
You're
shouldn't
right.
do it. If you need to like literally mylar your penis, it's like just think again. Don't do it. It's not to be done. It's disgusting.
I agree.
It's gross.
Totally agree.
And you're also just blasting jizz into a bag. It's disgusting. It's gross, dude. It's gross.
Blasting jizz is funny.
Not into a bag.
Yeah.
It takes all the fun out of it.
I like blasting jizz on the woman.
Yeah,
Sure.
So fun to blast jizz on them,
as you should.
on their belly, and then you get up and you're still wearing socks and you look like a fucking dumbass.
Yeah.
And you're like, I'll get you a towel. Hold on.
Oh, dude.
And you struggle to get off the bed.
Do you want to hear something very embarrassing about me?
Hey, you find a towel. I look like a turkey with those like white things at the end of it, you know, when they're on the drumsticks. That's what I look like when I'm wearing socks. I gotta roll out of bed. I gotta go, hold on, I'll get you a towel.
I like the image of Shane having sex with elastic bands around his feet. And a big
It's rough,
apple
dude.
and some rosemary up his asshole.
What the fuck, Frank? The apple's in my mouth, obviously.
Dude, I woke up the other morning and I don't know what the fuck was going on. It's like I did this in the morning and I didn't realize how fucked up it was till the nighttime. So I wake up. I told you I had a cool dream about it. I had a Jeff cap on and everyone was complimenting me. They're like, dude, like, the whole night it was just me wearing it and being like, everyone like, no, that looks cool. And I'm like, thanks, guys.
Fuck, I forgot about that.
Dude.
We got to start getting Jeff caps for the show.
Dude, I wore it and it was like my brain was being serious. In that dream, I was like,
Yeah.
dude, this is so cool. Everyone is pumped on my Jeff cap.
You look good in a Jeff cap.
I don't know that my dream. I was like deeply like nervous about it. Like in my dream, I'd be like, I don't know how these guys are gonna react. I'm like, yo, dude, nice hat. I'm like, oh, thanks, guys. Yeah, it's pretty fucking cool. And then I woke up, real life. I wake up, my wife's breast pumping, and I went. Yeah, I got a pump too. I fucking fapped, dude.
Wait. Hold on. In real life?
Yeah, I was like rock hard. From like,
And you
I woke
actually
up from
whacked
my
off?
Jeff Cap dream, rock hard. And I was like, yeah, I got a pump too.
And then did you complete?
You
I
did it in front of
masturbated to
her?
completion.
While
In
your
front
wife
of her?
was breast?
breast pumping.
Ew.
You do that?
Dude, that's
In
terrible.
front of her?
I didn't think anything of it because in my head I was like, "Is this weird?" I'm like, "Nah, dude, it's just cum. Don't get all weird about sex. Just get it out of your body. Who cares?"
She said that?
I said that to myself. She goes, "Whatever." So I fapped to completion, and then it was one that had been a while. So
Bro.
I rolled over.
You
On, I was trying to be quiet. I was trying to be quiet, but I was going. It was like an 8-pump rope, and then I was just like, "All right, is any of these guys awake?" And I went down.
Oh my God.
Holy shit.
I didn't think anything of it until that night. I was like cutting like something for dinner, and I went, "What the fuck did
Yeah.
I do?" I was like, "That's insane."
That's insane.
And I just started laughing maniacally. And I was like, Brittany, I like ran it by her. And she's like, "Yeah, that was fucked up." And I was like, But I was like, it's one thing to just be like, yo, I gotta get this out. But I was like, yeah, I gotta pump too.
Bro. I support almost everything you do.
I don't support this one.
Whacking off to a breast pump.
I wasn't breast. It wasn't to the breast pump. It was. I was
but
just
you
like.
can still hear the. Zzz, zzz,
I hear it every morning.
Oh.
It's nothing to me, dude.
Yeah, I guess.
I was rock fucking.
For some reason,
I
that
had
is
the diamond cutter, dude.
that is the grossest shit in the world to me.
The breast pump.
A breast pump.
Totally doesn't
It's
affect
totally
me.
normal. I understand. It's totally natural. There's.
It literally pulls their nipples like.
Yeah.
Ju-ju.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't buy it.
And the idea of whacking off around it.
It was nothing, dude. It's man versus machine.
And then, yeah, true. True.
Well,
You
credit
went all natural.
credit
yeah.
to your wife. I mean, not being phased whatsoever.
Nah, not at all.
I'm sure she deals with. I'm sure this is just a pretty regular occurrence. He's doing something absolutely insane.
Yeah, but him saying, "Yeah, I got a pump too,"
That was what got me. If I
and then her being like, "Of course."
Of course, that's what Matt said. As soon as he woke up, the
Dude.
first thing's out of his. Was it the first thing you said? So
I
he probably
woke
still
up-
had that voice of like,
yeah, I got a pump.
"Oh, I got to, yeah, I got to pump." Like, I've been.
Pump.
The
Bro,
problem is,
I really needed to.
As a term for jerk off. We're both doing
Dude,
this now?
I was like, I didn't realize.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how nuts it was until later that night. I went, "Oh my god, that was insane!" And I stopped it. I like ran it by her. I'm like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and she goes, "Yeah, that was kind of weird." And I was like, I was laughing in tears, being like, "I said I have to pump too," and she was like, "You're not funny," and I was like, "Well, it's pretty.
It
funny.
is very,
It
very
was
funny.
hilarious of me." But also, like the fact that there was no like,
And it was like
aware-
a 8-day load. Or
oh,
how
bro,
long?
it was a week long. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
was
was.
a heavy
It was
load.
Monday to the Sabbath, dude. It was
Yeah.
the full
It was a wide load.
the
There's
cycle of
There
creation.
was cars
dude.
in front of it saying, "Watch out! Here comes a heavy load."
It had a police escort.
Yeah, yeah. It had flags on it.
I would have
Dude, it-
moved back into the highway for that.
Yeah, you get out of the way.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
used to
it
be my
was.
favorite joke when I was with my sisters in the car. Anytime I saw one of those, I'd go, "Hey, it's got your name on the back of that truck." And they'd be like, "What? Oh, fuck yeah, nah." Wide load. Dude. I said, "You're a fucking wide load."
It is funny to think about the moment the words like hit their
I know,
eyes
it's
and
the
they got
best.
interpreted.
It's
And
the
go,
best. I do it to people all the time. I'm like, "Chris, I can't believe they named this street after you." You just see it's Gay Street. Got you. Yeah, when you make someone find the insult, that's when it's really
Yeah.
funny.
It is. I think about that all the time. You're just like I always think about my mind taking in negative things, and it just sets off this whole cocktail of reactions in my body.
Yeah.
Constantly, it doesn't stop.
No shit.
It's so funny.
I don't think it'll ever stop, by the way.
I don't think it will either.
Yeah.
Because then you just get old and like worse problems, and then you just
Maybe you get old and just ride it out. Old men seem to have it.
yeah,
Like if you talk to your dad or Phil, if I
Yeah.
like Phil, what's going on? He's like, "I don't give a like, shoot me in the fucking head.
dude, literally.
End this."
Every picture my dad takes, he goes, "That's gonna look good at my funeral, dude.
Yeah,
Put
they
it,
love
save
it.
that one." He calls it his box party. That looks good at my box party.
That's
Although you
such a
might-
funny cope, dude. They're so afraid of
Oh,
death.
I know, dude.
They're
They're
so
terrified.
afraid.
They're terrified.
It's the only way you can do it is just be like, "Nah, I can't wait."
Yeah, you can make your dad cry
I'm
in 2
done.
seconds. If you just stop them at a barbecue, like, "Dude, you did a really good job as my dad, dude. I love you." They'll just be like,
Yeah.
they'll cry.
How's it going with your father?
It's great.
Do you call him father?
No. I call him
No.
Dad.
Oh,
What's he up
damn,
to?
I was hoping
Do
father.
you say "I love you" to him?
Yeah.
Oh man,
But he
that's so
doesn't
nice.
say it back.
Really.
Phil does. Phil never, dude. Phil
Me and my
has
dad
such,
won't do it. We've
Phil
never
has
broached
such
it.
a hard time with it. I don't
Yeah.
say it to him anymore.
I say "I love you" to my mom while I'm on the
Yeah.
phone with my mom and dad. I go,
Yeah.
"I love you, mom." I go, "All right, see you guys."
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah.
See a other guy in the car that I don't care about.
I'm gonna do it to him. I'm gonna give it to him one day.
I love you.
I fucking love
It's
you,
tough.
dude. It is.
They handle it real weird.
I told you when
Phil goes, "All right."
Yeah.
That's what he does.
I
Yeah.
accidentally hugged my dad one time, and he went like that, and he flinched. And was like, "Ugh."
Yeah.
'Cause I was coming out of a breakfast. I like, went to hug my mom, and I like wasn't paying attention. It was just my dad, and I went to hug him, and he went, "Whoa."
My mom, I think we've talked about it before. My mom got into a recent, like the last like 8 years, she started hugging. We've
Ooh.
always hugged a little, but
Yeah.
like she'll try to kiss you on the cheek when you come home.
Yeah, I do hug
And she's
kids.
short and she always hits me in the neck. And I was like, ew.
Oh,
And she's like,
yeah.
you can like hear her. I'm like, all right, mom. You don't love me. I'm like, Mom, stop. It's gross.
You should bend down.
I'm gonna get it next time she goes for it. I'm gonna go. Stop kissing, dude. It's weird.
It's just what you wanted.
I should try to kiss Phil on the cheek.
Oh,
He'd push me.
He'd fight, yeah. If you can't, dude.
No, he would know. See, Phil's got a good sense of humor. He would know I was fucking with him. He'd be like, what the hell are you doing?
You guys have that back deck. If he's ever standing, looking over, come from behind him and kiss him,
kiss him on the back of his neck.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. That he
he'd
wouldn't like.
fucking spaz.
Yeah, he would stand up.
He'd pull you guys both over the edge.
And he tries to, like, when I fuck with him, when he's on his recliner, I love, like, coming up and slapping him in the head and shit. He tries to get up, like, fast, like he's going to chase me. He's always like, you can fuck with him. Dude, when he's drinking, I always take the remote from him. It's so fucking
my
fun.
God.
He comes over to the Elks, and when I'm home, I don't drink. I'm home, I'm just like hanging out. Phil comes home from the Elks. I'm like, we'll sit down. We'll go to get another drink. I'll take the remote, sit back down on the couch. He comes back and he's like, give me the remote, Shane. I do the whole fucking. I let it touch his hand. He's like, fucking let go of it. Oh, it's so fun.
That's
dude.
The best, dude.
Tease.
I love teasing Phil.
Oh, it's so funny.
He loves it.
I bet.
He starts laughing.
Yeah.
Give me it. And then he'll laugh and then he'll switch into like actually mad. He gets furious.
Hey,
Give me the fucking remote.
That is a perfect like spaz brain though. I'm like, seriously, I'm like, no, seriously, dude, knock the fuck off.
God damn it. But yeah, the slow get up is great. If I kissed the back of his neck, he would do that. On the
my
deck, he'd
God.
be like, the hell you doing? You fucking kiss your father on the neck.
Imagine if he sent a male prostitute to the house.
Yeah.
Just a hot male prostitute.
Oh, what if it worked?
Oh.
What if I was like, this is going to be a funny prank? And then my dad fucked a guy. Just tore apart my entire family in existence. Phil was gay?
Shane, why did you do that?
What the hell?
Oh.
Sent over that damn guy.
Oh, just an olive skinned man with like a ponytail who goes out and fucking gets gay.
I think Phil and Tommy hooked up at the beach on the beach trip. They were talking a lot, dude. I think Phil liked looking at Tommy's body.
Dad, stop fucking my comedy friends, dude. Dad. This gets
beach
out.
trip was so nice.
Oh, it was so fun.
Where'd you guys go?
Like outside of Panama City.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Florida,
Emerald.
little Gulf Coast.
Yeah.
It was very, very nice.
Emerald Isle. Beautiful. It was literally the best sunset I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
Beautiful, dude. It mirrored. There was an eighth of an inch of water, just like a sheen on the sand that was mirroring the sunset, so
Oh,
you could
wow.
see it on the ground and up.
Yeah.
It was just fucking beautiful.
That's nice.
Yeah, we were all on mushrooms. I was
Sounds
blacked out.
Yeah.
Look at that fucking sun. That fucking sunset. It was crazy.
You used to invite me on those trips.
Yeah, you never came.
Well, you never went.
Which one?
South Carolina.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to go. Yeah.
Yeah, that never happened. You kept sending me links to the houses we were going to rent.
Yeah.
I even started thinking about what I would pack.
I got.
What would you pack?
Well, I didn't pack. I just thought about what I would.
What would you pack?
I was
Extra
going to think
boxes?
about what
cool hats like this one.
It's
This
challenging.
beach hat.
Preparing
Yeah,
to
true.
hang out with you
Yeah,
guys
those
is
are-
hard for me
Why?
because I don't want to overdress and have you make
That's cash.
You look cool as hell.
I know I worked hard to pull this off.
What?
Why don't you
Yeah.
just be
Look
be
at what
you?
he's wearing. How do you blend with that? What the fuck is that?
It's a good outfit. New Balance.
You look like you
Sweatpants.
bought all of that today.
Yeah.
And because you escaped from somewhere. Do you know what I mean?
Frank,
Like, you're on the run and you had to buy that.
You think I'm not running anywhere? I'm on the walk. He's on the walk. Dude.
I got here before he was here, and I was turning into the house, and he's coming up the block, and he goes, Frank. Or no, you said Francis. And I look up, and you were there. That was you, like that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, that's Shane. He's come a long way.
The fuck, dude?
I mean it. You
Nah.
get to
Fact
be
it
you.
says.
Not all of us do. I can't be me.
You could.
What would
I
you?
don't know.
What would be full? If this was a year you became more fully you, what would it be like?
That's the thing. I haven't had the luxury of thinking what I
Isn't
would
that
be.
the worst when you think about like you do this or that and you realize like I don't know what I want at all.
Yeah.
There's just a void when I check in with what I really want.
Yeah.
Jesus
It's
Christ.
just a non-answer.
But I was thinking I would wear a nicer shirt, and then
Shut up, Matt.
I figured you'd make fun of me.
No, I would never make fun of you.
No, man. What the fuck?
If you can't, I'd love to have you on beach trip. There's a beach trip coming
When?
in November of 23
Oh, I like the sound of that.
Hawaii.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Maybe you play your cards right from then till now.
Dude, I'm always playing my cards right. We've been friends for a
I
lot
know
of years.
we have. I miss you. I haven't seen you. In a
I
while.
know. I was
You've been
thinking
too
that.
busy on the road.
Yeah.
You're a road dog.
I was telling my wife how much I love you. I was like, dude, France. I was
France is
like,
the
who's
best.
on the podcast? I'm like, this dude is the best. Literally is.
Oh
I
my
told him.
God.
I told him you said that
Yeah.
when
I'm
I
touched.
I was like, we gotta get a cool guest, and I was like, oh, I got a good one. Told Matt we were getting Francis, and Matt was like, I love Francis.
Yeah. You're the best.
Yeah.
You guys are so nice to me.
It's
That's
just
Yeah.
the truth.
I could have worn whatever I wanted.
Literally, whatever. It would not have been a big deal. I wear this to go pick up my daughter from fucking preschool, and I always forget I'm wearing this. The teachers are like, what the fuck, dude? Travel buddies?
Yeah. You
Shout out
think I
Chris
don't
Rogers.
dress as Matt dresses insane too.
Yeah, that hat is insane.
Everything about it.
What is
All-
that?
Top
Cape-
to bottom. He's wearing a turtleneck.
Cape
under there.
Coral?
He's wearing a fucking turtleneck.
And what's
dude.
on the top of
With
it?
his hokas, dude.
Probably paint.
Is it paint?
It's paint,
Yeah.
my hookers, and my turtle. Dude, I love turtlenecks, man.
He was wearing he at his kid's birthday party. He was wearing a Pangea T-shirt. It was just Pangea. He
That shirt rules.
He loves Pangea.
I love Pangea, dude.
Why?
I don't know. I'm
It's
drawn
nothing.
to it.
It means nothing. Pangea
I'm
means
drawn to
nothing.
it. Dude, what are you talking about? It's how much different things can be. We used to all be one country, dude.
No,
We drifted apart. Well, to be fair, not yet. You don't think the Jews control Pangea?
Now you talk about language. Now I see why you like it. I didn't even know it was a conspiracy. We were still alive during
The
Pangea.
Jews killed the dinosaurs. Just kidding, obviously.
Maybe they were the dinosaurs.
Can we have fun now again after Kanye went into hiding?
Yeah,
He
we're allowed to
ruined.
have
He really
fun.
spiked the ball, dude.
Do you know where he hid?
Where?
At the Amangiri Resort, and Roan went on their vacation there and saw him.
Yeah, saw him.
And nobody had seen him for like a month. And
So
he
that's
was
where
like,
hid?
"That's Kanye
Yeah.
in the lobby
Yeah,
getting a
it was like a week after I
frappuccino."
talked to him
It's crazy.
because I remember they're like, "He's gone. He's missing." I was like,
Yeah.
I just talked to him last week.
Is that
Like, I was-
missing? Yeah. What's he
Yeah.
up to now? I heard he put up a cryptic post now.
I thought I heard the rumors of him and Adidas getting back together.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah,
Really?
Look at
Adidas was like,
Adidas.
"Oh, our
Adidas was like, "Well, we can't
sales."
lose $5 billion.
Yeah.
We should have never invested $5 billion in sneakers." Fuck.
Yeah, but it was going
Yeah.
well, wasn't?
They were
wasn't
doing
the Yeezy
very
like
well.
the
Yeah.
number one?
Dude, I was thinking about Kanye recently. And I think what he was really doing, and in whatever way he did it, I think he was just poking fun at the whole idea of like having these stupid labels and boxes.
He was.
He was like, dude, this is kind of embarrassing. It's time we just grow up and get
That's
over
exactly
it.
what he was also trying to do the Jesus thing.
Yeah,
He
that's
was saying, "I love Nazis the same way as
Nazis,
I love Jews."
Yeah,
He was trying to go exactly what Jesus would say.
yeah,
Although I bet Jesus would have gone, "Those guys need to knock it off."
yeah. What do you think it would have might have flipped the fucking
I think Jesus was
Flip the tables
more
on him.
human than people remember.
true?
I think he would have said, "We got to kill those fucking guys."
Oh yeah, because he's a Jew too. I forgot
Yeah.
about that. I always forget Jesus was
Yeah,
a Jew.
Jesus
I always
would've
thought he
been
was like
pissed.
Irish or whatever.
Yeah. He was Irish.
Yeah.
He was obviously Irish. He's red faced, fucking like
Ooh, that'd be a tough turn the other cheek.
Irish.
When they melted, no, when they melted your cheek off, and you're like, "Ugh."
What do you mean?
If you're a Jew, if you had to turn the other cheek on the, it'd be like, there's no more
Oh.
cheeks.
Jesus.
We're out of all our cheeks. Jesus Christ. Yeah,
Yeah, I get you.
yeah.
That's a tough
That
one.
would have been the ultimate test.
What?
To be like, forgive them, Father. They don't know what they do.
I bet a couple guys hit it.
You think so?
Yeah.
You know where they had that?
There had to be dudes hitting that.
Yeah, I
That must have
guess-
fucked the guard up.
guess you're
Rwanda
right.
was big on that.
What?
That's how they fixed their country. It was after the genocide. Everyone unilaterally committed to forgiveness, and it is what completely fixed their country. And they went from a genocide in 1990s
Yeah.
to being, I think, one of the most industrialized,
Who was
westernized
genociding them?
It was the
Hutus versus the Tutsis.
Yeah.
It was an ethnic
It was
cleansing.
two tribes just hitting
Yikes.
each other.
Yeah.
So it was a
but
duel-
no,
it was a
no,
duel?
it was
Oh,
one. It was
one of
one
them
way.
was crushing the other
It was
way.
one
yeah,
way.
Yeah, yeah.
The Tutsi. Who was getting it? The
The
Tutsis.
Hutus were 85% of the country. The Tutsis were 20 or 15%.
I got a feeling that 15% didn't fare too well.
No, they got smoked.
Yeah.
They're the ones who
Oh.
they killed 1 million people in a month.
Whoa.
It was nuts.
Is there any more of the 20% left, or they
Yeah, they didn't. They
succeed?
didn't.
It's actually harder than people think to exterminate. An
Yeah,
entire
they didn't
race.
get everyone.
People
But
think it's easy. It's really fucking hard.
But
If
now
history
they
shows anything, it's not
It's funny.
easy.
It's funny to think of Nazis having that kind, like just Hitler and Goebbels hanging out, just like it's not that easy. We thought this was gonna be a kind of a walk. This is a lot harder than it's fucking seemed, dude. You gotta find them.
Now they know what we're up to. They're all
Yeah.
fucking tricking us.
Sons of
I don't know
bitches.
what's what? Yeah, that's crazy though.
yeah, and now they don't subscribe
Are they
to
boys
any
now?
ethnic identities. It's just one people, Rwandans.
That's cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. I
God
think
damn, that's almost impossible. to
well, this was all
forgive.
built around.
Somebody
It was
fucking killed my village with machetes.
yeah.
I'd be like, oh, I'm gonna kill it. Like I hate them
The
forever.
it helped
Oh,
that
yeah.
the president that they elected in the wake of it was I think he had fought in it, and he was the one that came up with that policy and had lost family members himself. So
he fought in it on the losing side.
I think he was
Hopefully.
just I think I
Yeah,
think he
Hopefully
was
he was on the
trying
winning
to
side, and he was like, all right, now that that's done, we gotta say sorry to everybody. You
Yeah.
gotta-
Right.
no, you can't come
go
back.
shake hands.
Yep,
Yeah.
shake hands. Good fight. It's
He's-
good. We genocided. Sorry.
He's beloved, and he's been the president now for I think 25 years, and everyone loves him and says he's just and he's created a safe Rwanda and all of this. But if you start digging when you're not actually in the country, there have been a pretty decent handful of political dissidents that have lost their lives in hotels
Really?
around not even in Rwanda. They've all been in South Africa.
What are
they've
they?
been in-
What are the dissonants? Are they like being like, "Yo, we should fire this war back up"? Or-
potential opposition leaders, because they have democratically held elections every so
Yeah.
often, every
Yeah.
certain amount of years.
So he's like the Clintons.
Sure,
but in a good way.
it's a decent comp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Suicides.
Body
Yeah.
count.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, then again, though, that's kind of crazy. What if he knew his opponents were all going to fire the fucking thing back up? That's probably an easy one to mobilize. Like, yo, remember we used to fucking kill those dudes?
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
get over there and you hear all these horrific stories, and you start to think a little bit like, well, you know what? If everyone in this entire country is behind this guy, and he's actually not, sending secretive chunks of government funding to a Cayman Islands account for himself, and he's actually led the country into prosperity and it's like improving, if the cost of that is 12 potential opponents that would have beaten him in an election,
Yeah.
what other way is there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How-
You should.
how-
Yeah.
how-
That's a CIA boy
How
right
fragile
True.
how fragile is their
there.
democracy?
You should send this. We should clip this. You can send it as your fucking.
I
This could be
started to
your-
buy I started to buy it. I don't know. I started to like drink the Kool-Aid a little bit. Like
troublesome whelps. I'll teach you next fear. My power rules here. Our new allies will avenge us. Time is money, friend. Be good.
Like, yeah, he
Yeah.
should have fucking killed those people because no one else would have been able to make the democracy was so fragile following the genocide
Yeah,
that
they'll
he's
do
the
it.
only one, in my opinion,
Yeah.
who could have kept it together.
I like it.
Yeah. I'm a fan. I'm glad they're not,
Like if
gonna do-
Washington
Yeah, you're right.
had stepped down after 2 terms and the next guy hadn't been Adams but had been some fucking lunatic,
Yeah.
Yeah.
what happens to America?
You're right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Rwanda was doing so good. I'm happy for them.
They're doing really well.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
they do say after the storm usually comes the rainbow, so it's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Good for them.
Germany's doing well too.
Are they doing good?
Maybe
Maybe a little too good.
Are they killing? Is Germany crushing it right
Did
now?
work. Wait a second.
You think in reality you're just getting rid of all the bad vibes?
Yeah.
Like,
So
wait.
then the question is, who needs
Dude, this is
Shane?
been some rough takes on this
Shane.
one.
Who needs to go here?
You tell me, guy who
No.
blocks the traffic.
You're the only one I think who can answer that question.
Who needs to go in America?
Yeah, if we were to
What?
root it out the problem.
No.
Oh, you're saying who needs to go in and knock that?
No.
Stop that?
No, he's saying if you had to commit a in the United States, who would you pick? That's
What
he.
the
That's
hell?
what he
His
asked.
words. His words.
That's exactly what you asked, Frank.
What were you asking?
He's right. That was the question.
Okay. Well, hold on. We can do. Let's say you can do any demographic.
That's what I'm saying.
Age,
Yeah.
sex,
Profession.
profession.
The scoundrels.
Okay.
If you get rid of a group of scoundrels tomorrow, how that improves that everyone agrees this is going to improve the country.
Oh man.
Who's
This is
that?
the Harvard en-
Who
this is
would
the
everyone
Harvard
be like?
entrance
All
exam."
right, we didn't want to commit it, but
Pedophiles, I guess. You can maybe do some petties. Or
What happens in this? Are the people committing it going to be held as? Are we going to get hung?
we kill them.
Can they be exiled?
We're killing them in the streets. They're not.
Oh,
Jesus
man,
Christ,
dude.
Frank.
Yeah, we're going in. We're going up. We're rounding them up. We're killing them.
Who do you want to kill?
That's what
He's
I'm
it's his
asking.
que- he's just a
Well,
question asker.
I know, but I'd like to not answer. I decline. Who do you pick?
You can say pedophile. You can say pedophiles.
Well, yeah,
Pedophile's
pedophiles.
the easy answer.
Pedophiles. Easy. That's a safe. That's my politician. Pedophiles.
Yeah, pedophiles.
Pedophiles.
But then, but it's like, is
The left.
is America working a lot less poorly as a country because of pedophiles?
I think they.
How much does that tip the scales in the right
Jesus
direction?
Christ, dude.
You're talking about in terms of like GDP?
I don't know. The functionality,
Yeah.
you know, they're eating up resources,
Tell you
are
what,
they?
The fucking Mike's Hard Lemonade stock would plummet. So, hopefully, Mike's Hard. You gotta sell your stocks before we
True.
round
yeah.
up the peds.
Yeah, I don't know. This is a conversation I think that makes everyone's hair rise in the back of their neck.
Yeah, yeah.
It is a thought exercise. I'd say pedophiles.
Can you not say the elderly?
The elderly, that'd be tough. What's elderly then? What's the
Elderly.
like 70, 80,
So you're
90?
president.
80, 85 on.
How do you get rid of them? That's the question.
Be careful, man.
I got the best deals anywhere. Keep it real. I got what you need. Have a good one. Yo! Be good. Time is money, friend. Keep it real.
Be good. Won't be shy. Spirits be with you, man.
Strength and honor. Fight well, friend. Greetings. Well met. Walk with the Earth Mother.
I've been expecting you. May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
doing, man? Bye-bye now. Strength and honor. Look top. Go with honor. What brings you here? Winds be at your back.
Greetings, traveler. Go in peace.
Traveler. Well met. Be careful.
Greetings. Greetings. waste my time.
What is it? Beware the living.
Question that kept coming up, Stephen, was, whether it's Candace came out and said, I wanted to find out what he had to say, or Ben Shapiro came out, this is how negotiation works. If you don't like it, you go back and forth. Let's go. How many times did you guys go back and forth until it was like, okay, you did a video, you didn't mention the company's name, everybody's trying to kind of guess who it is, but most people kind of knew it was Daily Wire that you were talking about, and then they came out, Jeremy went through the contract, one by one, and then you responded, then there's the recording, then there's this, and then it was like, hey, Candace comes out, Jordan Peterson tweet, delete, all this stuff that's going on, right? But the question
it's like the world's biggest high school, I get it.
But the question for me is, how many conversations did you guys have up until the point where it's like, we're not doing this?
Yeah. So, I mean, and not to rehash like all that stuff, because look, I think people now kind of know, like, you make your decision, and I love Jordan Peterson, like Andrew, like I'm still friends with a lot of people over there. The issue there was never, look, the issue I always had was, and I said, take me off the table because it wasn't going to be a fit. The issue was with other people. The primary issue, you never heard me talk about money, and I know as a business guy, there's probably like nails on a chalkboard, but it's, you can't penalize people. You can't put in 110% penalties on behalf of big tech. Literally 110% penalties. But primarily, if you have other kids who are coming up, like, you can't punish conservative content creators on behalf of big tech, saying not only do you have to be there, you have to be monetized, which on YouTube, right? That's a very different set of guidelines. It's basically don't say anything offensive ever. All I can say is there was never anything that we went over that involved that being eliminated. Like, if that was a sticking point, like, okay, get rid of that. No, that doesn't happen. And so we decided, okay, we're going to go on our way and do it. Now we're focusing on what it is that we can do, what it is that we can change, and bringing in other people.
So from the beginning of the conversation series until decision was made, is that like 5 weeks, 2 months, 3 months? Is there like a...
Months.
Okay, good. So it's not like it was because some people are thinking, hey, we're out of here, we're done, first offer, I can't believe you're doing this, I'm blasting you public. No. Okay, so that's good to know. That's between you and them. You guys can, that's a conversation between you and the people you were working with.
Sure.
Here's the other question I got for you.
Yeah, the issue is when you don't see eye to eye and like, look, take it off, take me away.
Yeah.
The issue is the punishment on behalf of big tech. Or the issue is like, I've been demonetized for this long.
Yep.
That can be redlined and changed. Wasn't. So that's the issue. It's like that was the issue as far as, okay, this isn't going to happen because of the big tech penalties. And I understand it too, by the way. Look, when you're in a war, and I mean that, we are in an ideological war. We really are. And we are at a potential tipping point in this country. You need different kinds of people. You need different battalions. And I get it that some people want to work within the platforms in order to change the platforms. Well, no one understands that more than me because I've been there since, before there was monetization, actually. My brother was one of the first YouTube partners, I think in 2007, 2008, whenever they started it. But the issue is when the platform no longer allows you to speak truth. I'm not looking to be removed from YouTube. I've talked about that. And the people who we've signed, we want nothing to do with whether they are on YouTube or not. Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, that's blood money. And I don't mean it's blood money, but I mean, I don't want to have to influence someone to play ball with YouTube or Facebook or tell them not to if that's what they choose to do. The issue is when you have a platform like YouTube, like Facebook, that says, you know what, you can't say, for example, that there's myocarditis with young people, right? Or there could be potential adverse effects of the mRNA injection with young people. When they say you can't say that, we're going to suspend you, you are now no longer able to speak truth. So we'll use those platforms as long as they're available, provided that we're allowed to speak the truth. But when we get to the point, and we've had these conversations where we're like, well, you want to quote the CDC on the flu deaths today? He's like, well, you want to be suspended for another 2 weeks? Or, hey, do you want to have Carrie Lake, who's currently running for governor? It's like, well, we're going to be suspended and miss the election stream that night. And we just decided to let the cards fall where they may. It's reached that point, unfortunately.
Yeah, so that's okay, so I understand that. So then the question would be the following. Is it fair to say that like if you were to say right now, who are the top, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 conservative media companies out there? You got Fox, you got Daily Wire. Who else would you put out there? Would you put Blaze as one of them as an option?
I don't know. I don't have access to their financials. It's a question I couldn't answer.
So let's put aside the financials. Let's say influence. I guess let's just measure it by influence that you and I can see. Who would you put as?
Like PragerU?
PragerU is a nonprofit.
Well, that's part of Daily Wire.
And they're part of Daily Wire now. I'm talking more like CNN, MSNBC. You got whoever they have on the other side.
You're talking eyeballs. You're talking views. You're talking clout.
Yeah, I'm talking about like if I say who are the biggest podcasters today, not political at all. Okay, you got Rogan, you got Impulsive. You got, whoever, call her that, all these things that you see, not necessarily political. You can say these are the most influential ones, right? Within the conservative side, who would you say are the top 5 most influential media companies today?
I mean,
Fox is on there.
Yeah, you'd name them. I mean, if people consider them, conservative, you'd have Fox on there. You'd have Daily Wire on there. You'd probably have like a Red State Town Hall. Salem is a big one.
Okay, yeah, very familiar with them.
I don't know. I mean,
KRLA's with Salem, right? KRLA's with Salem, KKLA's with
they
Salem.
They have like Red State Town Hall, a lot of radio stations, so they're really big.
You know why I'm asking a question? I'm asking a question because I don't know if there's enough of them. That's why I'm asking.
I think, that's the point.
Yeah. So if there isn't enough of them, so you guys, if I can get this, if I can get it right, you're planning on building a conservative media platform, recruiting other talent to come in under your umbrella.
Yeah.
That's what you're trying to do.
Yeah, but it's a different approach.
Yeah.
And
Perfect.
This is why it's different. Is I don't need to do it, right? So this is and Ben I've known for a very long time. I think Ben is the best at what he does. Certainly among them, you'd have like Mark Levin's up there. Of course, at one point like Rush Limbaugh.
Yep.
But Ben didn't do that until Daily Wire happened. Before that, he was working at other places like Breitbart and Truth World. The issue is when all these companies do it the same way, right? It's the same. It's people talking about news, and that's fine. But at a certain point, you have to ask if it's by design. Now, here's the thing. It's because these companies need people to do that in order to... And look, I can tell you this. When I was working at Fox News for like 4.5 years, Change My Mind was something that was pitched to every major publisher. I've talked about this. It was pitched as a segment at Fox News. And people said, that will never work. Said, it will never work. People want 4 or 5 minutes. They want it snappy, right? They want you in a quadrant view. One time, I think I was on with Lanny Davis or... might have been Doug Schoen on Fox News. They had this in this quadrant view. I was always getting in trouble. I'd always get called into the second floor. But we're
shocking.
We're in the same room, and they have us on these quadrant views. I'm like, well, why is he doing it? I'm right there.
Here I am.
And so at the end of the segment, I think it was Lanny Davis. I was like, hey, Lanny, high five. And I reached into his quadrant.
So funny.
And they were like, you can't do that because people like it to seem really international. I was like, I don't really know if that's what people necessarily want. And so I said, you know what? I'm going to go out and do a comedy show, which they said conservatives don't really like comedy this way at that point in time. They said, you can't do what? You're going to sit down with random people to have conversations for an hour unedited, 2 hours? I said, yeah. I remember when I pitched it as a book, although at that point the term social justice warrior didn't exist or triggered. So the term I used was American idiot because Green Day was big at this point in time. And I separated between them and sort of the modern leftist. And they said, no, the only thing we can sell to conservatives is the doomsday books. And it's not a bad book, but the Obama Blueprint was a really big book at that time. They said, do you have anything like this? And I said, well, that's not me. So I don't need to do, like we can do Muglam and do our show, right? Matter of fact, we'd be more profitable just doing that. But providing a platform for people who aren't looking to make it big in the conservative space, but particularly people, you'll see with the people who we sign and the names of someone who's done comedy. You're Adam, and you're Vinny.
Yeah.
Sorry, I almost said Adam. People who can be who they are and reach a different group of people. Like there's a reason too. Like the conservative demographic it's quite literally dying off, unfortunately, and it's very lucrative to sell them certain kinds of messaging, certain kinds of content. I don't mean immoral, but when people are precluded from reaching them. There are a lot of people out there like me, like Jill, like our audience. The average viewer is a 20-something, 30-year-old college-educated male. They're not tuning into Fox News. They're not tuning into a lot of AM radio, but they are tuning into what we do because it's a comedy show. And I don't mean a comedian who does a show. And this, right? Like a lot of comedians, they'll host podcasts. It's not a comedy show.
Exactly.
This is an entertainment show. And the reason we had to go and do it on our own was that's never going to work. And then every time you sit at that side of the table, whether it's Fox, whoever it is, they go, can we change it so that you can fit into the box this way? Because that's our box. And we want to do the opposite. And we don't have to do it. We can say, what's your box? What is it that you are? Let's give you the opportunity to let your freak flag fly.
So I want to go on this. I want to go a little bit more on this, but I want to quickly, the question I want to ask you in a minute here is, you're right, you don't have to do it, but you are a voice. You do have a massive following. And there is a niche, there is an emptiness that we need somebody to do it. Great if you're going to do it, and what's the structure going to be different? And then you made a comment about Fox. So the question is, one, you don't need to do it, but you're choosing to do it. So if you're recruiting talent and you now know what Daily Wire's contract is because you've gone directly with them, you now know what Fox's contract is, you now know what Blaze's contract is, you kind of got experience of the top guys in the marketplace, how
Yeah.
they do. So that kind of gives you an edge to say, we don't want to do it this way. We don't want to do it that way. Here's what we're going to do. So my open-ended question for you will be the following. Assume a lot of people that love your stuff are watching this, and they're talented. They may want to come and run with you,
Yeah.
okay? And they may want to say, okay, Steven, let's come run with you. Here's what we want to do. What are some things a talent is going to get from teaming up with you that they may not get at other places?
Well, here's the deal. It's and he's obviously Gerald is
I've had
CEO.
several conversations like this recently.
Yes,
with
well, you need to be closer to the
Right.
microphone.
Yeah, no.
Get in there like it's
Lean in. Yeah.
But I will say this, having experience with stand-up, it's a perfect example. When you're doing stand-up, right? When you start out, you're starting doing whatever it was. Like when I was, you're middling, doing. When you're on the road, you're being paid. You're getting a few $100s to middle to feature, and then if you're a headliner, you might get $1,500 for the whole weekend. And then you reach a certain point where you're doing these venues. They give you a minimum guarantee. Okay. So this is not reinventing the wheel. A minimum guarantee doesn't matter if your aunt, your uncle, and your dad show up, right? Or you say, you know what, lower that guarantee, and I'll take a higher percentage of the gate. So when I do live shows, I say, like, give me basically the closest you can to no guarantee and the highest percentage of the gate. That's all it is. It's a sliding scale. You always need to have upside to be incentivized, and especially when they're content creators, you always need to have some ownership and autonomy in the realm of comedy. Or some people want more of a guarantee. So this side is more of an employee. This side is basically you're doing a revenue split, and depending what it is that you want or need, if it's production, if it's editing, if it's social media, that changes the percentage. You can bet on yourself, get a higher percentage of the gate, or we also have options where there's a higher minimum guarantee. It's not reinventing it. This is how it works in the entertainment industry. The only place it doesn't work that way is in that I've experienced is in the right wing media sphere. It's very bizarre. It's an anomaly.
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click right here.
One that's really popular. One of the guys has his own alcohol.
No Jumper, coolest podcast in the world. And today I'm in here with an eclectic mix of characters. I guess you could say one of them is wearing boots. How do you describe those boots?
These are Red Wing industrial boots, okay, for when I work in the factory.
How do you land upon that as the ideal footwear for a person who does almost no manual labor ever?
You don't know what kind of manual listen, I was in carpet cleaning before this. It was a hard work.
Most of your time is accounted for, I think, pretty well.
Well, 10 hours a day.
That's what I'm saying.
14 other hours a day. What do you do all day?
If you were doing manual labor in addition to all the streaming, that would be pretty incredible. And if you managed to keep it a secret, it just seems like it would be a poor use of it.
Well, listen, these boots are lifetime guaranteed, so if I have to do manual labor in the future, I'm set.
Would you say that those boots are made for walking?
They're made for hiking through the factory.
What if someone told you that they were made for walking and that's just what they'll do? And that one of these days, those boots are going to walk all over you?
I'd probably assume you're making a reference to a song that I vaguely remember, but not enough to like drive off of. So yeah,
that is the case. But okay, why the new shoes?
I don't know. Why not? I thought they were cool. I like them. They're good boots.
But there's got to be somebody who like influenced you to rock those.
I just decided last time I was here, Lush was like, I can't believe you came here dressed like that. So now I bought a bunch of crazy that I'm trying out.
Lush wears a lot of crazy.
Good. So I got jeans, I got worker boots, I got.
Yo, this looks like a Home Depot commercial.
Yeah, it is. I'm going for the lumberjack Home Depot.
Minus the hair,
guy.
The hair really just throws everybody for a loop.
I kind of like it. Like it's more clickbait.
Thanks.
The hair, yeah.
You get more views now.
I honestly, it's like part of my, because a lot of people, I did TikTok stuff with her, and a lot of people call me like the blue haired guy. So.
Wait, what's the belt?
It's just a belt.
Like snake skin?
I don't think it's real snake skin. I think it's like $10 from Walmart.
It's like attempting to look like some sort of animal hide.
Maybe. That I hunted while in my worker boots.
Yeah, I can tell that those actually haven't really been worked in too
that's
much.
because I bought them 3 days ago, so.
Right, but did you discover like a menswear blog or something?
No, if I discovered menswear, I think they all say, they've got like a whole smart casual section, but I'll try that next time I come here.
That sucks that you didn't know about the menswear era on the internet.
No, I did, but because I was always interested in it, but like, so I'd be like, okay, cool, there's a subreddit called like male fashion advice and everything. And I'd go to the subreddit, it's like, okay, well, what do you buy to wear? And they're always like, pick what feels best for you. And like what looks best for you. It's like, well, if I fucking knew that, I would be at the subreddit. So that's why I just wear sweatshirts.
Do you think you'll ever have like a suit era?
Maybe for my next debates, I'm looking at them.
It's so cool, and it makes people perceive you in such a specific way, but then also it's uncomfortable. You're sweating your ass off, and it's weird. I don't know. I feel like it would be so uncomfortable.
When was the last time you wore a suit?
A wedding a couple months ago.
Okay.
And then I actually tried on a suit for my own wedding recently.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that hasn't happened yet.
No, still a couple months away.
Okay.
You want to come?
Where is it?
Italy.
Sure. If you want me to.
Yo, but why is that your attitude on like life in general? You're just like,
I don't know the trip to Italy. Why not? Sure, I don't know.
If Pearl says come to London and get yelled at by some old Haitian lady, you are there. I shouldn't say Haitian. I don't know where it's from, but it just the vibe was definitely like, wow, Destiny will travel anywhere.
I feel like a lot of the success that I have, a lot of it is like I'm just willing to be in places. Like you've probably noticed this for you guys, that a lot of success is kind of just like being in the right place at the right time. It's scary how lucky and unlucky you can get.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there are times where, and I'm sure you know it,
They
where like
found me on Omegle, bro. People, and I was just drunk, alcoholic, and then the dude's like, yo, you want to get on this Rod show? And all I called him is a fat, ugly slob, and I was just a drunk, aggressive bouncer back then. And he'd be like, you'd be perfect for the show. But if I wasn't on Omegle, I'd be working $10 an hour the rest of my...
We should all be on Omegle, man.
No, not anymore.
I mean, why? They switched it up?
Well, I mean, now it's like they don't do shows like that on Twitch. Like, what show do they do as big as...
there used to be shows on Twitch where it was literally like 12 crazy people screaming at each other in a room for like 7 hours. It's called the Rod Royale. Yeah, but
They won't allow that anymore?
Well, because everybody's like
Now
obsessed
Twitch
with
is-
like... Well,
they don't do they don't do anything. You can get banned for... What did Aiden get banned for?
I don't even know.
Well, I think he played, right?
That was on Kick.
Oh, that was on Kick.
I saw a tweet that said he got banned for showing 20 minutes of the Kick chat unobstructed, which was pretty brutal.
Adam, Twitch every week has a dude coming out like these nice guys, blue hair like this. Hey, I'm sorry, I like to the girl and I watch deep fake every week, 52 weeks a year, and they ban me more than these guys.
Whoa, okay.
I have a perfect reputation.
John Zerka.
It's the worst website. It's a hole.
You are a large man, because I've been waiting to meet you for a long time, because everybody just keeps hyping up John Zerka to me. Oh man, you gotta meet this guy. He's incredible. He's out of control.
You're lying.
No, really.
Who said that?
Quite a few individuals.
Joe Rogan.
Not Joe Rogan.
Like big name?
No. Just regular civilians, pretty much. But you brought him because he's your largest, most muscular friend, and you wanted to protect
He
you
said,
from
"Come die with me."
this ass beating.
No, I
"Alright,
did not say come die with me. I
No,
said,
he was
I
a
said
sneaky
come,
lit,
I
bro.
said,
He said, "What are you doing? You
No,
want
no.
to come at the same time?" And I'm like, "Bro, you're gonna get shot. I get what you're doing, bro."
I said come die for me. Okay, big difference. All right.
Yeah, he doesn't like that.
Yeah.
What'd you say to that guy's? Well, to be fair, they attacked his wife, right?
They did.
I mean, there was a whole sequence of events. We probably should get into that, but I also wanted to introduce our fourth castmate here.
Woman.
Castaway. Is there a different word for a female castaway?
What's a castaway?
Typically somebody who's like stuck on an island or at sea.
Oh, I thought you meant like an immigrant.
Many of them might be immigrants.
What's a castaway?
If they were to end up
Have
in
you
that
heard that word?
situation.
Isn't a castaway like when the ship, like?
I thought-
Is it
I
the
thought
same as a
that's like a-
stowaway? Wait, what's a stowaway?
A stowaway is somebody who like sneaks onto a ship or
Yeah.
a boat or a plane and like hides out in the wheel well or whatever.
What's a castaway?
It's
Wait,
somebody.
you're saying she snuck on a board?
No, I was really just saying she's a member of this cast, at least for the time being. Although I'm not 100% sure why she would want to be at this moment. But no, I do not think that you are any sort of castaway.
Thank you.
Which, for the record, is like a castaway would be like when a ship breaks down and then there's
Yeah, and you're
people
on, like,
and they
the
end
plane.
up living on a fucking
thought you were being
or
racist
living on
for
like a
a
little island or something, and you just have to survive. Gilligan's
Like
Island.
Gilligan's Island was with castaways. Okay, gotcha. That's right.
I thought you were being edgy or, you know.
No, yeah,
No, we don't do that here.
It just matter. I just want to attack her. I was on her TikTok last night.
Were you impressed?
It was mostly Fresh and Fit clips, but there was one funny moment though where my girl was listening to you and her have the conversation about
Oh God.
about how men are putting quarters in the sexual jukebox, and it was right after I had watched many clips of her conversating with Myron and Fresh, and so my girl is already like tuned in, thinking that no matter who she's hearing this woman argue with, that it's got to be some red pill asshole. And she goes, "This guy sounds like a fucking asshole." And I'm like, "That's Destiny." and she knew that she fucked up, and she went and sat in the corner and stared at the wall.
Wow. I hope you made her watch 3 hours of my YouTube videos after.
No, actually, we do not say that kind of thing about Destiny. No, but I mean, I could understand how maybe that conversation sounded a little weird.
I mean, it was really aggressively and dishonestly cut out, so.
Oh, so you've now been accused of
Clip chimping, yes.
clip chimping.
Yeah.
Is just taking clips out of context and using them to gain
Context
traction.
was there, he just spoke poorly.
He's good for that.
Yeah.
You know, he's good at like being right, but kind of making it sound offensive to people.
True.
Where would you say you register on the autistic scale?
Me?
Yeah. Is that fair? Are you autistic?
Not intentionally.
I thought that was a good gift.
I'm like 50-50, I think.
Did you really?
If I am autistic, I think I hide it pretty well. Sometimes.
I think you're 10% because sometimes you say to me like, I can't tell when you're joking, and I'm like, you know, that's kind of like.
That's because I think you're actually schizophrenic. You'll give
No,
me
I'm telling you, like, people who can't pick up on nuance and sarcasm, right? That's kind of shit, bro.
Every like 5 minutes, this guy goes on like a 20-minute fucking rant about Masonic literature
Adam,
and like the Black Pope and
Adam,
like fucking.
I'm from clubbing industry.
The clubbing
If
industry.
I make a
yes.
joke to you, you always get what I'm saying. I went to the fucking nerds because I wanted money on
Right.
Twitch. They couldn't understand the jokes. They didn't. Is he joking or is he actually a serial killer? They're like, they don't get it.
Well, they're
It's the fluoride, bro. They drink the fluoride water.
just the Twitch streamers in general. You think that the
They drink
constituent?
tap water. These guys drink tap water, bro. They don't pick up on sarcasm. Yo, I do this shit.
I mean, don't you
Adam.
think to a certain extent aren't these people just sort of willingly
Go to
maybe
the-
not knowing if
Adam,
you're serious
Adam,
or not for content?
Adam, go to the countryside. They pick up on sarcasm. It's this fluoride water shit, this tap water, city water. That's why they look fucked up. You seen at the airport,
I
these
think
fucking liberals.
he
look
would
fucked up.
probably argue that his sense of sarcasm is more strongly
Wait,
tuned
okay, so
than the
that's all
average
he has.
normie.
Was he
right?
joking right there? Was he joking or was he serious with the fluoride
About
water
the
shit?
fluoride? Yeah. Who the fuck is going to think that fluoride's going to affect your sense of humor? That seems like a stretch.
Were you
No,
joking,
it
Jeff?
affected his pineal gland, the seat of the soul. So now he's like kind of blurry. He's like, I can't tell if this is my enemy or my.
He's
That's
like
why.
this
That's
like
why.
80% of the time. I don't think
Adam,
he's trolling.
Adam,
He's actually
I'm serious,
schizophrenic.
I'm serious.
Okay.
Kind of oscillating back and forth
Adam,
between trolling and not.
These
maybe.
liberals, that's why they have to say like, hey, can I fuck you? Like they need verbal consent because they can't pick up on it, bro.
Right.
Have you ever said to a girl, I'm gonna fuck you now? We don't have to do that because like we're not fucking.
You don't think announcing your intentions is good there?
If you say to a girl, I'm gonna fuck you now, that's like rapist language.
No, but the
bro. What
question,
fuck?
I do agree, it's a mood killer. But like,
It's creepy. You just kiss and you like, oh yeah, you just go with the moment.
do you agree? Do you want a man to make it official verbally before he attempts anything?
I think there could be something in the middle between what he described.
That shit's such a turn off. Let's talk about fucking sex, right? Is it rocket science? You want to fuck
wait,
the
John,
guy,
John,
hop on his lap at the club? If the girl wants to fuck, there's this mating dance where she just goes on your lap. It's not fucking. These guys sit there playing chess and they're like, I get really turned on when you touch me like this. But if you're breathing like that, it's reminding me of my father. And it's so fuck. Why the fuck would you have sex with a liberal? That's like, you have to have a like conversation, the most awkward conversation, and get some fucking mid pussy. Are you out of your fucking mind? Who the fuck would do that?
What are your thoughts?
That's fair, yeah.
Liberals versus conservatives. Who do you vibe better with?
Sexually?
Or whatever, yeah. I mean, I heard you lying about being a virgin on Fresh and Fit. I wasn't really sure what to think of that.
Why'd you think I was lying?
I actually don't know, but it just seemed like, I don't know, is anyone a virgin these days? It just seems like.
Yo, this chair, bro. How are you guys sitting? How do you sit in this fucking
Do you want us to
chair?
raise
It's
the
like
mic so you
Yoda's
don't have
chair,
to
bro.
slouch?
Should I just lean back like
Should
this?
should we up the mic so that you don't have to
Yeah.
slouch? Is that kind of the problem? I mean, you could probably
Because
do
I
it
look
too.
like I'm tweaking, man.
You
Hold
sound
it
like
by the
you're
hinge
tweaking.
and kind of slide it up, or he'll do it for you.
Sheesh.
They got you. Don't worry.
Is this your first time meeting John Zerka?
It is, yeah.
How you feeling about it?
It's lovely so far.
I shook her hand, and then I'm like, oh, fuck. What?
What was
What?
the? What
Like
was,
she was like, oh, he shook it too hard. And
oh, really? You hit her with like the?
no, it was a nice handshake, but then when I found out they're on the same team, I was like, oh, fuck.
As liberals or
Yeah.
progressives? Or, you wouldn't call yourself a liberal, right? Or would you? I don't know.
Maybe
you
a
know.
liberal for sure. Probably
Okay.
progressive. Yeah.
I don't know. Am I paranoid?
What makes you want to spend time with someone that you clearly consider such a cook?
it's weird. It's like I like clout. He's got a lot of fucking clout.
That was unbelievably honest. I appreciate that.
right.
Does he have clout? I guess, yeah. It would
And-
appear.
And it's good. I get to clip it, put on my shit. But it's fun. Like,
How did you become connected to him in the first place? Because I've
They-
seen a bunch of random conversations over the years.
they put me on a flat Earth debate, and I wiped the floor with him. Every single point. I'm the flat Earth. I destroyed him. The most views ever. They never let me do it again.
Really?
To this day, he won't debate that topic.
Is this true?
I'll debate it, but it's fucking flat Earth.
Have you put a lot of time into like figuring out the best anti-flat Earth arguments, or are you just kind of winging it?
A little bit of time. I mean, you just have to be familiar with their arguments, but
Right. Damn. I mean, what would you say was your kill shot when it came to the flat Earth combo?
Rainbows. I beat him with a gay rainbow trap card. I said, Adam, how do you recreate a rainbow in a garage? Scientific method, how? Water vapor, a light source, and a glass dome. Where's the glass dome in nature? That's the Bible. That's the flat Earth, the dome firmament. That's why you can't recreate a rainbow without glass. There's a dome. He said rainbows are not dome shaped. And that's when he fucking lost 100%. Are they dome shaped? They are.
Like a half dome?
Like they're not fucking spheres. They're like that.
Well, in order for it to be a sphere, it would have to be a three-dimensional shape. Like we only really experience a rainbow as just like a loop
You're
in
on
the
his
sky,
side,
right?
You're with.
Well, I mean, you're calling it a sphere. I don't think that's accurate.
Okay.
he meant to call it a circle because sphere is
All right. Fuck that kill shot.
Half circle.
The
right?
other kill shot was Mars rover. He believes in CGI photos of Mars. $100 million of tax revenue going to that. $100 million for a fucking Photoshop, bro. And he believes
Of the Mars rover? What,
Yeah,
is that
they're all Photoshop.
Did we land something on Mars?
Yeah, but he thinks it's all fake.
I don't think it. You guys think it. You see the fucking picture of the sun? It's a composite.
You think the sun is fake?
No. Google, on Google, search up sun. Just sun in space. It's computer generated every time.
I mean,
Like put a clip so I don't look to show what I'm talking about.
if we search the sun,
Yeah.
you're saying
Are you fucking kidding me, Adam? Are you fucking kidding me? Which one? Pick one. Go pick one. I'm the fucking.
I mean,
Pick one, Adam. That's real?
it's a pretty unique thing to take a photograph of, wouldn't you say?
Destiny, pick which
Very
one's
far
real?
away.
Which one's real?
It's a hell of a light source.
That's what you're paying for, bro. A fucking Photoshop. It's like the alien myth.
I mean, could you blame them if they had to Photoshop the sun a little bit to really make the photo look good? Like, I don't know how they go about taking
Search
photos
up
of the sun.
planets in space.
If these were completely
Every fucking
Photoshopped, I
planet
wouldn't
is
blame
fake.
them.
Every fucking planet in space is fake. Planets are real. They're like wandering stars, but they're not like you can't land on them and shit. Google planets. Where's my mod?
Where's my mod? Planets.
Planets in space.
Plants. Robert Plant.
Look at this shit, Adam. Keep
look how
scrolling. Keep
amazing.
scrolling.
Shout out to
It's all
AI.
fake. I'm crazy, Adam. You got nothing. You two got nothing. You went to fucking fluoride school and you got nothing. It's all fake, bro. You believe in magical space Wi-Fi that sends photos 100 million miles away, but you lose connection in the fucking mountains? Are you fucking kidding me?
Okay, what do you think, Adam? You think he's
Adam.
trolling? You think he's trolling? Is it sarcasm still?
Pick a photo. Which one's real?
I will say that like it's not so dissimilar to some of the conversations I've had with my girl's Armenian family members.
Okay.
You know, it's like I could like if I was being introduced to him in a scenario where he didn't have a lot to gain from acting like a crazy guy on camera, I would maybe believe that he was being serious.
This is how he acts 99% of the time, on and off camera.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. I think he might be schizophrenic.
Dude, I think Sunny V2 needs to update his video on you because it doesn't seem like it's really accounted for the last few years, right?
When I used to bounce full time, nightclub bar, I'd go home, do so much fucking blow, just flat earth arguments, and I just fucking mastered them. every conspiracy I mastered because I don't want to turn into this. I mastered all of them.
Do you think that Destiny is being dishonest with denying the flat Earth, or do you think that he's actually taken a look at the facts and made a rational decision?
That's rational.
These plants looking pretty good.
Pick one.
Well, what about Jupiter? That's where
That one?
don't girls go to Jupiter to get more stupider? I got yelled at for saying that in front of my fucking nephews the other day.
Nice.
Yeah, apparently that's a harmful stereotype. To me, it's more just like a good rhyme.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting them to not like buy into the logic of it. Okay, so I think we've said enough about outer space. I would like to raise the issue of why Destiny was in fear for his life when he came here. Why he has his own security guard behind the mic. Our security guard has been positioned right over here. They are expecting the worst. The worst. So let's just talk about it. How do we end up in this place? I never thought that I would see interconnected no-jumper Destiny beef on such a scale.
Yeah, it's a pretty crazy world.
Yeah.
Am I supposed to?
Well, okay, what was the intended effect of what you said? And did you have no idea that it was going to be, this is kind of a testament to what she was saying earlier, you had no idea that perhaps it would be taken as offensive by certain people?
I think people, stuff on the internet is like very spontaneous. You never really know what'll blow up, and it's kind of random sometimes. Like there have been comments I've made that I thought were like really dicey, and no one cares. And there have been things I've said that are pretty innocuous that like a lot of people care about. So you know, it's another day on the internet, I guess.
There's a lot of truth to that. But I will say that when you faced off with the disconnected crew on Twitch or on stream,
on Discord,
that was the first time I think I've ever seen. I watched so many Destiny clips, and I don't feel like I've ever watched one where the other side was just basically telling you that they were going to whoop your ass.
Yeah.
Was that new to you entirely, or has this happened before?
I mean, I've heard people say it a lot online, but generally online shit is just online shit. I don't really know as much of this community because I don't spend much time in these communities.
Right. I mean, for the record, we have security here, and it's our intention to keep everybody safe. There have been a few situations that snuck through in the sense that, you know, a drink was perhaps thrown in my direction. A young pimp was beaten within an inch of his life on camera. Blueface's girlfriend was dragged out by the security at one point in recent memory. So, you know, there are things happening, but we're trying to avoid them for the most part.
Yeah, I can believe that.
You are in totally safe hands here, even without John Zerka in here.
I wasn't even going to help. I was going to talk it out. I'll be like, guys, we got to like, I'm not going to fight 6 dudes. Like, how many are there?
Well, I mean, you would assume that if they were going to send someone, they would probably just send like one targeted assassin instead of showing up with a whole group, right?
Well,
is that how it works? Was somebody going to come assassinate me?
Well, 6 is kind of cumbersome. You're more likely to leave a trail if you have 6 people. You know, if somebody wanted to just get in and get out and just take Destiny's life, I feel like maybe just send one ninja.
Aren't you afraid?
Well, he's making me more afraid. Now he's like making it sound more serious than I thought.
Man.
Jesus.
Because I think I'm like, you're in LA. One day you're going to forget. And I used to like, I used to be the type of guy, like, if I'm going to get back at you, never this year. Maybe 4 years from now when your life is great. So I'm like, that guy could be like, you know.
But it's hard to stay mad for 4 years.
Over, especially over dumb shit.
Yeah.
I think you could stay mad for 4 years over some insane shit, but like on some dumb shit, this feels hard.
So I'll give you an example that you might like, John Zerka. I was talking about this the other day on the podcast. I had a tough breakup with a girl like 10 years ago, and you know, I'm a little sad. I start confiding in one of my friends about it. He tells me I got the perfect thing for you. He sends me a link to a website where you can order boar urine, and another website where you could order boar urine. Yeah, and he said you take this, you put it in a syringe, you go find her car, and you squirt the boar urine into the upholstery in her car and everything, and into the AC ducts or anything under the hood, I guess. Apparently, boar urine smells really bad. It's really tough to get out. And when he told me that, I realized that I was really not that mad at her after all, because I didn't have any desire to like ruin her car. So,
were you guys on good terms?
No. That's why I was.
That's probably why I was looking for
the
boar
best
urine.
way.
Was suggesting boar urine.
The best way to get back at an ex, connect and cheat on the bitch for a year. Right? Have your cake and eat it too. Cheat on the bitch for a year. Guilt-free cheating. Guilt-free. And you get to forgive her. I forgive you.
But how is that like revenge? You have to basically
One
date
day
her
she
for a
finds
year.
out. She's like, "Oh my god!"
It just seems like a lot of work. You're taking a whole year out of your life where you could have been looking for love.
He's looking while he's cheating. What do you mean?
Love. What is
True.
love? Define love.
But you're living with this woman. It's going to kind of cramp your style at a certain point, right?
Love does not exist.
You believe that?
We're with each other because we need each other. But like, bro, this guy didn't have $1. He'd be alone. If I didn't have $1, I wouldn't have a girl. Like it's kind of like
There's a lot of broke people with girls.
no,
You ever look at a homeless encampment? They're clicked up. They're dating.
no, homeless guys don't get pussy.
Yeah, they do. I've seen it. I've seen two
That-
dudes banging a chick on the side of the road in Skid Row. That was love.
That's heroin.
Well, yeah,
That's,
almost certainly part of it.
I don't know. I don't believe in that.
Have you had your heart broken?
Yeah.
Who
Yeah,
did, who
bad.
did this? Who did this to you?
Honestly, Adam, all of them, bro.
They all broke your heart.
Yeah, because it's like, have you ever felt you're in a relationship where she actually contributed to something or did something useful? Did she
Yeah.
pay for something?
My current relationship, I would say
She pays?
She's useful. Well,
Useful? Is
bought
that
me
how you
some
describe your
groceries. Yeah.
fiance?
Well,
She's useful?
Useful is a very low bar to hit.
Well, you're
Jesus.
married. That's different.
Almost married.
Yeah, not yet.
No,
Couple months left for her to smarten up
I don't believe in it.
before Destiny flies to Italy to debate Pearl at my wedding.
Yeah, true.
Okay, so how did she get introduced into your world, and how are you feeling about all this?
You asking me for her?
I'm asking you about her, and then she could go from there. Yeah, how did you meet her?
I think you did Fresh and Fit stuff.
And that's pretty much all it takes for you to spend time with a woman. Fresh and Fit
Jesus
appearance.
Christ! She did Fresh and Fit stuff. I think she DM'd me on Instagram and we chatted about like debate related stuff. And then she was in Miami. We did some content, and now I'm in LA, and I guess we're doing content.
How's that going? What are you guys up to? Are you guys in love?
No, we're just hanging out.
Oh, just friends?
Yeah, chill. Jeez.
I don't know.
Damn.
A little birdie told me you guys were dating.
Who's the
Oh,
girl?
really? What?
Who's the girl? Okay. I didn't know because they were acting so weird. They weren't even talking to each other when I sat down.
But if there was another girl, I would have like said the other girl's name, and I wouldn't have been.
Did you
pointing at
even
her.
talk to her?
No, we just drove here. Why? I want to talk to you.
Bro,
I
Adam,
just saw you.
I walked in. These guys can vouch. Dead silence, like two fucking strangers, bro. So I didn't know you guys.
Love on the spectrum.
You guys met? What the fuck?
Oh, so you thought they didn't even know each other?
It was
That
so
was the
quiet, dude. It was so awkward. What the fuck? They were just like looking at their.
What is
fucking
this show? What are we
shoes.
doing here today, Adam? I have no idea.
No, I'm saying, Adam, I'm not rude, Adam. That's what I'm
Imagine
trying to say.
titling this.
I'm saying I'm not rude. I assumed they didn't meet because it was quiet. Right? They
Right.
thought that too. Ask them.
Well, I mean,
I didn't do that to do like.
I mean, they look different. She has natural colored hair. He has blue hair. They appear to be originating from different continents, even perhaps.
She looks underage.
Jesus Christ.
Because no. Because he likes 18-year-olds a lot.
You think he looks 18?
No, he likes them.
That's not even true.
He bangs a lot of 18.
That's not true.
19.
Not true.
Would you be opposed on, like, okay, say you had a hot 18-year-old holler at you tomorrow?
I'm not saying I wouldn't. I just say I don't. It's not like I've got a legion of 18-year-old girls.
Right.
The reality is that like most of the girls that I end up talking to are like 20 to 25. But that's just because my world like skews really low in age. It's really rare that somebody lasts like more than like 3 to 4 years in online content. I'm here for like 12 years.
Hip
So,
hop
like,
is like that too.
Yeah.
Like very out of the ordinary that you meet like a rabid drill rap fan who's well into their 30s. It's like becomes kind of scarce over time.
If you're talking to like a YouTube fan or like a Twitch fan or whatever, they're like 24 tops, like
Right.
99% of them.
But okay, like you clearly would like to be living the Leonardo DiCaprio lifestyle. What's holding you back? Is it morals or is it just optics?
Looks. I don't even get what you meant by that. What did you mean? He has a shot at that lifestyle? What do you mean?
I just like I think that if Destiny
I
was
thought he was talking to me. I was like, I thought that question directed
I
to
think
me.
he
I'm
is.
closer to fucking the Leo question.
He's living the Leonardo DiCaprio lifestyle. He's just doing so in private and not in nightclubs where he could be photographed by paparazzi
Yeah.
if they were to be interested in photographing.
Yeah, he
him.
doesn't actually pick them up at the bar. He picks them,
Discord.
He likes Discord, yeah. He likes VC.
What do you think of Leonardo DiCaprio?
He's a talented actor.
Okay.
Yeah, I like his movies.
I
I
was
was a
talking
really
about-
big fan of a Wolf of Wall Street. Yeah.
Good movie.
Django.
Not denying
yeah,
it. But do you think that there must be something psychologically wrong with him because he chooses to spend so much of his time with women who are like 30 years younger than him?
Here's the reality.
That's a
I don't
healthy
know.
mind.
I don't know what his relationships are like. Like when it says he's
Yeah.
dating like a 24, 20. Like I don't know. In that world, I don't know if dating means they're like acquaintances that go out to meals together to show up for paparazzi, and then he's fucking like 20 other girls on the side, or if they're actually living together and like building a life together. I have no idea what his life is.
I heard a story from someone who fucked him. I swear to God, this is not clickbait. I heard this story. You know this bitch, and I'll tell you after. Can I get sued for talking about Leo?
No.
Allegedly, and I never thought he likes this kind of music. He puts on fucking heavy metal when he's drugged up and fucks the bitch for like 10 hours straight.
Headphones?
Yeah, with headphones on fucking.
We used to joke about fucking with headphones all the time. I never heard anyone actually doing it.
He's on those American Psycho vibes, you know.
Oh, did he do that in the movie?
American Psycho.
Well, it was Christian Bale, right?
But he threw on headphones to fuck?
Yeah.
Was he?
Oh,
Did
that
he?
is-
Did he have
that is where
headphones
we
on?
got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like him. He's a big inspiration.
I love Leo. I love Leo.
But yeah, you're right though that we all assume, like when we hear about him dating a fucking 20-year-old, we all kind of assume that it would be him being in a normal relationship with her, which is, I guess, the thing that it's hard for us to imagine being done in a normal way. But yeah, like what's more likely? It's more likely that he's just like going to the club with her and just fucking.
Yeah, they're like dating.
He's so old that he might even be over fucking. I don't know.
How old is he?
Maybe like 50.
You think you're over fucking at 50?
I think some percentage of people have kind of like moved on from just using their genitalia over and over.
You think that the moved on part, that there's like a calculation between like amount of effort to fuck versus like your excitement level for it? So like if you're Leo, the effort is probably very, very, very low. So you probably would still fuck. Because I've heard they fuck a lot of like in old person's homes, right?
I mean, probably, yeah. And definitely there's a lot of ways to make your dick hard these days that, oh, let me ask you about this. I was just talking to somebody else about this, but I've heard about multiple male porn stars who basically have this surgery to get this like pump put into their body so that they can like press this thing and it makes their dick fill with blood. And I was told that this is also how it works for some trans people, that they have a surgery so that their like fake penis can fill up with blood by pressing this thing on their body. Have you ever heard of this? In
A fake penis?
your
I
time
thought it's
with
a real woman.
Well, the penis is fake, right? I mean, it was created from,
I'm
from
asking him.
non-penis
Is
material.
it a fake penis, Steven?
I don't know what the fuck we're
Or is
talking
it a
about.
real penis?
Are you aware of any kind of contraptions within a trans?
I've never heard of this before.
man's
I think
body?
the constructed penis, isn't it called like a, is it like philoplasty or something?
I don't know.
I didn't know about the pump, but hey.
I just need to learn about this. I need to know how it works.
I like sex a lot. I feel like I would kill myself if I tried to put some shit in my body to make it better and it like fucked up.
You never took a Viagra?
No.
Me
Is it
neither.
worth it?
From what I see with the male porn stars, maybe not. It seems like it's. I mean, it makes them all red and fucking out of breath and sweaty and weird.
Jesus.
I wouldn't want to have to do that every day for my job. It sounds terrible.
Do you think there are other drugs involved in that?
It could be, but I don't have any reason to believe so.
Okay.
John Zerka, would you sleep with a trans woman?
That's not a woman, and no.
Okay.
Why not? What if they were hot?
Because I worked at a trans event for bouncing at Celebrities Nightclub for Blueprint back when they weren't sensitive. So I'd be like, yo, you guys are sinning. And they just laugh. Right? But check this out. And I said they, so don't do me wrong.
You guys are sinning.
I said they. Check this out. They used to laugh. And then COVID happened. And now, if you say you guys are sinning, they come after you. They get angry. They go on Twitter. It's like completely changed.
Yeah. They've really kind of discovered their own ability to be offended by things, huh? But I mean, if you're religious, most of the trans community probably already knows that you think that they're sinning.
Yeah. I mean, I'm saying it got more sensitive because of COVID. Right? They used to be a more chill community, and now it's like canceling people and shit.
But I don't think that that COVID was the X factor there.
No, it increased.
More like social progress, even if
No,
you
no, people
dislike
staying
it.
at home, right? Their mental health went to shit. I don't have the fucking studies, bro. Help me out. Am I right about this?
I think people were canceling people before COVID.
No, I'm
But I
saying-
think COVID made everybody go a little bit crazy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of.
Do you think that we'll ever see like 2020 style rioting again, or was that basically contingent on everybody being home and bored?
Is it 100% we're going to see it this year?
This year?
Yeah.
Why? What's going to happen
It's
this
a
year?
divide and conquer. It's called order out of chaos, right? It's a Masonic thing, right? I don't mean to
I'm told.
attack you.
I've been
Someone
told that I
attacked
was
you.
a Mason. Yeah.
And your reaction was genuine. Like you didn't seem like, oh, what the fuck? But that tattoo is fucking shady, bro.
Yeah, I got the devil head on my hand.
But check this out.
Yeah.
They call me the fucking third eye.
You got a big eye on there, yeah.
And I'm like, I didn't even know. Like, so now they say I'm like one of them and shit. But that's why I believed you. I'm like, I think you just got the tattoo, right? But
I had this for like 10 years.
that was the Truth Channel that attacked you, right?
I don't even remember. But there's been a million videos about me being a Masonic puppet. I just honestly haven't even spent the like 45 minutes on Google to like really even know what that is supposed to entail. I have a very low threshold for paying attention to conspiracy theories. I'm surprised I entertained the flat earth thing for so long.
It's as the political season starts, we're gonna see more crazy shit, and then they're gonna do lockdown number 2. I $50,000 bet. You want to do a $50,000 bet
That there will
this
be a
is gonna happen?
lockdown this year. What will be the
because
pretense?
of social unrest. I'll bet you $50,000 right
What
now.
will be the cause of the unrest before we even get into the lockdown?
They're gonna keep doing this blue versus me, and they're gonna keep like putting on the media, oh, a white man used to have slaves. Oh my God. And then they're gonna be like, fuck white people, and the white people are gonna be like, oh no. They're gonna keep pushing it on the media. He's gonna eat it up, and we're all gonna be fucked.
Wow.
That's the new world order.
How do you feel about that?
I'm ready to eat it up.
Do you think we'll see 2020?
But if we got to a point where, I guess what you're saying is, if you couldn't do any more videos about Scientology, what would you do videos about? And that's something I just don't know what I would do videos about. I feel like I would figure it out. I mean, that's kind of what I always do in life. I just sort of figure it out. Because I do like doing videos in general. And even aside from the Scientology stuff, I would want to find. I just don't have the answer though. I don't have the answer. I mean, remember the default. There's always a default that works perfectly well, and that's do nothing. I told you, I'm an expert. I've become an expert. I went from one end of the pendulum, working for Scientology, working all the time, didn't know how to do nothing. Now I'm an expert at doing nothing. So anyway, thank you, Zach. That's a good question. I appreciate it. All right, let's see who's on deck here. Eric Robertson, thank you for the super chat. So if I get my employees to sign a document that they promise not to sue me, I can do whatever I want, not pay them, and violate their civil liberties. Good question, Eric. So not so much, not so much. By the way, the key word that you said there was employees. Scientology staff members are considered volunteers, and not just volunteers, religious volunteers. And that is a key word, at least here in the United States, that affords Scientology an extra special layer of protection. And so civil liberties, no, the truth is Scientology can open itself up to lawsuits by violating people's civil liberties. The main thing they're able to do is skirt the minimum wage laws. That's a given. They're able to skirt the minimum wage laws because of the religious volunteer thing. It is not true that they are just allowed to do whatever they want to people, particularly children and particularly the elderly. You know, in the trafficking lawsuit currently going on against Miscavige and a handful of church entities, their lawyers, Scientology's lawyers, have made the argument that in certain religious orders, you basically consent to being mistreated, and that works only so far. I mean, guys, just keep in mind, Scientology's never won a jury lawsuit in its entire existence. Neither criminal nor civil. Scientology has never won a jury trial ever. So when sometimes when it seems like Scientology's won a lawsuit, they've either gotten it thrown out on a technicality or they've settled. They've never actually won. Thank you, Eric. I really appreciate the super chat. Okay, who's next here? Miss Kim. I like that you do lives. We get more content because you don't have to edit. Exactly. I'm always checking in throughout the day for a new post. It is fun. Well, I'm glad you have fun because I have fun as well. I really, really do enjoy the lives. It also has allowed me to, I won't say perfect because that's the wrong word, really improve on, I want to say my speaking skills. When I first started talking to this camera, even recording my own videos, my mind just goes blank every time I look at that camera. But doing the lives, I sort of get used to, instead of, I don't even look at the camera, honestly. I'm looking like right about here. I'm sort of looking as, I'm pretending as if, you know, I'm actually talking to a person in the middle of a conversation, but I'm, you know, I'm thinking in my head, like, I'm not fixated on a thing. And I was just thinking yesterday, like, would I still be nervous? Because I've done some public speaking in my life. And even though I've always done kind of good at it, it's intensely anxiety inducing. So even when I was in the C organization, I had an executive post every single week at staff meeting. I had to stand up in front of 200 people and represent my entire division for the week and do a little statistical analysis and give a little battle plan for the week. I would spend the entire hour of the staff meeting just stressing, like, I mean, really stressing, like shaking a little bit, being nervous about what I was going to say, and getting up there and saying it. Every single week, it felt like a performance, and it didn't get easier. I mean, I was there for 4 years. That's every week for 4 years, and it didn't get any easier. And yet now I've gotten to a point where I got 3,000 people watching live, and I can, you know, just kind of speak off the cuff like it's no big deal. So I was thinking to myself yesterday, if I actually had to get up and speak in front of a few thousand people live, would it actually even bother me anymore? And I'm not sure that it would. So I have all of you to thank for helping me get over what has been sort of a little bit of a phobia of mine most of my life. So I do have fun with it as well. And so thank you, Ms. Kim. I appreciate that. Sarah S. Aaron, I diagnosed you as a fellow ADHDer a while ago. Your MO is very familiar. How did you manage to focus on all those boring Scientology books? Oh my God, Sarah, I'm dying to know what you observed that you diagnosed me as, or that you used to come up with that diagnosis. Let me see. How did you manage to focus? I was actually very, very, very good at reading books quickly and understanding them. So also you have to realize that right now, if I'm reading a book, if I try to read a book, I'm thinking of all the other things I either could or should be doing. In Scientology, when I was reading a book, that was literally the only thing I was even allowed to be doing at that time. Like if you're on course, you can't just sit there and daydream. You start daydreaming, you got a supervisor coming over in 5 seconds saying, what word didn't you fully understand? And they won't go away until you give them a word that you didn't understand, and then you got to look it up in the dictionary. I became very, very good at studying in Scientology. And I had no problem at all focusing on those boring books. Even now, if I'm doing a course, like I'm about to do this 45-hour recertification, continuing education course for the real estate, my real estate license. I could do that 45-hour course in 45 hours or less and have no problem with it, and pass with a high score. Studying's not a problem with me. So anyway, do you associate, is ADHD normally associated with not being able to pay attention? I am good at paying attention to things. I just don't want to pay attention to something I don't have to. If that makes sense. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. I see Jackie with a super sticker. Thank you, Jackie, for the super sticker. Much appreciated. Ken Grover, your favorite mainer here, just to let you know how much we all appreciate you and the whole SP gang. Well, thank you so much. I got to tell you, even me, you would think, like people ask me, do you ever get sick of talking about Scientology? And I say that I don't, but you would think that with all the talking that I do about Scientology, I might get sick or have no need to hear other people talk about Scientology. And yet I'll tell you what, I am listening to the entire 2 hours of Mark and Claire's stream. They did a 2-hour one. Was it? Yeah, yesterday was Tuesday. They did 2 hours. And you would think, like, really, Aaron, at the end of the day, after doing videos all day, you're going to go home and listen to 2 hours of Mark and Claire's videos? Yes. Because it's just fun. It's so much fun to listen to them and tell their stories.
What was unique about his personality? Like, you know, for somebody to say, you know, from washing windows to doing this, and, you know, if you got a headache, here's how to get rid of a headache, and you hit your, you know, you kind of gradually go through this, and if you're going through this part, everything had a system to it on what he wrote about, and how many PhDs he had, and how many degrees he had, and the controversy behind the degrees that he had.
Well, he didn't have any.
Well, I mean, there is two stories you hear about. You hear about the amount he has, and you hear about he had none.
But the truth is he had none. He flunked out of George Washington University. He did not finish. Okay, you ask about Hubbard. Hubbard was a larger-than-life character, a storyteller. If there is one word I would use to describe Hubbard, it's storyteller. Bullshitter, that could be another one, but storyteller is the more sort of appropriate because his history in life was writing fiction. He was a fiction writer, a pulp fiction writer. He developed a skill of presenting stories to people that are very entertaining. And many of those stories are about himself. And many of them are completely and utterly untrue. And he developed a sort of a persona for himself as a war hero and like all these things that actually are not true. He then, at the end of the war, he was in the U.S. Navy. He had a very indistinguished career in the United States Navy, despite the fact he subsequently claimed that he was a war hero. He had Purple Hearts. He was injured. He was a ship captain. He was this. He was that. Like the stories of his exploits in World War II, you know, should be the subject of a movie if any of them were true, but they're not. So he then came upon this thing of, I'm going to cure myself of the injuries. He claimed he was blinded and crippled at the end of the war. He was neither. He had ulcers. And he developed this thing called Dianetics. And Dianetics, he claims, is scientifically researched and tested on hundreds of people and this and that. None of that is true. Yes, he dabbled around with people, but Dianetics is basically regression therapy. It is taking an incident of upset or emotional strain or physical injury or whatever and going back and finding the first point that it began and sort of recounting it. And Hubbard devised, invented, created this thing that he called the reactive mind. And that is what Dianetics is about. And the reactive mind is one of Hubbard's great strokes of genius. He said that you have a subconscious mind that controls your emotions, makes you sick, gives you physical ailments, and that it is composed of moments of pain and unconsciousness that are below your level of awareness, and that current things in the environment will trigger your historical, subconscious thoughts, pains, and emotions, and that Dianetics can solve that. The beauty of this to present to someone is, look, you may be really fucked up, but it's not your fault. It's this thing called a reactive mind, and you don't control it, but we have a way of getting rid of it. And if you give me some money, I will teach you and audit, that's what it's called, auditing in Scientology, and get rid of your reactive mind. Now, someone who has physical illnesses or who is traumatized or who is emotionally unstable or whatever, telling them that you've got this secret that you have discovered that nobody else has ever known, and that I can cure you of those things. I mean, Hubbard's claim still sold in the Dianetics book today. It'll cure cancer, it'll cure bursitis, you'll throw away your glasses, you won't need a walking cane anymore, you won't be irrational, you'll be a perfect thinking machine. None of these things prove to be true.
At all.
Well, okay, here's the trick of this, Patrick. There is some placebo effect that you tell someone, I'm going to cure you, and then you do stuff, and they pay for it. A lot of people will say, yes, I'm cured. Oh, yes, I can walk again. It's like, so you can't exactly say that nothing ever happens to anybody. And this is one of the things that's very tricky about this subject is you will see all sorts of testimony from people telling and saying, oh my God, I was such a nervous wreck and now I'm not. And oh my God, I had this terrible problem with nausea when I woke up in the morning and I found through Dianetics that it was solved now. And I guess that probably is true. But that is presented by Scientology now, or Hubbard then, as if you do it exactly as Hubbard says, it works 100% of the time.
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click right here.
The Church of Scientology has dealt with many high-profile defectors, including celebrities and former top executives. But what you're about to see is truly unique. The father of the undisputed leader of the church quitting, writing a book, and hauling into public view an all-out war within Scientology's ruling family.
I have never met a more competent, a more intelligent, a more tolerant, a more compassionate being.
That is how Tom Cruise describes David Miscavige, the unquestioned leader of Scientology, one of the most controversial new religions on the planet.
It's a story that affects every Scientologist.
Within the church, he is exalted.
Well, thank you very much. It's truly my pleasure to join you.
He holds forth in front of adoring crowds and rubs shoulders with celebrity parishioners such as Cruise, John Travolta, and Kirstie Alley. But among some former members, he is wildly controversial.
He uses that power to hurt people.
We were hoping to talk to David Miscavige, and he's here tonight.
I don't think that'll be possible, and today he's going to be very busy.
Miscavige is famously press shy.
I'm sorry? It's not going to be cool to be set up out here this afternoon.
His last live television interview nearly 25 years ago, right here on Nightline.
If I may just interrupt for a moment, you realize there's a little bit of a problem in getting people to talk critically about the Church of Scientology, because quite frankly, they're scared.
Oh, no.
But tonight, new claims about the secretive world of Scientology and the man at its center.
Let's face it, Scientologists have not been treated like members of other religions ever.
From an unusual source.
So you spent 12 years right here on the street?
12 years right here, yeah.
Good memories here?
Pretty good memories.
Ron Miscavige, David Miscavige's father, has left the church and is speaking out for the first time exclusively to ABC News.
You have written a whole book about your son, and you've called the book Ruthless.
Yeah.
It's a pretty damning charge to level against your own child.
He wasn't always that way.
Ron Miscavige says he's written this book because of a Scientology policy called disconnection, which he says has torn his family and many others apart.
I raised him, good or bad. And to come to this, what the hell is this? This is nuts.
The church says Ron's book, co-written by a former church member who's now a noted critic of church management, is filled with half-truths and outright lies.
It's, in my view, a literary forgery.
Scientology granting us a rare interview with attorney for the church, Monique Yingling.
What has David Miscavige's response been to this book?
I think he's, on a personal level, I think he's probably very, very sad that his father would do this. There seems to be no explanation except that his father is trying to make a buck off of his name.
While the church is attacking him, Ron is getting support from a prominent voice.
I'm gonna get there first.
Leah Remini, former star of The King of Queens, who also left the church and wrote a book called Troublemaker.
Hey. Oh, you look like $1 million. It's great seeing you, I tell you.
How are you?
Good. You're getting better looking, you know that?
So the two of you guys haven't seen each other since you were both active Scientologists.
That's right, yeah.
He has a right to tell his story. I have a right to tell my story, and so do thousands of others.
This unusual family history and subsequent family feud is set in motion in 1968 when Ron, a father of 4, a salesman, and aspiring musician, starts dabbling in Scientology after learning about the new religion founded by science fiction writer L. Ron Hubbard at a business meeting.
There are certain evils in society which definitely should cease, and we are taking some responsibility for them.
He says Scientology works wonders for him.
Look, I didn't know what I was looking for. I knew I was looking for something. And when I got in Scientology, I felt that I found what I was looking for, which did have a lot of answers to life on a basic level.
So many answers, so many life-changing benefits, Ron feels a duty as a parent to introduce his son David to Scientology as well. He hopes that somehow auditing, a sort of counseling that uses a Scientology device called an e-meter, can help 9-year-old David with his asthma. And after his first session,
About 45 minutes later, David walks out, smiling, bright. It's what happened. He says, Dad, it's handled.
So your view at the time was that his asthma was cured by Scientology?
Let's put it this way. It mitigated it considerably. I think it was at that moment that he decided he's going to do something with this.
So you think that was the key turning point in his whole life?
I know it.
at age 16, David Miscavige joins the Sea Org, the religious order of the church, and develops a close relationship with church founder L. Ron Hubbard. In 1986, when Hubbard dies, David takes control, taking the title chairman of the board. By this time, David's father, Ron, has also joined the Sea Org. Pretty quickly, Ron says he notices his son's sharp-edged new management style.
David is backstage, literally tearing me apart verbally for 55 minutes. Cursing, yelling, screaming at me.
One night at a church event in the late 1980s where Ron is performing, he says David gives him an extended tongue lashing with other people looking on.
When he's screaming at you, do you ever think, I changed this guy's diapers?
No kidding. Of course I did. Of course I did. And that isn't the only time it happened.
As the years go on, Ron says life for Sea Org members deteriorates. He chafes at what he describes as crushing workloads, restrictive rules, constant stress, a rigid lifestyle, and a lack of sleep.
As time went on, it slowly went downhill. And it got worse and worse and worse.
The church rejects those claims, telling us long and hard hours and a restrictive lifestyle are part of the mission Sea Org members sign on for.
If you talk to the staff, they'll tell you it's the workers' paradise. It couldn't be a better place to work. These are people that have dedicated their lives to something that they really believe in. They believe that Scientology can really help mankind and the world in general, and they're working very hard at that.
As for Ron,
he was working with first-class musicians in one of the best studios in the world. He had nothing to complain about.
My name is Peter Schless. I'm a songwriter.
The church sent us video testimonials from Ron's former bandmates.
Ron was an embarrassment to me, personally.
And also letters in which those bandmates call Ron lazy and crude, say he used racial and ethnic slurs, was a poor musician, and a disgusting pig.
Do you know of any other church that criticizes
former members in the way in which Scientology does?
Well, I think it all depends on the circumstances. Certainly, you see that happen with respect to the Vatican and so on. When the Vatican gets attacked, I mean, they have something to say about the attackers.
If somebody leaves the Catholic Church, do you really think they're going to be on the receiving end of this level of vitriol?
Not if they leave the church and they go off and live their life.
No, I mean
but
if they leave and criticize it, because people leave and criticize the Catholic Church all the time.
Yes, exactly. And I do think that if people in the church are asked for their opinion of this particular person, that you may well get the same kind of criticism.
But it's not as if the people were just randomly asked. This is the church itself asking its parishioners, videotaping it, and giving it to ABC News.
Well, again, the facts are what they are.
Ron says the facts are that by 2012, he can no longer bear life in the Sea Org. So, along with his wife, Becky, who he married after divorcing David's mother, he makes a radical move. He quits. When Leah Remini hears that Ron, the chairman of the board's father, has left, she reaches out.
I tracked him down. I called him, and I offered my support immediately because I know he must have felt alone when leaving, and I just wanted him to know that we were willing to take them in.
That's a big offer. What made you feel motivated to do that?
Because there really is no place for them to go unless they have family, which is very rare outside of the church.
But Ron says quitting the church creates a whole new host of profound problems for him. Coming up, it's father versus son as Ron's departure exposes deep familial rifts, now erupting into public view.
I've never met some of my great-grandchildren. I don't even know how many there are. That is terrible, okay? That's why I'm doing this.
Stay with us.
This special edition of Nightline will continue.
Behold his mighty hand!
Miracles, as commonly understood in the Judeo-Christian tradition, are not a big part of Scientology theology, a modern doctrine which draws not from ancient scripture, but instead from the mind of its founder, the science fiction writer L. Ron Hubbard. This is the critically panned movie version of Hubbard's novel, Battlefield Earth. It starred noted Scientologist John Travolta.
Send some guards out and round them up.
But back in New Jersey, Ron Miscavige says something close to what Christians might call faith healing occurs in 1969. That's when he takes his undersized, asthmatic 9-year-old son, David, for his first session of auditing, a kind of Scientology counseling.
About 45 minutes later, David walks out, smiling, bright. That's what happened. He says, Dad, it's handled.
So your view at the time was that his asthma was cured by Scientology?
Let's put it this way. It mitigated it considerably. I think it was at that moment that he decided he's going to do something with this.
So you think that was the key turning point in his whole life?
I know it. I know it.
According to Ron, this moment is a sort of conversion experience for the entire family. Now everybody starts studying Scientology, with David setting himself apart as something of a prodigy.
What do you think he was getting out of it?
Satisfaction that he was helping somebody. This is my compositions.
By the year 1975, Ron's music career hits a high note. He even puts out this rather groovy album, while David's Scientology career is really taking off. He's now a young auditor, and he decides to join the church's priestly order, the Sea Organization, or Sea Org. The group's distinctive look, medals, gold ribbons, and dressed whites were modeled in part on Hubbard's own time in the U.S. Navy.
I want to go and help L. Ron Hubbard. And I thought to myself, hey, I'd be pretty proud of him. So I said, okay, I'll help you whatever I can.
David heads to Scientology's spiritual headquarters in Clearwater, Florida, which involves signing a billion-year contract, meaning you agree to work for the Sea Org in your future lives. While in Clearwater, he meets Lois Riesdorf, who says she recruits David to join the Commodore's Messenger organization, L. Ron Hubbard's personal elite unit within the Sea Org.
He was very, if I could say, gung-ho, had a lot of spark.
When he was 16, he was a climber. He wanted to be at the top. And he gained a reputation of being really tough, like you didn't mess with him.
Pretty soon, David finds himself in the orbit of the founder, L. Ron Hubbard, who has gone from writing science fiction to writing volumes of sacred Scientology texts. Teenage David moves west without his family, where Hubbard, sometimes known by his initials LRH, is building secret new bases and shooting Scientology training films.
Dave ended up being a cameraman, but in the beginning, we used to call him the Kid, and LRH would call him the Kid.
While Ron Miscavige is back east selling cookware and cutlery, what his son is doing during this period of time is a matter of intense dispute. The church is adamant that Hubbard decided early that David Miscavige would eventually succeed him.
There never ever was any doubt whatsoever that Mr. Hubbard intended Mr. David Miscavige to be the leader of the religion after he had departed this life.
That's not how Lois Riesdorf remembers it. She says Hubbard wanted the church to be run by a committee after he died, not one person. But Riesdorf says after Hubbard goes into seclusion in 1980, Miscavige's influence and power grow unchecked as he evolves from the Commodore's messenger into a gatekeeper.
He started to get power and started to pull in people onto his side. And it ended up being like a coup, where you had half of the management took over and kicked out the other half.
Riesdorf says she is part of that other half and that she's relieved of her executive duties.
It was a betrayal.
In the book, you say that your son really developed a taste for power in the Sea Org.
There were no checks and balances on him at a certain point where he could just go ahead. He just assumed that power.
The church says neither Lois Riesdorf, who they say was expelled in 1982 by Hubbard personally, nor Ron have firsthand knowledge of these events. Instead, they point out that during this time period, Ron is dealing with his own serious issues. In 1985, Ron is arrested in Pennsylvania and charged with attempted rape, which Ron says is a case of mistaken identity. David arranges for his father's defense.
He said, listen, you're not on your own. They're going to take on the whole Church of Scientology.
The charges are dropped after a pretrial hearing. And after it's all over, Ron says he owes it to the church to join the Sea Org himself.
I could have possibly been convicted of something that I didn't do and end up going to jail. I feel I have to help him.
David told him that his father needed to turn his life around.
Despite the fact that in a 2012 article in the Philadelphia Inquirer, the church called Ron the victim in this case, Scientology officials are now playing a different tune, accusing Ron of deliberately playing down the seriousness of the charges.
The church has gone from calling Ron Miscavige a victim, in the words of the church, to now raising questions about whether he's whitewashing the whole thing. So the only thing that's changed between now and then that I'm aware of is that Ron decided to write a book.
Well, it's not just that he decided to write a book. He decided to tell a false story.
What is not in dispute is that in 1985, Ron moves to California, divorces his wife, and dons the uniform of the Sea Org. And Ron says shortly after coming aboard, he sees that his son has changed.
And I saw him, I said, hey, Dave. And he turned to me and he looked at me like, who are you talking to? No words were said, but that glance told me those days were over. I could never do that as a father to a son.
In 1986, David Miscavige announces a seismic event for the church. L. Ron Hubbard has died.
The being we knew as L. Ron Hubbard still exists. However, the body he had could no longer serve his purposes.
The next year, David officially becomes the head of the church, taking the title Chairman of the Board. He is now alone at the top. From now on, he will be the star of the church's Olympic-sized celebration. He will lead the church through some of its greatest triumphs, like winning its tax-exempt status.
The IRS issued letters recognizing Scientology, and every one of its organizations has fully tax-exempt. The war is over!
And he will spearhead the charge to bring celebrities into the fold.
Were you around when Tom was joining the church, and was it a high priority for your son?
It was top priority.
On Larry King Now, Leah Remini pulls no punches in her new series about Scientology.
The church is really brilliant at disseminating itself as an organization that's helping people. And I, like most Scientologists, believed that what I was doing was good. And
so
I was
people now in there doing what you were doing believe that what they're doing.
No, but Larry, I was a liar. I knew that I was lying. So that's what I am admitting to you.
So
that
you're
I
a
was
fraud.
Correct.
If you leave the church or you speak out against, what do they try to do? Do they try to suppress you?
They have Scientologists picketing in front of people's houses, going, "Don't trust your neighbor," implying that he's a sexual deviant. They go after your jobs, and when that doesn't work, they go after your family.
Plus, did you know Tom Cruise when you were there?
Yes, I did know Tom.
He was sincere about it.
Tom is a fully dedicated and loyal Scientologist, absolutely.
So what would he say to you?
He wouldn't say anything to me because he thinks I'm the devil.
All next on Larry King Now. Welcome to Larry King Now. Our guest today is actress Leah Remini, who for 35 years was a member and active proponent of the Church of Scientology. She publicly left the church in 2013 and went on to write a best-selling memoir about her experience called Troublemaker, Surviving Hollywood and Scientology. And now Leah is taking on the church again in her new docuseries called Leah Remini, Scientology and Its Aftermath. It airs Tuesdays at 10, 9 Central on A&E. You wrote the book, you left. Why the documentary?
Well, what happened after the book was people were reaching out to me. I was watching the church and its parishioners go after people who were speaking out against the church, against its policies. And so I felt a responsibility to defend them. And I've always been somewhat of a person who likes to defend people. This is why my work in the church was important, because I felt that I was doing that I was helping people, that I was defending something that was decent, and that part of me is still there. And
Were you a salaried employee?
I wasn't a salaried employee, but the church is really brilliant at disseminating itself as an organization that's helping people. And when I was in the church, I have to say, a lot of the information that we received was from our church. And I often get asked this question, like, didn't you get on the internet? I mean, don't you read newspapers? Don't you see magazines? Didn't you know what was going on? Of course we had access to information. But taking that information to your church and then asking your church, hey, I'm hearing about beatings going on at the upper management of the church, you would get interrogated for even asking, and you would have to pay for those interrogations that cost thousands and thousands of dollars. But also, the allegations that were being waged against the church were, of course, as a young Scientologist, you learn very early on that anything coming from the press is a lie.
What attracted it to you?
I was a child when I got into Scientology, so I didn't really have a choice. It wasn't that I was attracted to it as a child, although as I think very harmful is that they treat children as adults. They believe that children are big spirits in little bodies that have come back to Scientology. So if you can imagine being a child and wanting to be older, as old children do, the church does validate that in you and says, welcome back, and you're a big being for being here, and you're going to help save the planet.
Do you believe they believe they're sincere? Or are they frauds, or are they sincere in what they believe?
Remember, I was part of this, so it's a little difficult to answer that. I can only say now the latter. But when I was in, I believed that what I was doing was great. I believed that I was helping people. Scientologists believe that they are helping people because that's what's being told to them.
What, you were helping people?
I was
Did
helping
you see people get better?
Good question. I saw people get better in ways that I can't say they couldn't have received that same help by talking to a bona fide therapist or talking to a good friend.
But they got help.
Yes and no, because Scientology as a whole is, I think, it's my opinion that it's fraudulent, because everything in Scientology is a promise of, when you get to these upper levels, you will handle this in yourself, you will handle that in yourself. Those upper levels are confidential, and they cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. So it's a pay-as-you-go religion. You can't just show up to a church and get free services. Of course, they offer free services in the beginning, but then as you actually progress...
So you can't be poor and be a Scientologist?
No, not at all. I've seen people cash in their 401ks. I see them living in a way that is sacrificing their lives, their children.
Do they have services?
They don't. They appear to be doing that. They put up a front that they believe in God, or that it's secular, that you can believe in anything, which is...
That's a front.
That's a front, and
When
that's a lie.
you were doing it all those years, did you say, I'm part of a front?
No. I, like most Scientologists, believed that what I was doing was good, and I was...
So people now in there doing what you were doing believe that what they're doing?
No, but Larry, I was a liar. I knew that I was lying, so that's what I am admitting to you.
So you
that
were
I was
a fraud?
Correct.
Did you reach the upper levels?
I did, and so did my mother, and so did my stepfather, and many others who have
How about
left.
those famous people? And Tom Cruise. I spent a day with Tom Cruise about Scientology. I went to the anti-psychiatry center.
And what did you think of that?
I thought he was totally into it.
Yeah, but what did you think of the whole...
I didn't agree with that. I like psychiatry. I think it helps a lot of people.
Right.
But Tom Cruise believes it.
Yes.
I don't think he's out to fool you.
No, but Tom is very well aware of what is Scientology, truthfully. He is very aware that it's an organization that is defrauding people out of their lives. But in his heart, I believe he believes it. So I don't believe that
That's
he's...
what I mean.
Yeah, he's totally.
Is this whole thing a fraud?
I can't say that the whole thing is a fraud. But what I will say is it's not worth giving up your whole life for. It's abusive. I think it's mentally damaging to people.
Do they ask you to do that, to give your life to it?
Scientology demands that you put in 2.5 hours a day minimum, every day. Your whole life is about forwarding the purpose of Scientology.
Our guest is Leah Remini, and we're discussing her revealing new documentary series about Scientology. More on Leah's attempts to expose the inner workings of the church and how the documentary works right after the break. Our guest is Leah Remini. She wrote the book Troublemaker, and she is the producer of this series, right? Mm-hmm. The Church of Scientology disputes your claims. They've written, she desperately tried to remain a Scientologist in 2013, knowing full well she was on the verge of being expelled for refusing to abide by the high-level ethics and decency Scientologists are expected to maintain. Her transgressions were so egregious, she was expelled, which remains the source of her bitterness today. How do you respond?
It's sad because I know the culture of Scientology, a lot of the teachings of Scientology is how to attack your critics. So I understand it. I'm sad for them because I know how hateful they are towards anyone speaking out.
Were you one of the attackers in the past?
Yes, and so again, it's a hard show to do. It's hard to sit here and attack it, but they make it very easy when I see what they do to their victims. And I want to avoid anybody ever giving up their lives and their families for something so, I think, damaging.
You were called a suppressive person.
Correct.
What is that?
A suppressive person is a label that the Church of Scientology gives to anyone who leaves and publicly speaks out against it. They label you a suppressive, and the policy is from that, no one can speak to you if you're labeled a Scientologist. So no Scientologist could talk to you. So be it a mother or father. But what is disturbing is where it comes to families, where a family member believes wholeheartedly that Scientology is their salvation, to a point where they will not talk to their son or daughter, mother or father,
Church
because
tells
of
you
it.
not to?
The church not only tells you to, but they have a policy that mandates it. And this is where it gets a little tricky, because when you talk to most people, normal people go, so what? Get up and leave. Like, why would you? The brainwashing begins at a very early age in Scientology, in the teachings. Scientologists believe that they are saving the planet, and that without L. Ron Hubbard's technology of Scientology, the world will cease to exist. So in their hearts, they believe they're saving the person from shunning them because that person will straighten up. But they also believe that they would be saving them anyway because of the good works of Scientology. They get away with things with the press by saying there is no such thing as disconnection. And they're very slick in that way.
You tell the story of Amy Scobie on the show. She says she was raped as a 14-year-old by her 35-year-old supervisor.
Correct.
Have you heard that before?
Over and over again. And by the way, I don't want anyone to ever take my word for it. And I love people who say, I believe Leah. You don't need to believe me. Google it. Look on the internet. Put in if you just put in in your search engine Scientology and child molestation, Scientology and fair games, Scientology and disconnection, there's story after story after story.
Yeah, and that was that series last year, right, or 2 years ago.
HBO's
like it?
Going Clear. I didn't like it. I loved it. It was unemotional. It was clinical in how they told the story. They were not Scientologists, which the church would love to say they're bitter ex-Scientologists. But the church also had choice words for HBO and Alex Gibney and Lawrence Wright and Anderson Cooper. They'll have some words for you. You know, it's I'm not in bad company. Everybody who comes out and speaks out against the church is called the same things. The church denies everything.
What do we see in your documentary?
What you see are personal stories. What you see are people who've been there, who lived their whole lives for Scientology, who went up to the highest spiritual levels of Scientology.
Do they try to take things out against you? If you leave the church or you speak out against, what do they try to do? Do they try to suppress you?
They have a policy called fair game that they claim has been canceled. And they, in fact, did issue another policy that says fair game has been canceled. However, there's another policy that says, however, dealing with suppressive people remains the same. Dealing with suppressive people means to go after them, try to destroy their lives, try to find any crimes they've committed, expose them hard. You can lie about them. They have Scientologists picketing in front of people's houses going, don't trust your neighbor, implying that he's a sexual deviant. They go after your jobs. And when that doesn't work, they go after your family.
What is its attraction?
Its attraction is for people, remember, Scientology started, Dianetics started in the 50s.
L. Ron Hubbard, I interviewed him.
Oh, how was that?
He was fascinating.
Yeah.
He was a science fiction writer.
Correct.
It was the time he was inventing Scientology.
Inventing is a good word.
Took a lot of concepts from the Mormon Church.
But he also misrepresents himself to all Scientologists as a rewarded a Navy officer, which is untrue, a college graduate, untrue, a neuroscientist. I don't even know how many labels he's given himself, but as Scientologists, we believed all this. So we believed that what we were reading was science and proven, because that's what he says.
Are they still getting new members all the time? Because every time I drive by the church, I see young people.
You see second and third generation Scientologists. I think you'd be pretty hard-pressed to find somebody who's coming into the church, walking off the street, going, I'm interested in Scientology.
We're discussing some of Scientology's most famous followers like John Travolta and Tom Cruise, and whether there's anything Leah misses about the organization. After the break, that's next. We're talking with Leah Remini. She's called Leah Remini Scientology in the Aftermath. It airs Tuesdays at 10, 9 Central on A&E. Why are celebrities so connected to it?
I don't think celebrities are so connected to it, because if you look at the numbers, they're quite small in comparison to the majority of actors in this town.
Did you know Tom Cruise when you were there?
Uh-huh. Yes, I did know Tom.
He was sincere about it.
Tom is a fully dedicated and loyal Scientologist, absolutely.
So what would he say to you?
He wouldn't say anything to me because he thinks I'm the devil. He honestly believes, Tom and all Scientologists are taught to believe that people like me are literally the devil, that we mean them harm.
And what do you believe about him?
I believe that he's, like me, has been lied to.
Is he delusional?
I mean, I could say that about myself at the time, yes. Yes, I didn't want to look, I didn't want to believe that what I was involved in my whole life was a lie, that it was damaging and hurting people. Yeah, you could say that I was delusional.
Are there people in the church who are very happy with it?
Yes.
Because?
Because it gives them a sense of purpose. It makes them feel they belong somewhere. It makes them feel that there's hope, that this is not it for life, that you have an afterlife and you're doing the job of saints. And that's very alluring, Larry. It's like, I didn't want to just be an actress. I didn't want to just be an average person. The Church of Scientology promotes that you are doing amazing things for the world. They have events, very important events, every five times a year, and it's mandatory that all Scientologists attend. And in these events, these are astronomical statistics that are being shown to us, commendations from senators, from congresspeople, and you see these amazing fraudulent statistics, or they're said in a way that make you think, we're expanding. The world is accepting us. Oh my God, look at all the great things we're doing. And that is why they sacrifice everything that they do.
What turned you off?
What turned me off was seeing upper management behaving in the way that they were behaving. I asked a question about where the leader's wife was because she was not at the wedding. I was watching the attacks go on publicly of former members that I respected that were in for 25, 35 years in Scientology being attacked by the church. When I went in to ask about these abuses that I heard about on the internet and on the news, I was attacked for it. I was punished, again, at my expense. My family was gone after, so I saw the turn. You know, when you see somebody turn on you so quickly, you start to see the organization for what it is. And then I just started looking. And once you start looking, Larry, it's probably the quickest deprogramming ever of a cult ever. You spend 5 minutes on the internet, and you see the truth, and that's it. And because Scientology doesn't allow people to look, but they say they're an organization that allows its members to think for itself, and yes, we believe this, no, we know it, they don't know. They won't watch this show, they won't read my book, they're not allowed to be in the same room with me. That doesn't speak of free will. That doesn't speak of spirituality.
Does the money the people pay go into certain pockets, or does it make new buildings? What do they do with the money?
Well, I don't know legally how they offload their money, but I would assume that one of them is buying big buildings because they can't keep amassing money, but they offload it in that way.
And the buildings have housing. Do a lot of Scientologists live in the buildings?
Well, there's Scientologists, and then there's the people who work at Scientology, and they're called Sea Org members. And they sign billion-year contracts, and they live in those buildings. But parishioners live like, you know, normal, but they are at their church most of the day. Usually a Scientologist day is go to work, usually for a Scientology company, and then go and do Scientology for 2.5 hours minimum a day.
You were in there quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
You must have liked it.
I liked that well, I don't know. Do people who are brainwashed, do they like the circumstances they're in? No, there were many times that I wanted to get out. As a matter of fact, I was saddened when the IRS granted the Church of Scientology tax-exempt status. They basically cleared the road.
Even though you were in it?
I was in it, but I was hoping to get out of it. I was hoping...
Why is it so? Why can't you just say goodbye?
If I say goodbye, I'm saying goodbye to my mother, I'm saying goodbye to my stepfather, I'm saying goodbye to my sister. Yeah, most Scientologist families are... if you're a Scientologist for real, everybody you know are Scientologists because you start to go further and further away from the real world.
She's still there?
My mother, I'm one of the lucky ones. I'm the one who left with my whole family, which is very, very rare. Most people choose their church over their own family in this scenario with this organization.
Our guest is Leah Remini. The series is Leah Remini, Scientology and the Aftermath. It airs Tuesdays at 10/9 Central on A&E. You asked, she's answering. Leah's tackling your many social media questions in our final segment. We'll be right back. Before we get to social media questions for Leah Remini, we should note that the church calls your reality show a scripted, rehearsed, acted, and dramatized work of fiction. You're featuring liars who have for a profit been telling differing versions of the same false tales of abuse for years, many reviewed and discredited in courts of law.
Great.
How do you respond?
I don't. I think that says a lot about this organization. I don't really need to.
What are they saying? That you have liars?
That they should sue us. I mean, it's as simple as that. I mean, if we're lying... listen, they say this on every outlet they can. They have said that about every single person who's spoken out, and not one lawsuit has been brought to anybody. And this is not a group that is scared of a lawsuit. They're a litigious group. And so if that were true, they would simply sue us. And I welcome them to do that.
So despite these documentaries and books and the like, people still join?
I don't think people still join, Larry. I don't.
No?
But what I'm not going to stand for is an organization with this kind of money to continue to do things like that and to bully people and to harass people, to defraud people out of their lives, their money, but more importantly, their families. And I'm just not going to sit around and watch it happen.
Here are some social media questions. Kim Leslie FM, what's your biggest fear regarding your decision to take on the Scientologists?
My biggest fear is that nothing happens. Really, I am hoping that an investigation will be opened up. I'm hoping that judges will start looking at the actual policies of the church that I think are abusive. And I hope that more people come forward and speak out. I hope that lawsuits are brought against the church. And my biggest fear is that won't happen.
At Mesh Roldan, has the Church of Scientology ever apologized for how you felt during your time with them?
No. They have said they did things maybe incorrectly with me, punishing me for answering questions that cost me money. But they don't actually apologize or take any responsibility for their actions.
Linda Q. Villa wants to know how you told your family you were leaving, and how did you all leave?
We all left because I was being interrogated, because I was asking about the abuses. I was asking where Shelley Miscavige was, the leader's wife.
He's the leader now?
Yeah, he's the leader of the church. And my whole family was pulled in, so they actually helped the decision because they were interrogating my family now and trying to turn my family against me.
So who left, you and who else?
My mother, my stepfather, my sister, my brother-in-law.
Any children?
Well, my daughter was never indoctrinated into Scientology, thank God.
Claire Belgado wants to know how to expose the truth about Scientology to those members who can't watch your show, worried that they can't hear it.
Right. I don't have a way.
They're not allowed to watch it, right?
They're not allowed to watch it, but I hope that there are people who are questioning it, and they will watch it, and they will look for themselves, and they will decide for themselves. I got a letter, by the way, I've received hundreds of letters of support. I received a letter recently from someone who said, "Thank you for saving my son's life. He was interested in Scientology. I made him watch Going Clear. I made him watch your show, and he's decided not to go in." And so I felt, okay, I got one. I saved one.
Megan Beth Kenworthy, do you see the Church of Scientology slowly losing momentum in the next few years?
Yes. L. Ron Hubbard was a genius in how to hold people prisoner mentally, but he did not foresee the internet. And there was a time when we would have to go after looking for a Time magazine or looking for things, and we would be punished for it. But now the internet has honestly saved people.
At Grammy 80, how's your sister doing? Does she have a tough time?
My little sister had a tough time because her husband was a Scientologist, of course, and his father disconnected from him, and his sister disconnected from him. He will not know his niece and nephews. So that's hard, especially they were at a Christmas event with non-Scientologists, and my brother-in-law's father was there, and he walked out of the room when his son walked in. Could you imagine being at a function and your own father turning his back on you, or your own sister?
Does Scientology celebrate Christmas?
I'm sure there's Scientologists who open
do they
presents.
have trees at the place?
Sure,
Sing
but
the hymns?
it's not it's not a religious event for
But it's a religion. Gets
Religion.
tax exemption.
I agree. Yes, you could thank the IRS for that one.
They gave them...
Well, listen, I think it says a lot about the organization that it literally bullied the IRS out of their job.
Jay Savage 21, do you think what you're doing will end Scientology?
I don't know that. I don't want to end Scientology. I want to end their practices that I think are harmful. I think if people want to do Scientology in their home, or they want to do it somewhere else, but the church doesn't allow that.
Don't they have a good record in helping people who are drug addicts?
I would welcome you to look up Narcanon and Scientology. No,
Or you're saying they don't have a good record?
They claim they do. They actually falsely promote that they have one of the highest rated drug rateability. Yes, so, but again, don't take my word for it.
One more. Bob Butler, what's the #1 thing you want people to know about Scientology?
Really do their own research. I can sit here for hours with you discussing it. There isn't one thing. It's a harmful proposition. For the beginning courses that help you with communication and morals that are found in any real religion, decent religion, it's not worth what you have to give up. And it's a harmful, dangerous proposition that will cost you $250,000 minimum and your life.
And we're going to do more on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Big thanks to my guest, Leah Remini. Leah Remini, Scientology in the Aftermath, airs Tuesdays at 10 p.m. 9 Central on A&E. You can always find me on Twitter at Kingsthings. I'll see you next time.
Kenneth Nopeland.
Oh, got him.
You know how there's like a saying about how like the devil comes in the form of an angel or
help? Be careful. conversation, I think, that makes everyone's hair rise in the back of their neck.
Yeah, yeah.
It is a thought exercise. I'd say you can say pedophiles.
Can you not say the elderly?
The elderly, that'd be what's elderly then? What's the
elderly?
Like 70, 80, 90?
80, 85 on.
How do you get rid of them? That's the question.
Stop treating them.
Oh, you just let them.
Ice drift.
What's
we
that?
Eskimo them. We put them on a fucking block of ice and.
That'd be cool, like a never-ending, like a cruise. You just set a cruise out, it kind of becomes.
Could do cruises.
They become there.
They love cruises.
Yeah, you just set a cruise out. You literally let them sail into the sunset. Depends. But then it's like, what if they have? What if then you think about what if they all had like their cookies? They're trying to like call their grandkids, and everyone's going like, shh. Yeah, I don't know.
Cruise ship's a decent way to do it.
True.
Get the boys on the cruise, have a fun time. Yeah.
But you would need a couple of the servers on the cruise to die with them, though.
No, put no one on it.
Oh, what was just push them out?
You have fun until you aren't having fun.
Just let all the slot machines keep kicking coins out, and they're like.
Eventually, slowly realize there's no food.
Or they're shot down by a Chinese fucking naval ship. Yeah, that'd be terrible.
We've through the advancement of medicine, we've prolonged life to a point where it's unnatural.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
I mean,
this
we'll
is.
see.
I'm looking for a lifeline from you here.
We're about to get low population. We're about to get low population. So the population's going to dip pretty hard.
In which case, we're going to really need to get rid of the elderly. Because now we're going to have more fucking old people than young people, and we're going to spend our entire economy on hospice care.
Well, it'll be lucrative because they're going to the people the baby boomers have the most resources. So it's like then it'll be a big thing of like taking care of them, doing the stuff they need. They're going to be shelling out like a lot of money.
Yeah. It's not a really productive country, though.
Huh?
It's not a very productive country, just taking care of old people.
Robots, brother.
What about robots?
We got the robies. We get the robots doing production. We don't have to worry about that. We just have to worry about our malls.
I was talking to Spud about it today because I was watching a YouTube thing about like mega structures that they're working on.
Yeah.
And I was like, we're not that smart.
Yeah.
I don't believe anybody's coming up with AI. I think that's bullshit.
No, I'm just talking about like robot manufacturing. AI, I'm skeptical.
All of it, yeah. Yeah. I think we're pretty far away.
Really? I mean,
I don't think we're as smart as everyone's acting like we are.
That could be true. I think robot manufacturing is pretty.
They were showing these ideas for all these like future cities and shit. I was like, we're not coming close.
We're not doing that one.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Have you been outside in a regular city?
Yeah.
We're not in.
Like the park, like that. Even that little, now that you say that, like the thing you type into like park sucks.
Nothing works.
That's bullshit.
Everything sucks.
That should be just like touch that with my thumb, or something.
Yeah.
It's like boom, done.
You know what is solid? Paying with a credit card using your phone.
That rules.
That's impressive.
That's next level tech. Yeah, I guess you're right.
That works as often as it does. Where I'm like, oh fuck, I forgot my wallet. Oh, I have my credit card on my phone.
Yeah.
Finally ran into a clear machine that broke. You know, Clear at the airport.
I love Clear.
Then it's relatively new, so now they're finally starting to fucking break.
No.
Like I had to stick my eyes in it. It was like it was like freaking out.
What the hell?
Was it like your eyes are way?
Kiosk malls. People were like, I don't know. How
were you making a funny face?
Yeah. No.
Were you goofing
face.
on it?
Yeah, I was Undertaker in it. I was like, I don't know why it's not working. That's a fun trick. If you got some time at the airport, go hold up the Clear. Go fuck up the Clear.
You just fucking.
Yeah. All right, let's switch over to the Patreon. Thank you for joining us, Frank.
It was a pleasure.
Man. Join the Patreon.
Thank you, guys.
So watch the rest of this. Frank's going to continue to ask about...
Oh, boy.
Thank you.
Russell Brand has gone viral for murdering someone at MSNBC.
But I love you already. But I have to say,
look, I hate Gen Xers, my people, my generation, when they try to be cool. Russell Brand's probably a millennial. He's good at being cool. He's got a good look. Like he's got his look is nailed. He's not trying to be a retired kung fu teacher in a bucket hat at work. But the other guy, like, what are you doing, dude?
Russell Brand's 47.
Oh, I guess he's Gen X.
He's Gen X. So this is like the right way and wrong way to do Gen X.
Yeah.
It's disingenuous to claim that the biases that are
Hold on,
exhibited
hold on.
Fox...
Stop.
Yes.
Hello?
Did you call me?
Ryan says that TikTok video of the shoplifting is fake.
Oh, really?
Well, that's what he says.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
See, we do live updates on this show.
Yep. Let's watch him murder let's watch Gen on Gen X crime.
Fox News are any different from the biases exhibited on MSNBC.
Wait, you got to go back to the beginning.
Uh-oh.
He goes, I haven't known you for a while, John.
I've not known you long, but I love you already. But I have to say that it's
Good tactic.
disingenuous to claim that the biases that are exhibited on Fox News are any different from the biases exhibited on MSNBC. It's difficult to suggest that these corporations operate as anything other than mouthpieces for their affiliate owners in BlackRock and Vanguard. And unless we start to embrace, and also, mate, like just spiritually, if I may use that word in your great country, we have to take responsibility for our own perspective. I've been on that MSNBC, mate. It was propagandist nutcrackery on there. I went on a show called Morning Joe. It was absurd the way they carried on.
Good Morning Joe.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. It wasn't morning. There was no one called Joe there. No one could concentrate. They didn't understand the basic tenets of journalism. No one was willing to stick up for genuine American heroes like Edward Snowden. No one was willing to talk about Julian Assange and what he's suffered trying to bring real journalism to the American people. And I think to sit within
He's a starling.
the castle of MSNBC throwing rocks at Fox News is ludicrous.
My friend,
Make MSNBC better. Make MSNBC great again.
My friend, I would.
John, I've not known you long, but
Russell Brand is a starling. He comes here from Europe with no known predators, and he thrives. I'm a starling too, in many ways. Who was that guy he was with? By the way, he says it wasn't morning. There was no one named Joe on Morning Joe.
That's not true.
This is Joe Scarborough,
Yeah.
the host of Morning Joe.
And I'm certain it's in the morning.
It sounds great. It's a good diss, but yeah, it is morning. It's before noon, and
so you have a bullshit detector too. Look at you.
Well, I can't detect fake videos. I can detect bullshit.
John Helleman.
Let's look him up.
John Heileman.
I love looking these people up. What browser are you on? Stage? What is that?
Start page.
What is Start Page?
It gives you all the things that Google suppresses.
I've never heard
It's
of
good.
Start Page in my
A
life.
baby monster suggested it. I've been using it ever since.
All right.
It was DuckDuckGo, but then they started like.
Think about what life would be like if you didn't do comedy.
Yeah, I do.
Like during the pandemic,
yeah.
how long did you go without doing comedy?
I think I was doing the podcast every week, but I did, when they shut it down in March, and then I think the first time I was on stage might have been, I did a comedy club. Vinny Brand in New Jersey opened up the Stress Factory outside. And he had an entire outside thing.
He had a tent.
And I don't know when I did that, but I did it, and it might have been 3 or 4 months. Maybe it was 5 months. I don't know. I can't remember exactly. It might have been longer than that. But it was weird. Yeah, you thought about it. You're like, what would I do?
What was weird to me was when it seemed like there was a possibility that we could never go back to doing it again.
Right.
The first few months was like,
Yeah.
what if it just stays like this?
What if it stays
There's
like
no shows ever again?
Right.
And I just have this distant memory of what it's like to do stand-up.
Because it is the best thing. The internet's fun, but it's like being in a room with real people that are live. You need that human connection.
Yeah, it's a great time,
Because some of the YouTubers that never are around people, like it's a little weird.
Oh, yeah.
Like the people whose entire interactions with everyone in life is just on the internet. You can look at them, you go, there's something off. And when you talk to them, like, they're kind of like, they always hate that they're not online. Like when you talk to some of them in real life, they're kind of like, haha, they want to be in front of a computer screen. That's where they're most comfortable.
Yeah.
And
That's
there's something
what they're accustomed to.
It's what they're accustomed to, and it's a little sick. But for me, I love that I grew up without that, and now we have it. But I like that I didn't grow up in front of that screen.
Yeah. Well, I think
personally.
it definitely does something about your social development. And there was an article recently about how it affects children's brains in a measurable way, like this connection to social media.
Yeah.
It's
for sure.
undeniable. If you're not interacting with people for the most part, and you're most of the time like if your job is to be a streamer,
right?
And the more you stream, the more money you make, and you're streaming all day, your connection with humans has got to be very strange and different than anybody that's ever existed before.
Yeah, it's very interesting
because you are interacting with people.
Yes,
but you're not interacting with anybody in person. And
Right.
a lot of it is just you putting something out there, and then people reacting to the thing you put out there. It's almost like sending a messenger pigeon.
It's very interesting. It's definitely a unique vantage point where, because you're also dealing with people online that a lot of them are anonymous.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them are kind of, it's different than it would be if they were in front of you.
Yeah.
Speaking to you face to face. People are, really either trolling or they have their guard down. They're saying whatever they want to say. Some of them are being completely honest. Some of them are just trying to have fun. Some of the,
Yeah.
So you get to see maybe the best and worst. I don't know. It's interesting.
Well, you get to see what people are like in the back of their mind without social interaction, without communicating with people. You get to see like the little base thoughts that people have, the little
Right.
shitty ideas that people have
Right.
about other people, and just,
Right.
just the shitty ideas they have about themselves.
Right.
And, it's astounding to me how many people, like when I go on social media, if I just randomly scroll through Twitter, how many people talk about their mental health and how bad their mental health is.
It's because I talk a lot about it on stage now. Having a mother who's mentally ill, genuinely, right? And I don't mean that other people, obviously mental illness it's running rampant, but it does also seem like there's a difference between the mental illness my mother has, where she's a schizophrenic, genuine she didn't diagnose herself on Instagram. She's in an institution. She cannot live in and I think that's different than for example, depression. And depression is a very bad thing, but there's clinical depression. There's also situational depression where some of the things that you're doing or eating or whatever, and there's
But how do you discern
It's hard.
what's the cause, though?
It's very difficult.
Because when someone is diagnosed with clinical depression, but then you
Yeah.
look at their actual lifestyle and you look at what they're doing and what's
Yeah.
fulfilling about their life, you're like, well,
Yeah.
of course you're depressed.
Some
if you
people,
clean
yeah.
that up,
Yes.
how much of it would affect? Like, I don't want to
Yeah.
be dismissive of people with
A
real
chemical
depression
imbalance,
because
yeah.
I know people that have it.
Yes.
And I know people that have taken antidepressants and it changed their life, and then they weaned off of them, and then they're infinitely better off than they were before they took them.
Yeah, I
because
think
they were on the verge of suicide.
Some people have a chemical imbalance, and some people that can be corrected with medicine. Some people really, the depression comes from a situation in their life they can clear up. Some people have anxiety because, again, they have this disorder. But then there's a lot of people that have anxiety because, maybe they're in a job they hate.
Yeah.
Maybe they're in a bad relationship.
And then there's some people that just genetically, their brain is fucked.
That's right.
That's real.
That's true.
Yeah, there's people, and that's schizophrenia, right?
When you use the bathroom, you always close the door behind you, right? You don't want random passersby looking in on you, so why would you let people look in on you when you're going online? Makes sense.
Does make sense.
Using the internet with ExpressVPN is like going to the bathroom and not closing the door. VPNs are huge now. It's very important.
It's very important.
Because
I have ExpressVPN.
everybody does. Because the thing is, they sell your information.
Those motherfuckers.
It's called data harvesting and mining. And you want your privacy. And the best part is using ExpressVPN is easy as closing your bathroom door. You just fire up the app, click one button, and you're protected. It's the #1 world VPN rated by Mashable, The Verge, and countless others. VPNs are huge now. If you're online without a VPN, it's like a huge problem. And people die. So if you're like me and you believe your online activity is your business, secure yourself by visiting expressvpn.com.
I want to look at your history.
Yeah, it's great. It's my name. It's just me. Just Googling my name. It's just over and over and over and over and over. And then Zillow. And Zillow houses. I just imagine, where would I be happy? Would I be happy there? Maybe that'll make me happy. Go to expressvpn.com/Tim Dillon today. Use my exclusive link, expressvpn.com/Tim Dillon. and you can get an extra 3 months free. That's expressvpn.com/TimDillon. What about that guy that just killed those? I don't know if he even killed them. I
The
imagine.
Idaho guy.
The Idaho guy.
That's a fucking crazy.
Well, it's weird because for 6 weeks they were like, we don't have one lead, and then everyone's like,
no.
Yeah.
They didn't talk about it because
Okay.
you don't talk about it. When
Yeah.
cops are investigating something.
Yeah.
I mean, they vacuumed that place looking for DNA. They
Right.
got genealogy DNA.
Right.
So they mapped the DNA
Yeah.
to people that were related to this guy.
Crazy.
Yeah. So it's not that they didn't have
Well,
any leads.
they didn't share it.
Well, why would they?
Because it's entertaining for me. I would like to know. I would like to know.
That guy scares the shit out of me.
No,
that there's people like that. They
there's
said
people
that
like that.
The people that went to school with him said that when he went back to school. Now this is obviously if he did it, that he was noticeably happier and noticeably had more energy and more lively in interacting with people.
Well,
which is fucking creepy.
That's a really sick person.
Yeah.
And,
Well, this is
you
a
know,
guy that was studying criminal behavior and I mean, he was.
That's crazy. He came back after and he was happier.
Well, that's what they said. But
Yeah.
also, this is
hearsay.
But this is also people that know him, and maybe they think he's a creep, and who knows.
But the idea that you could have that in your brain, where you one day you could stalk these people or whatever, figure out how to murder people, and just go in, kill these innocent people, and leave, and go to school the next day. Like, that is somebody's brain that's fucked. There's no other way to say it.
There's no other way to say it.
No other way to say it.
And they think there's just a certain percentage of those people. Like, there's a certain percentage of sociopaths.
And I guess the challenge is identifying them.
Yeah, psychopaths, sociopaths.
That's where the
some-
text or stuff comes in, and you start to get nervous about it because, like, they'll be like, well, we want to start identifying those types of people early. It's like, yeah, but that's almost, you run the risk there of, drawing lines around a lot of people who are never going to do that, who are either goofy or funny or silly or saying dumb shit online, and then,
They're like death metal.
Yeah, they like death metal, whatever.
They like horror
They
movies.
listen to my podcast,
They
whatever.
really don't want to hurt anybody.
Yeah, they don't want to hurt people. But at the end of the day, it's like that's where a lot of that tech stuff comes from. They're like, well, we got to identify these like antisocial people.
That's minority report.
Yeah, I mean that's what it is. That's
Pre-crime.
Pre-crime.
Yeah, that's scary shit.
It's scary.
It's scary also because there's people that at times in their life, like there was a guy who was on this podcast, John Bernthal, the actor.
Yes.
Great guy.
Yeah.
What an interesting dude.
Interesting.
Like way different than, when people think of actors, they think of people that are insincere. This guy's the opposite of that. He's super sincere.
Yeah.
Really intelligent, really articulate, very deep and interesting guy, and a really nice guy too.
Yeah.
Really, really liked him. But he was talking about this guy that he knew, that he interviewed, that was he was going to blow up a mosque, and he went into this he had this hate of Muslims after coming back from overseas, from serving, and he was going to blow up a mosque. And he went in there and he met this woman who welcomed him into the mosque, and he was still totally intent on blowing her up, blowing everybody up. She invited him over her home for dinner. He was still intent on it. So he gets to know her and his family, completely changes course, becomes a devout Muslim.
Wow.
And then talked about the whole experience, about what his plans were, and that he didn't do it. And now he's just like very happy.
Well, that's like there was a prison guard in Guantanamo Bay that converted to Islam. He was a prison guard. That's how you know you're losing the war, America. By the way, that's not a great sign. But he converted to Islam because, he struck up a friendship with a guy in the thing. I think people are looking for something, and
that gives them purpose.
The intensity of belief is always interesting to me. And the people, and I like, Camille Paglia wrote an interesting article about Obama, and she goes, he's such a brilliant guy, but one thing he doesn't seem to understand is like religion. He doesn't understand like passion and intensity of like belief systems because he is so intelligent that he doesn't seem to grasp that which motivates people. Like, that
how does she know that though?
Well, she just made comments on like the way he would talk about religion. I think this was like after he made that comment, like people cling to their guns and their Bibles or whatever. And she was like, I don't think he fully, understands, being a Harvard educated guy. Like he doesn't fully understand, that religion provides a great comfort to many people and a organizing principle for their life, right?
Yeah.
I do think that it can spill over into this, fervor that's unhealthy, right? And you see that with fundamentalist religion everywhere, where it's like whether it's you're a Christian or Muslim, there is a certain value to critical thinking and not cult behavior. But yeah, that's interesting. A story like that where a guy goes in to kill people and goes, "Well, I want to be one of you." And that's someone who's looking for something.
Yeah, well, obviously, just the fact that he wanted to go in there and blow the mosque up, he's obviously in a bad place.
He's not in a good place.
And sometimes when people get involved in a really rigid ideology, a religion with a bunch of other people that are committed, they feel a sense of community and purpose, and it gives them discipline and focus and the Islamic faith is particularly rigid in that regard.
Yes.
And particularly devout.
Well,
the people that
a lot of those faiths are, if you follow the letter of the law. Like in the Western world, a lot of our faiths have been tempered by the types of governments we have, right? So where we have a separation of religion and government. But in other parts of the world, they don't. And I think one of the problems now, and you're seeing this kind of resurgence of religion, which I think could be good. It depends, right, on the form it takes. But a lot of the Western world is people feel an emptiness now that religion isn't big in America, but we haven't replaced it with anything. Like people are still at the end of the day trying to figure out, why are we here? What are we doing here? Does anything happen when we die? How should we behave towards each other? And we haven't given them anything. They had this. My grandparents were devout Catholic. My grandmother was devout Catholic. My grandfather was a devout Catholic. She was still a Democrat and voted. She was still like, not someone who, but she went to church all the time in her life and the way she believed. They were both, I was around both of them when they died. You couldn't find a more peaceful person as they were dying.
Because they believed.
They believed.
Yeah.
Like my grandfather, when he was diagnosed with cancer and they said, you don't have much left, he said, like, my kingdom is not of this earth. He's like, that's fine with me. He was really at peace. My grandmother, too. My grandmother said, I've lived a good life. And,
Well, that's what people want.
That's what people want.
They
want
want
that
to be
peace.
at peace, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very hard to achieve peace in this world.
It's
And
very hard.
Especially if you're doing difficult things.
Yeah.
It's very hard. It's very hard to, just the battles you have in your own mind with failure and, and everything that you're doing in life, the people that you interact with, the chaos and, struggles and strife and then the why. What is it all for? If you don't have a what is it all for, it can get really fucking weird.
Yeah, and I think that not knowing that chaos, people can't deal with it. And it's easier maybe for people that can block all that out and just go. But I think a lot of people struggle with that.
Well, a lot of people use drugs to block it out.
A lot of people use drugs.
A lot of people like amphetamines,
Right.
Because it just blocks it out.
Boom, boom,
you just
boom.
Go.
You just go.
Keep going. And
Yeah.
Your purpose isn't going.
Yeah. Yeah.
It just kind of gets muted.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult, I think, for a lot of people to just make peace with the idea that it's the unknown.
Yeah.
Like we really don't know. Like it, I mean, you could follow a system, you can try to be, and that's where I guess some of that DMT shit that helps. People seem to come back from some psychedelic experiences and feel better about everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
I definitely do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely changed the way I look at things.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that that's real, that you can actually have that experience. Like, how does everybody not know about this? How is this not promoted?
Yeah.
And it, obviously not for everybody, especially not for people who already have a slippery grasp on reality itself.
That's a problem.
It's a big problem with psychedelics, and not just psychedelics, but like milder psychedelics like marijuana and people with schizophrenia.
Yeah.
That's what Alex Berenson wrote about in his book, Tell Your Children.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting book because a lot of people that are pro-marijuana, like including myself, instinctively want to reject this notion that it triggers schizophrenia.
But it does.
I think it might. I think with some people. I mean, it doesn't with me, but I think some people that have a tendency or an inclination towards that, and they have like a really heroic dose of edibles or something like that, I've seen people crack. I know multiple people in my life that have gotten really fucked up from weed and got crazy paranoid.
And it's hard to know until you've done it, right? It's basically it's too late.
Yeah.
Like, you know, people, you know, they smoke pot, they want to smoke pot, and then eventually, like, you know, maybe some underlying, you know, tendencies, schizophrenia, like that stuff just comes out. They don't know it.
And a lot of them are smoking it all day, every day. And so that's the reality. The way they interface with the world is through cannabis. Like they're
It's too much.
It's probably, but some people are fine with it.
And then everybody's on pills, right? I mean, there's the amount of people that are on SSRIs or depression meds or anxiety meds. I mean, it's a massive amount of people.
a lot of people.
There's so much money in it.
Yeah.
Just get vaccinated. Stop with the pills. Just get a COVID vaccine every 4 months. You'll feel better about whatever's wrong.
Will you?
Yeah. I mean, my aunt's on her 9th booster, and she feels great. She calls it, get boosted. I just got boosted. Yeah. She's great. Her eyes are blood red. She's, you know.
I wonder if people get addicted to doing it.
Oh, there's, by the way.
Like they want to do it more
We're
often.
going to read.
Nervous.
We need an article about the person who's gotten vaccinated 100 times for COVID.
What's the person alive that got vaccinated the most times right now for COVID?
Definitely somebody who's gotten vaccinated way more than they should have.
What's the number, you think?
Ooh, I don't know.
Like, you know how, like, people that are hooked on oxys, they go to a different
Yes.
doctor?
Yes.
Especially before I had a friend who he fucked himself up. I forget what his injury was. But he got on oxys in Texas, and then he moved to California and got on oxys with a different doctor.
Right.
And was getting both doctors to prescribe him, and then he went off the rails.
Doctor shopping.
Yeah.
They call it.
Well,
Yeah.
it's the fact that I guess the doctor in Texas didn't know that the doctor in L.A. was giving it to him.
Right.
So he's getting double dose, and then he was getting it on the street. And
Yeah.
then next thing you know, like, he's fucking gone. And
Yeah.
he was pretty normal before that happened.
Yeah, there's definitely there's got to be people that are abusing vaccines.
Like, what I would like to know, like, what's the is there? See, Google this. What?
Yeah. Who's looking? It's hard to find.
Person who's been vaccinated. I mean, there's got to
By
be
the way,
like,
there's no way Pfizer liked that article.
no,
right?
It's got probably like online support groups.
Guinness is not putting this person in any
Yeah.
No.
No, they're keeping this quiet.
But there's probably like some online things where people are like discussing, like, you know, there's people that they feel like they should chop a hand off.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
and they feel like they're not supposed to have a left hand.
Well, there's also weird stuff where people pretend to be disabled. And like, it's crazy.
Yes, they want to be.
They want to be
Yeah.
disabled. There's something about it.
It's like trans disabled.
Yeah, I mean, but the brain is such an amazing thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Oliver Sacks was this amazing. I forget what he was. Psychologist. He wrote a book called "The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat," and it was this crazy book about rare brain conditions where, like, people just for whatever reason their brains function in a way that was so puzzling, even to doctors. Even doctors were like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Now, obviously, that stuff keeps you up at night, so you don't want to, you know, because you start getting hypochondria. You go, wait a minute, I don't know. I had a headache yesterday, you know?
It makes sense. I mean,
Yeah.
the brain is like a very complicated biological computer in some ways. Like, you ever drop your phone and just starts doing wacky shit?
Yeah.
I had a phone once.
Sure.
I dropped it in Hawaii and it just
Yeah.
started calling people.
Yeah.
I'd hang up and it would just randomly call someone else. Hang
Yeah.
up, randomly call someone else. Like,
Yeah.
look at this shit.
And that's what your brain will do.
Some people's brains.
Yeah.
It's just the wires are wrong. Everything's fucked. Something got knocked loose. And then,
Yeah. And that's
then
crazy.
That's you forever.
Yeah.
That's
I
what
mean,
I
it's
say
scary.
about knockouts. Like, some people that have been knocked out, like, they don't come back the same person.
Yeah.
They're in a new world now.
Yeah.
They're a new human with a new way of interfacing because their brain is fucked.
Yeah. Are you, now with all the bad press with the NFTs, are you happy you never took my advice?
Yes. Not only did I not take your advice, I refused advertisements.
Yeah, that was smart.
Yeah, there was a few of those crypto.
Yeah.
And fucking I'm like, that's not real.
Yeah.
I'm not getting involved in telling people to
Yeah.
put their money into something that I don't fucking
It's
believe
tough. It was a gamble, you know, and you know, a lot of people lost, and that's, you know, now a lot of people are getting held to the account, right? There's a lot of people, Logan Paul, a lot of these guys, people are upset at people.
Tom Brady, a lot
Tom
of those
Brady,
people
yeah.
are getting sued in a class action lawsuit.
A lot of people are angry.
Yeah, Paul. You know, like, how about those Matt Damon commercials
Yeah.
where he's comparing it to like Magellan and fucking people
That's
that landed
crazy.
on the moon?
Yeah.
Be
Yeah.
brave.
Yeah.
Be brave with your fucking entire life savings.
Kim Kardashian got involved,
Yeah.
you know?
Well, those people were throwing money around.
Yeah.
They were throwing a lot of fucking money around.
Yeah,
and
not to me, silly. But we had
They could have been.
we would do crypto ads on the show, not for
Did you?
specific things. Yeah, we did crypto ads for like you know, if you want to invest in crypto, here's a good service to invest with. But it wasn't like I wasn't like pumping my own Dylan coin.
Right.
You know what I
right,
mean? Like, I
right.
wasn't doing that, but like, yeah, I mean, like I would still do ads for FTX. Like if they, I would still do them. If they, you know what I mean? If there was a plan, like if Sam Bankman-Fried said to me, "We're going to make everyone whole," which is what he keeps saying.
How is that even possible?
Well, it's hard.
Aren't there millions of creditors?
So much.
Millions.
Millions.
So there's millions of people he owes money to. So
Yes.
even if he owes them $1.
Yeah. He goes, I just want to make them whole. Like they keep interviewing him and he keeps going, my goal here is to make the customers whole. And so if he called me and goes, we're going to make everyone whole and, you know, we're going to pay your rate and we're going to get in there and do some ads, it's like, I'm not going to hold one mistake against him.
Do you think he thinks that he can just do it again?
Yes. This is, I
Because he
believe
did it
this.
already.
I believe that a guy like that believes I was in a room with Bill Clinton. I was in a room with Joe Biden. I was in a room with the most powerful people in the world. I was the second biggest donor to Joe Biden's presidential campaign. I can get out of this and maybe serve my sentence, or he pled not guilty, so he might be thinking like, there's a comeback story. It's what's getting him up every day. There's no way that a redemption arc is not motivating his behavior.
Do you think they let him be on amphetamines now?
Oh, I don't know.
Because wasn't that part of the problem? They were all jacked up on pills.
Well, part of the problem was they were
Right?
just, well, maybe that's true, and I think that's part of the problem. But part of the problem is this is also all bullshit, kind of, you know? That's also part of the problem, right?
That's the problem.
Bitcoin, like a lot of this stuff didn't get implemented, right? It's not being used. It's not like the currency is not
Well,
being
you know,
used.
FTX didn't even
Right.
trade in Bitcoin.
No, they would do these other fucking bullshit things.
Which is really wild.
It's wild. And then they had the Alameda Reason. You know, they were just doing a sex cult in the Bahamas with ugly people, and I'm for that.
I'm for it too.
I'm for
It's
it.
a great story if it was real. Like if they were
Yes.
just making money and banging each other and taking
Yeah,
pills,
it's a
and
sex
it worked
cult
out.
for gross nerds.
It worked out great for a while.
Yes.
And during that time, it was a wonderful story.
It's amazing they couldn't get hot people with the amount of money they had, but they just had gross, smart people fucking each other on an island.
Yeah.
How great. Everyone would look gross. Nobody looked like they showered. People's hair was weird. It was like an old hippie commune.
Yeah, but
There's
what was
something
the
fun about
purpose of the Bahamas? This is the regulatory thing there?
Yeah, they
You
don't
know?
want to be under the watchful eye. They wanted to get out and do
Do you
their
know,
own.
Jamie? Do you know? You're over
Yeah.
there? What is the...
It's regulators, U.S. regulators.
Something has to do with that because all
Yeah.
a bunch of cryptos are down there.
No, they're all down there. By the way, they all moved to Puerto Rico. Why do you think that is?
Well, that's all taxes.
It's 4% tax rate, and they can kind of do whatever they want. And now they're all being found dead.
What?
All these crypto guys, a lot of them are like, one guy ended up, he tweeted like the CIA is going to kill me,
Yes.
and then he ended up in the ocean.
Yeah,
Well, that
I
was
did
a-
see that.
That seemed odd.
A little sketchy.
A little sketchy. And then he just ended up in, because a lot of what happens, I think, with these guys, these Bitcoin guys, is the government has to understand this stuff better, right? So the government has to go and figure out, how are you guys doing, whatever you know what I mean? And the government probably sends agents out to befriend these people, right? And then these people either figure something out they shouldn't figure out, or are no longer useful. And then what happens when you're no longer useful is you go.
It's not useful. You're a liability.
Well,
It's
you
not
become
that
a
they're
liability.
no longer useful. It's that they
Well,
could
sure.
possibly tell a story
That's
that
right.
could get people fucked.
Yeah, that could expose the identities of people. Yeah, for
the
sure.
guy who drowned, what was he saying? You know that story, Jamie, right? But it is one of many. And you
Yeah.
also have to think, look, you're not dealing with the mentally the healthiest people in the world.
That's
that are
true.
involved in this.
CIA,
Mossad, and pedo elite are running some kind of sex trafficking and entrapment blackmail ring out of Puerto Rico and the Caribbean islands. They're going to frame me with a laptop planted by my ex-girlfriend who was a spy. They will torture me to death.
By the way, this guy's a fun guy to do lunch with. You know, you just want to talk. I mean, by the way, if somebody said that to me, I'd go on.
That's the gentleman right there?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. They all have that look. Sam Bankman, you know what I mean?
But that is what
and I
you
don't
would
mean
do.
Jewish.
But that is what
yeah.
you would do
Yeah.
if you were an intelligence agency
Yes.
and you wanted to entrap a nerd. You would bring a hot spy.
Of course.
And they have hot spies.
Of course.
I've seen James Bond.
Yeah. Of
That's
course they're
real.
bringing in a hot spy.
That's what they do.
That's how you know FTX was uncompromised. There were no hot spies.
That's true. That's
That
a
was
good point.
uncompromised. The CIA was like, I can't believe it. They actually want to fuck each other.
That's
Like,
you
this isn't
can't
gonna
crack
work.
them. They have 10
Yeah.
people to choose from. They're all on an island. Guys and girls just banging each other.
Yeah.
And when you're on that amount of amphetamines and what else they're on, who
Yeah,
knows? They're
yeah.
probably enjoying every fucking second of it.
Yeah, the Indian guy's attractive in FTX. I will say that. Everyone else is gross. I don't want to put him in with the rest.
Who?
There was an Indian guy who's attractive, but everybody else was it was rough.
He's probably the king.
It was rough. Everybody else was rough. Well, Freed was the king because he was the brains,
The mastermind.
He was the mastermind.
Well, he also had that mom that was a Democratic operative.
And they went to Stanford, man. It's so funny because I walked around Stanford. I was doing the San Jose Improv, and I walked around Stanford, and you do get a vibe. It's interesting. It's like they are the future leaders. Those are the tech. It's like Harvard and Yale. It's like, fuck all that. That old WASP money. Fuck that. It's all about Stanford.
So these are all the folks?
Yeah,
one guy's good
he's
looking.
the guy.
Well,
That's
the guy with
guy.
the glasses to the right of him's not bad looking.
You know what?
Take
that's
out those
the
glasses.
But that's the best picture he took. And if you saw him in real life, you'd go, oh. No,
come on.
I think the Indian guy holds up.
No. That guy with the blue V-neck, he could go to the gym, get jacked, shave his head.
He's got. I can tell you.
He's got
he
good
has
features.
Bad skin. I'll just tell you.
No.
I'm telling you, if you
He
saw
looks
him
good.
in real life, you'd have horrible skin.
Really?
Be very oily.
How do you know?
I just feel it.
Oh, you just guess.
I'm just feeling it.
You're being mean.
I'm not being mean. First of all, they stole everyone's money.
Well, did
Can we
he?
not make
Is
fun
he
of
in
them?
trouble as well?
Oh,
Because
what
it seems like only Sam Bankman-Fried is in jail.
Yeah,
which
because
is pretty wild.
other people flipped. They became rats.
Well,
because
Caroline did, right? She
Caroline flipped because there's no honor anymore.
Put those photos up. There's one other gentleman flipped
Gary
too,
Wang
right?
flipped.
Who's which one is he?
I believe he's Asian.
If he's not, he's culturally appropriating.
If he's not, he's got some explaining to do.
Yeah, which guy flipped?
That I'm gonna guess that's Gary Wang.
Well, or
If
the
I-
guy next to him.
Gun to my head, that's Gary
Well,
Wang.
what about the guy next to him?
That's a Persaud. That's a Wang.
Okay, and so those.
I mean, that guy to the left. I mean, he looks like British.
Are they all? Oh, there's Gary Wang. You
I
nailed
got it.
You son of a bitch.
See, Brett Harrison already looks worse.
Is
See?
that the same guy?
Dude, he already looks worse.
Wait, that's the same guy
It's
that I was just
already
looking at? Go
rougher.
back to the other picture.
That's the same guy.
That can't be the same guy.
I'm telling you, Joe.
No, that's
Yes.
not the same guy.
I guarantee it's the same
No,
dude.
it's the guy to the right of him, isn't it?
We gotta find it.
Go
Maybe
back
you're
again.
right.
Let me see that again, and go back to the other one again. No.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I
That
don't
is not.
know.
No fucking way.
I don't know, dude.
That guy wishes. That guy's balding. The other guy had a full head of hair. Go back. Full head of hair. Luscious hair.
Yeah,
I
his
kill
hair
for
is
that
nice.
hair.
His hair is good.
No, there's no way that's the same guy. That's a handsome fellow with the V-neck. I'm in his corner. Jesus.
Okay.
Leave him alone.
Okay, but let's see because those
Yeah,
are the
what do
names.
you got there?
Those are the names.
Okay, so here's the inner circle.
Okay, keep going down. We know her.
She's wild. Like
She's a wild. She's a
listening
fun
to
wild
her talking. There's
I mean,
Sam
this guy.
Trabaco. Yeah, he's not. No, there's Gary Wang.
Gary Wang.
He's in trouble. There's William McCaskill.
Okay,
Wait
all
a
right.
minute. William McCaskill,
Mentor.
He was the mentor.
of Sam Bankman-Fried. Wait, scroll back down again. What does it say? Philosophy professor at Oxford, chief architect of effective altruism. Didn't we have him on the podcast?
Did you have him on the podcast? Are you involved in this?
Hold on a second.
The feds break in right now.
I think we had someone on the podcast
Oh wow, that's him.
that was
Look at
talking about
this.
effective altruism. Yeah, he was a very nice guy. And I think there was a request to have him back on recently before this shit hit the fan. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, handsome fellow.
Yeah, he isn't bad.
No, he's very nice guy.
Well,
and he was talking about effective
He's a
altruism.
sweetheart.
Let's hear him talk. Hear him talk a little bit.
Interest or for learning, so they're going to be interested in running, because they're now going to have huge, amazing computer power. They're going to be able to create simulations of the past. That they're going to have some interest in running simulations of the past. Well, the number of, if that is true, then the number of
Is he
simulations
Scottish?
that these future people are going to be running will vastly outnumber the number of actual timelines, the kind of base universe, as it were. So for the one real universe where history kind of unfolds, there's also, let's call it, 10,000 simulations of that universe. And if that's true, then it's the case that, well, given that I'm just, these things really are indiscernible for the people who are inside them, it's overwhelmingly likely, just in the base rate, that I'm going to be in a simulation rather than in the real world. And what Nick Bostrom says, actually, is not that we definitely are in a simulation, But he just points out the conflict between these three kind of beliefs that we would seem to hold. One is that we're not going to go extinct in the near future. Two is that people in the future will have some interest in simulating the past. And thirdly, that we're not living in a simulation. And he himself gives, a reasonable degree of belief. Maybe he thinks it's like 10% likely, 15% likely that we're in a simulation. Other people who understand the argument vary a bit more, but I think, it's something you should at least be taking seriously. The reason I reject it is kind of even weirder, I think, or it's somewhat technical. But
what's interesting is like
I'm sure I'm going to give a dumb answer, so let's get out of there right now.
Sam Bankman-Fried heard that and went, "Great, we're going to do it, and we don't care if the experiences are real."
Well, I would imagine that Will McCaskill was involved with them because they were donating a lot of money to altruistic causes, and that's probably what his position in that was. His whole thing was about giving. He gave away most of his income. I believe he only kept some very small amount, like $30,000 a year, and most of his money that he earned, he was giving away.
That's how you know they're really bad, folks, when they start giving away their money. That's how you know. Nobody
He's giving away his own money.
I know, but
he lived a very simple life.
I know. So is Warren Buffett and Bill Gates, the angels. They're all giving away. All these billionaires are like, we're going to give away our money, and we're setting up all these foundations, and a lot of it's a fraud. It's like a tax scam. And the other thing is like, it's never enough. They're not just giving you the money. They're giving you the money and then going, and here's what I want society to look like. That's the problem. They go, here's my ideas on public health policy. It's like, you started Microsoft. What the fuck do you know about it? Go, shut up. This is what I want. Here's what I want.
It is bizarre when they get involved with public health policy.
Why is Bill Gates buying a farmland?
Yeah.
Why is Bill Gates buying
telling
a
everybody
farmland?
not to eat meat?
Yeah, there's a weird thing where they want to socially engineer society, and they think from where they sit, they can do that. And the cover for that is, we're doing everything for you. You're going to love it. It's going to be better. And just to prove I'm not a crazy lunatic who wants control over you, look, all this money I have, I'm giving it away. Yay, here it is. I'm throwing it out. And the reality is they're just doing it to increase their power base. I mean, it seems none of them are broke. They're all just,
Interesting.
Yeah.
The farmland stuff is wild.
It's wild. Why would he?
Also seeds. He controls most of the seeds.
They want a
number of
meatless
seeds.
future.
Why?
Here's the thing about, because everyone can be trans, but then I go, what's the point of that? Like, they just want a genderless. Like, everyone's genderless and like typing a pod.
Yeah,
like,
but Bill Gates is not genderless. That was the thing about Gates, is that he likes pussy.
Yeah, I know. And he was, so to me, I go, what is the like, if everyone's like this weird, like, androgynous pod person, I go, who even benefits from this? I don't know.
Do you really think that's what they want?
Yes,
or do you think if society gets boiled down to this thing where we're not dangerous anymore?
They want a very docile, group of people, and I think this is what they've always wanted.
Well, if you could make all the men feminine.
You can make all the men feminine, but
that's
also
a way to stop revolt.
If you can plug everybody into the idea that they are always doing the right thing, and everything they're being told to do is for the betterment of others, and there's this social responsibility they have, and it's good to do this and it's bad to do that.
Right.
And when you introduce all these things, because most people want to be good people.
Yeah.
So if you can get them there, which is why the woke shit goes so far, because people go, well, I just want to be a good person.
Right.
So I don't want to deal with it, So I think that's a part of it. They just want everybody to be, it's kind of a slave state where everyone will just go and work at their jobs and not complain.
Yeah.
And corporations will, own everything and everybody. And, they tell you what they want. I mean, the articles are out, you'll own nothing and be happy. You'll have no savings. You don't need to own a car. You don't need to own a house. You can just be on Uber, and we'll know where you're going. And
isn't that wild that you will own nothing and you'll be happier?
This is the people. It's wilder that the people who are writing that own everything.
But obviously, someone has to own things,
right?
Otherwise, you would just take whatever you want.
That article came out, I think, in like Bloomberg or something. It came out in It came out in something where you'd go, what? Like, so it's the people that own everything are telling you that you don't need to own anything. And that the gig economy is great. You can just go from gig to gig to gig. and you're on, you're on the grid. And
well, maybe the idea is, like, if you wanted to look at it in the most charitable way, if you extrapolate it to the future, like maybe one of the things that's holding people back is this desire to possess things, and is this desire to constantly accumulate wealth and money and power. And if it was even across the board, and we could just concentrate on the things that we enjoy doing and not concentrate on things
people
like
don't enjoy
accumulation
doing.
It's not human, though.
Yeah.
That's the problem. It's not. You're talking about like things
the guy
other
in
than human
Idaho
beings.
concentrated on what he enjoyed doing, and now we have 4 people dead. Everybody, by the way, everybody was like, "Oh, COVID's here. Like, no one's working anymore. It's going to be a paradise. Look, everyone's going to start community gardens." What happened? I remember a lot of things getting burned down. People need shit to do. And I'm not saying
isolation, too.
Yeah, they shouldn't be slaves to their jobs, but people need things to do. And when you talk about people owning things and material things, it's like, yeah, people want houses. It's not only a material thing, right? It's a way to basically provide a sense of security, safety, comfort.
Yeah.
That you're not depending necessarily on someone else to provide you. You're able to independently give your family a certain quality of life because you own a home.
Right.
When you own a car, you have the ability to travel and get a job that you want, per se. You have more freedom. I look at all those things as freedom, right? Like, and you're right. There is a materialist angle of that where, like, you can always get caught up in, the house isn't big enough or the car's not nicer or whatever.
Yeah.
But at the bare bones, these people are just, I think, trying to, basically self-actualize and have things. And the people that are telling them they don't need any of those things, I mean, well, then what the hell are they replacing it with? In apartments, you rent. And everybody will tell you the color of the wall and, noise after 10 has to be. That's why people stop with Airbnb. People don't. Airbnb is going to go out of business soon because people don't Google that. But
are you saying that? Are you saying that just because you got banned from Airbnb?
It's completely a coincidence I'm saying this. Airbnb got too crazy with the rules. They kept telling everyone to clean their own stuff up. And people are like, well, I'm paying a huge cleaning fee. And why am I not supposed to be loud after 10 p.m.? They got rule obsessed. And people are sick of it. And now Airbnb is going to go out of business. And hotels are back. Everyone likes hotels now. Airbnb is 0 and hotels are winning.
Is this true?
Yes, people are going back to hotels. People are getting sick of Airbnb.
But is Airbnb, is that an actual fact? That
Well,
Airbnb
they're putting all kinds of no.
I'm glad this is your podcast, not mine.
And here's the brilliance of this setup. No one knows it's mine.
That's true.
So I get all these views because they think it's yours.
Right.
They think it's back on YouTube. It's great.
Right.
We don't even say it's mine. We just put it out. I start doing ads for Traeger Grill. But no, I think Airbnbs they got restrictive, and there are articles about it. Like, obviously, I'm kidding. They're not going out of business, but people started saying, like, hey, man, I'm on vacation. Like, when I check into an Airbnb and there's 35 rules, I don't feel like I'm on vacation.
Now, is this just up to the person who owns the home?
Yes.
Can they decide what the rules are?
Yes, but it just got too much.
But can you look at that in advance before you decide to rent a house?
I believe you can.
So then,
but then
wouldn't
some
you
of
just
it they
gravitate
spring
towards
on you.
Oh,
But it's
really?
a lot of them now. A lot of these things are like, everybody's just like, don't be, because they're in residential areas. So
Mhm.
they're like, well, don't be loud after 10. And
Well, it's got to be a problem, and because I know it's a problem because I know a guy who owns a home, and right next to his home, he lives in a wealthy area, and they rented it out to TikTok kids. It was
Yes.
like an Airbnb at a really
Right.
baller place. You want some coffee?
yes,
They rented it out
only a
to,
little. Thank you.
Tell me when.
That's fine.
Okay, they rented it out to a bunch of TikTok kids, and they were having all these parties all the time, and he started getting really pissed off because, like, his neighborhood would be crowded with cars now, and and they're in this very wealthy community, this really nice house.
That's
and
right.
These TikTok kids have a shit ton of money.
When I would
somehow.
rent these Airbnbs, what happens is I would just sit in the backyard with a microphone and scream because I'd be doing my podcast, and people wouldn't like it because somebody would be raising their kids, and I'm like, Meghan Markle's a whore, and they're like, what is? And I'm like, it's my job. It's legitimately my job.
Yeah.
To do. I'd be smoking cigarettes and yelling into a microphone, and they go, hey man, this is not. So I get it, but that's why people, I think are gravitating back to, Airbnb felt very pandemic-y. Everyone's like, I'll vacation in someone else's life. Let me see,
Mm-hmm.
It was interesting. It was like, everything, had become possible during the pandemic. And people were like, maybe, people were moving around. People were questioning all kinds of things. And it was interesting. I'm like, what would it be like to live in wherever? And I'll live in a house. But now people, I think, are just going, hey, man, let's go to a fucking hotel. The maids come in, they clean, they have room service. So, I mean, that's what I think.
Sorry, Airbnb. I think this might be motivated by your hate for Airbnb because they kicked you off the platform.
It is.
Airbnb is on the outs, or is it? Airbnb's once lauded vacation rental model begins to go stale. Who disrupts a disruptor? Oh, interesting. Has the Airbnb bubble burst? According to one recent viral tweet, Airbnb hosts have seen bookings evaporate since the busy summer travel season. Airbnb bust is upon us. What's going on with Airbnb? No bookings at all. Oh, okay, so people who this is Airbnb super hosts.
And also, they're putting more restrictions on rentals in certain communities, right? So Tahoe.
Look at this. It says, has anyone seen a huge decrease in bookings over the last 3 to 4 months? We went from at least 50% occupancy to literally 0% the last 2 months. I'm just curious if something's going on with my property or if other people are seeing similar things. I'm in Palm Springs. Where you look? Isn't
Stop
that where you
telling
had a problem?
people.
Isn't that where you had a problem?
Yeah, Joshua Tree. Stop telling people to take their own garbage out. Stop telling them to clean their own dishes. Make it an actual vacation experience for them. Get off your lazy asses. Walk into your house and do the dishes for people and take out the garbage and have a maid do it. They pay a $500 cleaning fee. That should be cleaning. Someone needs to clean. So that's a huge problem. And that's the problem that I had where it's like, I'm paying a cleaning fee. I should also not have to clean on top of that. And stop with the COVID cleaning. It's fake. Well, it's a deep COVID clean. It's fake.
What do you mean, deep COVID clean?
They used to say that during the pandemic. They'd be like, we're doing a deep COVID clean. It's like, number one, it doesn't live on surfaces. Number two, this is fake. So
they were charging you more money for that?
Of course. You know the
deep
game.
COVID clean.
I just think that it's one of those things where, it's been interesting to see it change, right? I think. And they're also putting, Tahoe just banned short-term rentals.
Really?
Got to be 30 days.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. So they essentially put Airbnb out of business there.
They don't want you doing short-term rentals in Tahoe. Jamie, make sure that's true, but I believe that is true. Someone told me that.
Interesting. Well, Tahoe is a big money place.
It's a huge place, and there's a lot of money there, but I think they're getting sick of the short-term rentals.
Interesting. The Tahoe kind of makes sense to me.
Have you ever swam in it? It's supposedly so cold, it's like you can't breathe.
Like a ice bath?
Kind of.
Interesting.
They say it's one of the coldest lakes. It stays cold all year.
Oh, it's a glacier lake?
Yeah, Mark Twain said it would revive a mummy. Yeah, I've never swam in it, but supposedly it's really like...
I wonder what the temperature is.
I see of last year they capped short-term rentals, but this is almost a year ago, so I don't know if something happened since then. I'm trying to find
I think
when you said capped, what does it mean?
This says 6-month moratorium, so like whatever was there now, you can't have any more additional short-term rentals added to the county or the...
Yeah, they were getting real upset with short-term rentals, and I think they might have just banned it and just said you got to do 30 days.
See if that's true.
I don't know if that's true or not.
Didn't have an update.
Yeah, my realtor said that. I don't know if that's true or not. But
why would your realtor lie to you?
I don't think
a better realtor.
I think he wouldn't.
Yeah. So blame him.
Yeah, but
it's the whole getting people to stay in your house for a little while and pretend it's a hotel, but then make them clean up. That does seem a little problematic.
It's weird. It
seems like you should hire a maid.
It's strange, and it's confusing because you check in and you go, well, I want to treat this like my house, and I treat my house like shit. So
here it is. What does it say here? Wired Cities cites New York City and Lake Tahoe as examples. Arizona SB 1350, a law that bypasses state's ban on short-term rentals, means that such a crackdown is unlikely to happen.
So what does that even mean?
I don't know.
While some locations across the world have instituted crackdowns or wholesale bans on Airbnb, such as New York City and Lake Tahoe.
Wired cities. What does that mean?
Wired is where the article is, I think.
I get it. So some locations have instituted crackdowns or even wholesale bans. So that does seem to prove your point. So Wired cites New York. So it's Wired magazine that's got this going on.
Gotcha.
It's New York City and Lake Tahoe as examples.
Yeah, this article is about Sedona getting crippled by the Airbnb gold rush. This came out 5 days ago. So
It's also creepy, man. Most Airbnbs you stay in, people are watching you.
What?
Most Airbnbs you stay in, people are watching you.
They're watching you, like with little cameras.
No, not even like that. But sometimes there are weird cameras. But like,
I've heard that
just
before.
there's surveillance. It's weird. Like literally, they'll tell you when you check in. They're like, "Don't have any people here because you're on camera and the neighbors are watching." So it's like they're like, "Don't have anybody over. Don't have any parties." Like
Isn't
we're
that
watching.
Like
It's
when
something
someone's
creepy.
pretending to be a hotel, but they're a private individual that wants absolute control, but they don't understand how hotels work.
This is why Airbnb is a sick company that has allowed a lot of people's like weird voyeuristic impulses to take over, and they've monetized it. It should be outlawed. Frankly, they should outlaw Airbnb.
Woman books Airbnb only to find it's an abandoned villa with smashed windows. Oh, wow. So it's in Bali, though.
Right.
So this is, what did she get here? No one home.
Well, no one's supposed to be home.
There's a pond. Smashed windows. Where's the smashed windows? Oh, okay. That's it?
Well, here's the deal. It's like, it's interesting. I think if you have a large group of people, I totally understand like why you would consider being in a place, but just go to a hotel.
That's what you do now?
Yeah, I mean,
you were a Mr. Airbnb, though.
I use them all the time because they were cool and they were fun. You could be like, "Oh, I'm living like a person who lives in suburban Houston."
Right.
And then you're like, now it's just I've gotten to the point where it's like, well, they got rid of me, and there was no process, which was unfortunate. Like I was not able to defend myself. Like there was no like, it's like it's the way deplatforming works. They just go, "You're done."
Yeah.
So that was it. So that's unfortunate, but
so you're like a little bit happy that they're on
yeah,
the slide.
I mean, I'm a little bit happy that they're on the slide, but I knew it because I knew when you start asking me to clean up after myself, I know it's over. It's America, and people need to be able to like leave it. Like it's if the cleaning fee wasn't there, I totally understand.
Right.
But the cleaning fee is there. It's like take out the garbage, do this, do that. Like you live. It's like what? Like what are you talking about? I'm on vacation here in suburban Maryland. In your shithole. This is a fucking vacation. So treat it like such. The problem with Airbnbs is a lot of them are like, there's a lot of people that are trying to make some extra bucks, and they open a room or a garage or whatever it is, and it is good for certain people, right? There's certain people are like, hey, it works for me. I'm new to this area. I want to see what it's like.
Yeah.
But for most people, I think there's a migration back to more traditional methods. 2 out of 3 men will experience some form of hair loss by the time they're 35.
I'm one of those.
More than 50 million men in the U.S. suffer from male pattern baldness. Keeps. This is for people that are not successful like you are, who need the hair. Some people need the hair, right?
Some people just have a bad shaped head.
That's true too.
Some people have flat heads because their parents didn't pay attention to them when they were little.
Really? So where's
lay
their head
there
flat?
and their head flattens out.
Oh, interesting.
I'm making that up.
Oh, I believed you.
I think it's just the way your head's shaped.
My friend, because this is the way to keep your hair in your head. Like my friend started this. It takes like 5 or 6 months to get going, but instead of like some hair weird surgery, he keeps the hair that he has in his head.
Yes.
So that's the goal.
It's dihydrotestosterone suppression.
Exactly right.
It's a derivative of testosterone.
Is that true?
Yeah. The DHT is what causes your hair. That's one of the things that causes your hair to fall out.
And Keeps gives you this to the people. Well, I think that's nice that they give that to you. And you know who likes this?
Who?
Experts.
Experts?
In the baldness field.
Ah.
They are huge into this. Experts are recommending it.
They don't tell you who.
No, they're expert. It's expert
recommend it.
Expert recommended hair
You
loss
have a
treatment.
full head of hair.
It's experts.
You got some gray coming in.
I do, but I dye it sometimes.
What color? You should go blue. You could throw everybody off.
I've said many times, if I dyed my hair blue and moved to Portland, I'd have 5 blocks of the city under my control by tonight. I'd just get big combat boots and blue hair and start going around going nuts.
Yes.
I mean, you could take, but here's the thing with Keeps is like, they have a network of expert medical advisors, prescribers, and care specialists to support you in making your hair goals a reality. And even though we kid around here, folks, you got to do it. Even if you're not bald, it makes sense to just start taking this so that you'll never be bald. So whether you're looking to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or just take better care of the hair you have, Keeps has you covered. Remember, prevention is key. Treatments taking 4 to 6 months to see results, so you have to act fast. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/Tim Dillon to receive your first month of treatment for free. That's keeps.com/Tim Dillon to Get your first month free. KEEPS.com/Tim Dillon. And that's the reality of what we're living in. Right?
Yes.
Thank you all. Reality.
What else do you think changed in a big way because of the pandemic that's never going back? There's a lot of talk about remote work.
Yeah.
But now it seems like companies are realizing that the way to get people to really work is they got to be in the office.
Well, I also think people's
Is that true?
marriages. I think people's. Well, I don't know. I think there is still a lot of hybrid work, a lot of remote work going on. I think people are saying come in less than you used to. I also think people's marriages, like, you can't just sit at home all day. Like, my friend and his wife work together, and like not work together, but worked in a house together. And he goes, "Listen, I love her and she loves me, but like, it was very healthy for us to go out every day and have different social environments,
Right.
and then come back together at night.
Right.
It's very healthy to have that, not like every minute be in the same house where she has a corridor, I have a corridor, and we're meeting all the time.
Right.
It was healthy. So I think that's going to go back where people realize that there's more to work than just work. There is like this social arrangement, and I think that people in a house all the time, that seems to be, I don't know how that'll be negotiated going forward, but I do think that you're not going to have all remote work. There's no way. People are going to want to leave their fucking house.
Yeah, some people don't, though. Some people love the idea they didn't have to commute.
Yes, well, that's true, too, because the commutes are getting worse and worse because, there's more and more people in cities, so the commutes are getting worse and worse.
But it was also, I think people just love the idea that they can be free, that they're still working, but they can do it on their terms. But then, like, jobs started instituting things where they would monitor your clicks and monitor your computer. They'd give you a work computer, and then people were installing those programs that moved the mouse around randomly and clicked on things.
Nothing
so it
is
like
free.
you're working.
Nothing's free.
Yeah.
So whenever
in
you
front
get
of your Zoom camera,
whatever you get, nothing's free. It's. I think after that period, it was interesting because a lot of people reflected on like, what do I really want to do? Do I really want to do what I'm doing?
Right.
So you saw industries. The service industry has still not come back because people have left the service industry permanently. Like a lot of people left waiting tables. People left jobs they didn't want to do.
Right.
And they were like, I want to do something else, and maybe I want to live somewhere else. And I think it gave people a lot of time to stop and think about the direction of what they were doing. And then some people changed it. It's interesting to see. I mean, I still feel the places still feel understaffed a little bit. Some places still feel like they haven't fully come back.
Well, at the end of the
staff.
pandemic, like when things were really opening up again, that's what I saw. A lot of places, like you would go there and there was a long wait for tables. And you'd see open tables, and they're like, we just don't have enough wait.
We don't have people.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what comes in. Like, I think when we look back on it, I think in like 10 years, it's got to be so far in the rear view that 10 years from now, I think people are going to look at it and be like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting.
Oh, for sure.
Right?
In many ways.
In many ways.
And the fact that everybody just sort of complied and that people
Everyone
were doing
complied
the job
and-
of the government by, telling other people what to do.
The conflicting information that people were getting every day, do this, do that, don't
and
do
then
this.
knowing now because of the Twitter files and all this stuff, the government was involved in that.
Oh, sure.
That's-
Well, I mean, I think most people had assumed that.
I don't think most people did.
Well, a lot of people did. I think
suspicious people did.
I know a lot of suspicious people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think most people were kind of like, this is a big mess.
Yeah.
And because, I mean, it was a big mess. And I think like a lot of this will shake out years later. It will shake out years later. Things tend to shake out when everyone's like dead.
Yeah.
Things shake out years later. I mean, the Kennedy, Biden still wouldn't release some of the Kennedy files, right? It's like, it's still going. These things still go on. People go like, we're holding back a few. There's just a few. It's like, just release the one page where you admit you killed them.
Well,
like,
you're big on conspiracy theories.
I know, but you're not.
Well, I'm a little bit. Sometimes I get back. I go back and forth.
You go back and forth.
This one is a big one. The Kennedy one is a big one. And you just see Tucker Carlson. We had the program where he said he talked to this guy who's read the files and the CIA killed Kennedy.
Yeah,
He
that's
said
like
they were
everyone
involved.
knows that. 3-year-olds know that.
But the fact that he said it on Fox News,
It's wild.
The fact that he said it without any worry about repercussion.
Yeah, I think everyone knows. It's one of those things now where everybody kind of knows there was fuckery. Everybody knows there was really something wrong.
Not everybody. Michael Shermer's convinced. Lee Harvey Oswald acted
But
alone.
that's his beat.
Yeah.
Shermer's beat is going like, this isn't a conspiracy. So the same way you can't trust a guy whose beat is everything's a conspiracy.
Right.
You can't trust someone who goes, nothing's a conspiracy.
Right.
To say that there are no conspiracies is patently
But
absurd.
he doesn't do that. He says there are conspiracies.
Understood.
He's just
Yeah.
reluctant to give in to ones that he has supported in the past as not being conspiracies.
Yeah, because it's a huge credibility issue.
Well, it's also like then it calls into question all of your other assertions.
Yes,
Yeah.
of course. And listen, I've heard you talk to him, and I've heard him talk, and I know that he's a smart guy and he's done his research, but like, he's just come to conclusions I think that are unreasonable.
Well, the
It's
Kennedy one,
unreasonable.
that
one.
the magic bullet one was the big one for me.
What does a guy like that say about Epstein? Does he just look at everything and go, yeah, he got sad, he killed
It's a
himself?
good question.
Right.
Did we discuss Epstein with him? I don't know. I don't know if we did. We've discussed it so many times.
I mean, it's just like I feel like with the Kennedy one, the reason that they haven't let it really seep out, and now it's obviously long enough where it's seeped out, is that it's kind of the mother of all conspiracies. All of them descend from Kennedy, and the meaning that if you can have a coup in a country like America, where you have an element of the government or whatever it is, kill the president, right, and install the vice president, essentially, we don't have a free country. We don't have a democracy. All of that shit is fake. It's all bullshit. It all sounds nice, but if that is out and widely believed, you could wave the flag, you can have people go out and sing the national anthem before the games, but if that gets out, people really understand, and they also go, well, where are all those motherfuckers now? What are they doing now?
Most of them are probably dead.
Well, yeah, but what
Until
about
they are, they're not
what about
gonna
the people that are still working over there?
Yeah.
Like, have they gotten more honest in the past
Right.
50 years?
Right, everything evolves.
Right. Everything evolves. So they might not be whacking people out in the open, but what are they doing? How are they controlling people? What are you not allowed to ask questions about?
Yeah.
That's what the Kennedy one for me has always been like. That's the mother of all of them. They can't let that one slip. And when it slips, however, it'll be some like rogue. It was a rogue element of the guy, and we don't,
Right.
we have no idea. But
Well,
yeah,
that's when they came up with the term conspiracy theory.
That's right.
Conspiracy theorists.
That's right.
And they use it as a disparaging term. And
Yeah.
that's what the origin of it. That was planted.
I mean, if people looked at our system of government, they would not come to the same conclusions that we are taught it is in school. We are taught it is a representative democracy, a republic, right? We're taught, obviously it's not a direct democracy, but it's representative. You elect people, they go in, they debate, da-da-da-da-da-da. And if you did a study of our system of government, by the way, like Princeton University did a while ago, and they concluded it was an oligarchy. I mean, they just did an independent study and looked at what was going on. You would, of course, go, oh, this isn't the full story, And I think stuff like Kennedy really exposes all of that. There are people that operate in the shadows, and they get what they want. A lot of them get what they want.
Well,
And
the fact that the Epstein thing is just sort of
that was hilarious. I mean, we got Andrew Tate. By the way, Andrew Tate, they're acting like Andrew Tate. And I'm not saying, but think of the political ramifications of the Epstein story. What's a bigger story? Andrew Tate, human trafficking in Romania. I'm sorry, Romania, but that's Tuesday. And you can get hookers in the cabs in Romania. It's just, it is what it is. Like, the cab driver will say to you, would you like, I mean, it's true. It's all a fact. Now, Andrew Tate, I don't know what he was doing. Nothing's been proven, but he's been charged with it. But the Epstein thing was all proven. You have genuine victims coming forward, saying these things. Nobody's been arrested in conjunction with it.
And
you
just
know?
the fact that he was whacked and the cameras
And he was
were off,
whacked.
and those fucking people that were the security guards that day, they have to be shitting their pants.
Well, they probably got taken care of.
You think so? U.S. Virgin Islands District Attorney fired days after suing J.P. Morgan Chase over Jeffrey Epstein ties. By the way, do you know that Biden flew to the Virgin Islands for vacation, and then the woman was fired shortly after?
In fairness to Biden,
It's a woman, right?
In fairness to Biden, he did not know where he was flying. He had, like.
Well, people that were with him did.
Yeah, I mean, interesting. I wonder why he would go there, but it's nice, it's pretty there.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Why wouldn't he go there?
Biden's not. I mean, he's just so old. He doesn't know. They just put him in.
How much do you think he's aware, and how much do you think he just falls apart on camera?
I think he's aware to a degree of what's going on. I just think he was selected. I mean, again, Bernie was sandbagged. They were like, we're not going to have him in.
Right.
So who's the guy? And it's like Biden's been the guy. Biden's the guy that, they just want somebody they know, right?
What do you think happens in 2024?
DeSantis, and he'll be fine. He'll be,
You think
again,
he wins?
Yeah, and he'll
beats
just
Trump?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I think now Trump's the weakest he's ever been.
Really?
Yeah, politically. Trump's very good. He's very good in the primaries, though. So, I mean, that would be interesting to watch. But I just feel like people are, it's not going to have the same effect. When a comic goes out and you see it for the first time, it's amazing. If it's the same stuff, the third special, you go, okay. Like,
right.
I think it's wearing thin, his appeal. I think DeSantis is who the party wants.
Well, DeSantis is going to get the reasonable Republicans.
He'll get the reasonable Republicans.
He's not going to get the QAnon people, though.
Yeah, but he won't get them, but they're not a huge force. And
I met one in Aspen.
Yeah. Interesting.
This lady came up to me.
She sounds fun.
She grabbed me in the line, and she was with her daughter. She says, I love you, this older lady.
Yeah.
She goes, I love you. You are out there speaking the truth.
Yes.
And she's saying all these things. I go, oh, thank you. I'm trying to be nice. And then she goes, and Donald Trump is our real president.
Yeah.
I go, he's definitely not. I go, you can Google that. She said, oh, my God, they got to you.
That's
I go,
right.
Oh, they got it to me.
Yeah.
It was really funny, but her daughters were super reasonable.
Yes.
And they were younger, and they're like, oh, Mom's kind of crazy. And
Well, it's fun. It's like the Shane Gillis joke, which is a great joke. He's like, you want a Fox News dad. You don't want an MSNBC dad.
Yes.
But if you have a Fox News mom, it's a bad mom. You know? Like, it's a cute,
It's a great
it's the
joke.
same. It's a great joke. And it's the same thing that I say a lot about, like, it's just the boomers have gotten to a point now where they are, politics has become a sport for boomers, where they are MSNBC or Fox News. It's right or left.
Right.
And a lot of them are sitting there, and they're sitting in their chair. They've got a heating blanket on. They've got pills everywhere. They're drinking wine. Their brain has been melted. And they're just trying to... They've got a few years left. Not all of them. Some of them will live. But, they're at the end, a lot of them. And they're in their 70s or wherever they are. Some of them, my parents' age, their 70s. And they're basically like... trying to have a little fun on the way out. And that's what I look at QAnon as. It's actually just fun. We should stop saying it's a threat. We should stop treating it like it's a thing. It's just fun. People want to have fun, and it is fun to believe that Donald Trump's still the president, and he's going to lead a secret army of whatever Christian people through tunnels to kill everybody out. Like, it's just fun. They just want to have some fun. That's really what it is. I think
that's what I saw from the QAnon documentary.
Yeah, they're just having fun.
Into the Storm. It's like they were just obsessed with the idea that they were a part of something
They
that
just
people
want to be in
weren't
something.
aware of, and this is like gave
They
their
just
life
want to go
meaning.
out. There's nothing to do anymore.
It was like a religion in a lot of ways. It gave their life meaning.
Yeah, because there's not much to do. There was this great book called Bowling Alone, written about like how American social institutions have fallen apart. Things like the Knights of Columbus or whatever, like social clubs that people used to be a part of, small communities where like people would be invested, involved in their community. You don't do that anymore. So the social fabric's been torn apart, and people need to be a part of something. So what if it's the QAnon? Give them the fake capital to storm. Like they just want to be a part of something. It's just what they want to be a part of.
And that's the problem with a charismatic leader like Trump.
That's
comes along and he tells them, you're a part of this, and
It's
we're together.
cute until they start storming the Capitol,
Right.
but it's cute. If you watch a QAnon rally, it's kind of cute. It's fun. It's folksy. It's a Civil War reenactment. They're all nuts. They're all bored.
What's wild is how many people were infiltrated.
Yes.
Like how many of those groups were infiltrated by
The
intelligence
FBI.
agencies? Yeah.
Yeah, because they're bored.
Well, that's the Whitmer case.
Yeah, the FBI wants to come in, and how many of her kidnappers?
12 out of 14.
We're FBI
And
agents.
the two guys that weren't are doing big time.
Yeah.
They're doing long stretches.
this is
And
what-
one of them was
yeah.
talking about it. And one of the things that he was talking about was like, I never planned on doing anything. They coerced me into all of this. And they planned everything. And you know,
This is what they
was
do.
not my idea.
The
It was
Boston-
all
yeah.
fantasy. The Boston bomber.
Boston Bombers was weird too.
There's
The F-
something weird about that.
The FBI goes, yeah, we don't know who they are. And then Russian intelligence goes, we told you who they were. Samantha Fuller, whose father, Graham Fuller, was a huge CIA guy. He was the architect of their Mideast policy. She married this guy, Rusli Tsarnaev. His nephews are the guys who did the bombing. That's odd that a CIA family, this woman, married Rusli Tsarnaev, his nephews, who were traveling back and forth to Dagestan, and the FBI had no idea who they were. Chuck Grassley, who's a senator, writes a letter to the FBI going, why were you doing surveillance the night that Sean Collier, the MIT police officer, was killed in the neighborhood of the Tsarnaevs? Did you know about them? Had you any relationship with them? It's odd. And then the FBI wrote back, we were in and around MIT, because that was the MIT police officer who was killed the day after or the night of the bombing, where they supposedly killed, the police officer, and then were trying to get away. And they robbed a 7-Eleven. They did all this stuff. Chuck Grassley's like, why were you guys in that area? And they were like, we were around MIT for a separate reason. The FBI was there for a separate reason. This is also a thing where they killed one of their friends. Like they had a routine interview at the guy's house. They didn't make him come into an FBI office. And one of their friends, this guy ended up dead. 4 FBI agents in the room interviewing this guy. Supposedly he went to go grab something and killed him, and then he ended up shot dead. So
really,
yeah, the FBI is like it's weird. The FBI, the entrapment and the stuff they get into is weird. It's odd.
The entrapment thing is strange.
It's
We've
strange.
talked before about the story about the 19-year-old guy, I think it was in Dallas, who they talked him into using a bomb and activating this bomb. It's like some fundamentalist.
Right.
They talked him into doing this, but it was a fake bomb.
Right.
They gave him, and then when he went to activate this fake bomb, then they swooped in and took him.
Yeah.
Like they gave him the bomb. They told him to do it. And he was young and gullible and.
It's crazy what they do. This is kind of what they do. This is just the way they operate, and they don't want the way they operate to become public. So all of these things that happen.
But you got to think that also by doing that, you can infiltrate legitimately dangerous organizations, and you can stop legitimately dangerous things from
I think
happening.
that's some of what they do.
That's probably the origins.
Some of it, sure.
The origins of it.
Some of it is, I think, good. I think the problem you run into with that is it's so murky. And it's such a fine line when you deal with mentally unhealthy people. And when you compromise somebody or you recruit somebody as an informant, it's weighing on them.
Yeah.
They're crazy. They don't know what's going on. They're anxious. They're like, I think they promised this guy. Supposedly they might have, this guy, Tamerlan Tsarnaev or whatever, might have been promised citizenship, or they dangle carrots with people. We'll make you say, we'll do this, we'll do that, we'll give you money, we'll do that. And sometimes
What's the big conspiracy theory about the Boston bombing?
the FBI, again, these are just guys that they were, probably trying to set up, and then the fucking bomb went off. Meaning that, again, it was just a similar thing where it's like the FBI had either recruited them or were in the process of trying to recruit them. And then, so if you come clean with that, the American public goes, what the fuck are you doing?
Right, but what, the conspiracy theory, is it that the FBI...
is covering up that they had prior relationships with the Tsarnaevs, that they knew them, that there was any pre-existing relationship with them at all.
But there's not that they instigated this.
What is instigated, right? That's a big question, right? Did they give them the bomb? We don't know, right? But but there are instances where they do give people stuff, right? Or they do allow people to purchase weapons, or they do, did they instigate the Whitmer kidnapping? Supposedly, they probably did. They're putting this idea.
The fact that there's 12
guys
out of 14 guys.
So when you talk about the Tsarnaevs, it is just weird that, number one, there's not a lot known about the trial. They put special administrative measures on the trial, which means that nobody can really speak out about what happened. It's all very tightly controlled, and they said it's national security. But then you're like, but you told us they weren't related to any terrorist thing. So why, if they're not related to any overseas terrorist cell and they acted alone, what the hell is national security? So again, you're just supposed to go hey, they got him. They got him. They got him. You know?
Well, what's
they
the
were, they
alternative?
treated Meghan Markle horribly. Like that's people like my aunt. They just go. They go, stop with that. Go to Markle now. Markle's racist to Meghan Markle. It's like, it's just an endless circus of nonsense. You're never supposed to get in the weeds with anything. And if you do, you're meant to look insane. Because some of the people in the weeds are insane. Some of the people that will have the conversation I'm having right now are crazy. Most. So that becomes a problem. Your allies become people who are fucking nuts. And they're like, Chrissy Teigen has a tunnel under the... and you go, okay, she doesn't. She does. She's selling fucking cookware. So, you know, you start looking into things. Dude, when you start looking into serial killers, it's crazy. Like, when you start looking at Son of Sam and David Burt and this idea that there might have been more people doing that shit. Like, there's been books written about the fact that David Berkowitz, like, maybe didn't do all of those murders, but he was the guy that went down.
Did you send me the article about they never caught the guy who built the bomb?
I send you a lot of that stuff.
But didn't you send me it like yesterday?
I sent you an article today where it was a guy from the Boston Marathon bombing where he had gotten in some altercation with his parents and they ran in his house in, I don't know, Ipswich, which is the clam town, or you know all these places. Yeah. And they found like a pressure cooker bomb, and it was like the type of bomb that would have been used in the marathon. And they also proved that he knew Tamerlan Tsarnaev, like they had a connection. So it was like, they were like, is this the guy that built the bomb? So who knows? Michelle McPhee, who's a journalist in Boston, wrote the book, I think it was called Maximum Harm, about the Boston Marathon. She did a lot of great work on it, and she wrote a book basically kind of ripping the official story apart, going like, the feds are clearly covering up something here. And, it's interesting. And she's a fun journalist. I think she punched a cop or something. She did. She got a DUI and punched a cop. But something good. Boston. Good, Something good. I trust people. I trust you if you've done something like that.
Really? Why?
Yeah, if you've gotten drunk and, like, punched a cop, it's like, oh, okay. I get it. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm more inclined to trust you in that scenario, But... that's the thing. It's like you just gotta enjoy life because it is. You're never gonna figure it out. You're never gonna figure it out. You'll never know. Nobody's gonna. You'll never know what really went down. No.
And that's part of the purpose.
That's part of the purpose because there's so much noise and there's so much craziness. People get mad at me. They're like, "No, you're cynical and you tell people not to care." It's like I'm not telling people not to care. I'm just telling people like just allot a certain amount of time to caring. It's like a diet. Don't consume too much.
Most people aren't good at that, though.
It's like a diet.
With diets.
QAnon, here's the thing with diet. It's like you're supposed to take in a little bit of conspiracy every now and then. QAnon's Denny's. QAnon's just banana, salted caramel, pancake, like food that doesn't even make sense. Yeah. QAnon is everyday fast food. I tried to get, before we go, I wanted to get you a Comanche gift for Christmas, and it's very difficult. But just the idea that I wanted to do it, I think you should register is really nice.
I appreciate it.
I called the Comanche Museum in Oklahoma, and they had we have like towels and shirts. I'm like, no, that's not what I want. I wanted like an artifact, and you cannot buy them.
No, they don't want you to have it.
I know that.
Like if you dig up Arrowhead,
they'll kill me.
They believe that it belongs to whatever nation.
Other thing I was reading about. Do I want to curse myself to give you something? But so I wanted to get a Comanche thing. That's why I texted you. I'm like, where are the Comanche? Remember I texted you about the Comanche?
Yeah.
And it's impossible to get anything.
Thanks anyway.
But I really wanted to.
Thanks for the thought.
It was a great thought, and it would have been great if it happened.
Have you ever read into them?
I want to read more about. You said they were like a nomadic, and it was a wild.
Yeah. It's right here. Empire of the Summer Moon is probably the best book on it.
Interesting.
It's really good.
Are they your favorites?
Well, they're the most fascinating to me because they were the reason why people couldn't get across the plains and into the West.
They were warriors.
They were they would set people up by giving them homesteads. Like, hey, would you like all these acres in Oklahoma?
Right.
Go there. Yeah. And they'd go there, they'd get slaughtered, and then that would be a reason why they would bring in the army. And then
were they the toughest tribe?
Well, what they were the tribe that mastered horse raising. So they were horsemen. They knew how to ride horses. They knew how to raise horses. They had an abundance of horses. and they would ride on them and shoot arrows while they were riding. They mastered equestrianism.
Amazing.
Yeah, so they would like hang onto the horse sideways and shoot from under the horse's neck as they were riding. So they'd be riding and shoot arrows while they were protected by the body of the horse.
Do you think the Avatar stuff? There's any? Obviously, Native Americans are kind of pissed about it, but not all.
Well,
of
I
them.
just sent you that article, but that's just everything.
Right.
No matter what the fucking movie is, if it's Maverick, Tom Cruise's movie, or if it's there's always going to be someone that's upset about it. This is an outrage culture. Outrage is.
I think it portrays
advertising.
If it's
it's
based,
everything.
if it's based on the Native American, it portrays them as like really good people.
Oh, they're the most noble. I mean,
They're the most noble
people in
people.
Avatar are the Na'vi are the most noble.
They're the most noble.
You know what's interesting that someone pointed out? In every movie you have diversity, but in Avatar, all the humans are white because all the humans are evil.
Yeah. I think the Na'vi are interesting people. I think
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course. The Na'vi are the most noble, but I think they're also short-sighted because I think the Sky people are giving them really good opportunities and pathways to money and profit. And I think the Na'vi are like, hey, we're just going to be in the forest forever. It's like, you're not. Let's get real. Like, they're ignoring tourism. They're ignoring a lot of things. I believe in progress. I believe in no, I literally do. And I don't think you can just like, oh, I'm blue. And I think eventually it's like, enough.
But you know, people... when in 2009 when people went to see Avatar, they got Avatar depression because the way those people lived was it so resonated with them, like the way they want to be. They want to be spiritual.
Go to Brazil.
And of the earth.
Go to Brazil and get bit by a bug the size of a bird. It's all shit. Nature's shit, and the planet's a dump. No, the reality, the planet's a dump. The only thing good really is casinos and like inside things. That's why people like Dubai because they build everything inside. Yeah, it's like this nature shit. It's people like fetishize it. Go out in it for a day. You're shot. You have skin cancer. It's over. Do you have anything to promote? I mean, how hilarious is this to ask you? Do you have anything? Do you want to tell? Do you have anything to promote, Joe?
No, I don't promote anything. I've never even promoted my show.
I know. It's done well. Yeah, TimDillonComedy.com if you want to get live tickets to the shows.
How's touring been?
It's been fun. I mean, we're doing. We're in clubs now to build material.
Yeah.
And then we'll probably start some theaters in the fall. We
I
have
like
some
how you
theaters.
say we're, like you're a different person.
Well, I have multiple
basically
personalities. No, it's me. But I was talking the royal we. It seemed bigger. It's like, you know what I mean?
Yes.
But yeah, it's been fun. We did Irvine Improv on New Year's. They were fun. It was great.
Do you like doing New Year's?
You know, every year I go, I'm not going to do it, and every year I do it.
That's where
every
I'm
year
at.
I do. I just like to work because like every year I go, I don't want to do it, but then like you get an offer and they want you to do, and I'm like, I could entertain people over New Year's Eve. And you know, somebody said to me once, they said, whether it's New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, do something you want to do for the year. It was interesting. They were like, do something that whether if you're jogging, if you're this, if you're that. Do something. Start the year the way you want to finish the year.
Mm-hmm.
So I love doing stand-up. So maybe you start the year doing it. You know, the way I don't know. But why don't you work?
It just seems like too much of an amateur hour. Like
it is an amateur
just
hour.
Everybody just wants to cheer. When's the countdown?
Yeah.
See how many people are angry at Don Lemon because he missed the countdown?
So have you ever done New Year's? You probably have done it.
Oh, I've done it multiple times.
Yeah.
Yeah, many times. I used to do New Year's shows every year.
So now you just take it off and spend it with your family?
Yeah. Hang out.
Soft.
It was fun.
It's a little soft.
I enjoyed it.
You're not worried about money? No, I'm kidding.
I don't think that it's the same kind of show. I think it's a fun show, and I think that people like their noisemakers.
Crowd control.
They like those little horns that they get to blow.
We brought a woman on stage at the end to just help us do the countdown. Well, the thing about LA is we did a countdown at 8:30. It was totally fake. There were two shows. The early countdowns. I'm like, this doesn't even correspond with New York. It's a completely fake countdown, and everyone's in the mall. It's just.
Why did you do a countdown?
Because they make you.
Oh, I've done 2 shows before where I didn't do a countdown.
They're paying you money. I said to my agent, I go, do I have to do the countdown? He's like, yeah.
So that was in the contract.
You have to do the count. It's part of the thing.
You have to say, I'm not doing a countdown.
Interesting.
It's an early show.
Interesting.
I used to do early shows.
Oh, interesting.
I don't do a fucking countdown. I've never done a fake countdown.
I think the audience kind of enjoyed the countdown.
I don't think.
I mean, you know, they like it. They love it.
They like making noise on cue.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, it's New Year. It's a fun, it's a fun thing to do. And next year, I'm like, and this year I'm not doing it next year. I guarantee I'll do it next year.
People love being sort of like corralled like that. Like, yay, and ready, go.
Yeah, I
That's
may
why,
do it next
have you
year
ever gone
at
to
the
a
same
talk show
place.
taping?
Oh, God.
Yeah,
yes.
well, this is kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, all right, everybody applaud. Like, yay!
Yeah, let's go.
Applause signs are wild.
No, it's crazy.
That whole thing is wild. It's such orchestrated enjoyment of a show.
That's right.
Like when you see the person who's the producer waving at
Yeah.
the crowd, doing that. If you go to one of these things, people don't know. There's signs that flash that say applause.
Right.
Which is fucking crazy. And then
It
there's
is.
a person who's like doing
Let's
this
do
to
it.
the crowd, getting them to cheer.
Get excited.
So when you see everybody cheering along, it's not organic.
Well, because people don't know who half the people are anymore. Like when you go to see a taping of Fallon, you have no idea who these people are. Somebody comes out and it's like, give it up. And you're like, okay. They're like,
Do they have a say at all in who goes on those shows, you think?
The audiences?
Yeah, like Seth Meyers, does he have a say?
Interesting. I don't know. That's a whole area of comedy I know very little about. Like, I don't know how the guest selection process.
Could you imagine, though, doing your show, if somebody chose your guests?
Yeah.
That, to me, sounds like hell.
It would be crazy.
Well, it sounds like a totally different thing. It's not
Yeah.
that you wouldn't get great guests. You probably get a lot of really interesting conversations, but not being able, like, it's one of the beautiful things about podcasts. You get to pick who you're talking to.
Yeah. Well, it's like they wanted me for Hot Ones once, and then they go, we got someone else. And I was like, oh. Because I was, like, very down the list. Like, everyone else had canceled. They couldn't get anyone. And then they go, well, you do Hot Ones. I go, yeah. And then they go, we got someone else. And I'm like, oh.
When was this? How long ago was this?
Probably, like, I don't know, like a year ago or something.
Oh, wow.
But it was just one of those things where you realize, like, you're like, oh, okay, I got it. Because they'll get they get somebody from
Would
White
you do
Lotus.
it now?
Probably.
You don't feel upset that they canceled on you?
It was a little fucked up, but I'll still do it. I'll still do it. If it moves some tickets, if it gets people to come see me or whatever.
It probably will. You have a great Hot Ones.
Yeah, so it was weird to me that they would just dip out. They might have Googled me too, and they're like, wait, what? Like, what are we nuts? Like, and I get it. They want, like, listen, I just did an acting thing, and I kind of did good. In it, I had 3 lines, and during it, the director said to me, he goes, I'm kind of at my wit's end with you. I don't know why you're doing the wrong thing. I was moving a book. I had to pass someone a book. And the thing with acting is everything has to be the same time, different. Like, everything's got to be the same every time.
Right.
And I wasn't doing it the same way. He's like, you're passing the book, like, differently. And he goes, I don't know what's wrong with you. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, because I would get nervous.
Right.
So he goes, you're putting the pen on the book differently. He's like, sometimes your hand is over the book. He goes, sometimes you take 2 fingers and push it like that. He goes, what is he, what's wrong with you? So, but I think by the end, we did about 17 takes. And by the end, I think it was good.
By the end, did you decide to never act again?
Well, by the end, he was like, you did a really good job. And I was like, thank you so much. And
Did you believe him?
I haven't been back to set since.
Yeah.
No, but I think I did good. It's fine. Or, I think I did well.
Okay.
This acting stuff. I think I did great. But he was he seemed upset.
I can't
the
wait
whole
to watch
process.
it now.
Yeah.
Because that's all I'm going to
They're
think
gonna
about.
edit it out. But I think I did really well. And I think during it, the director seemed very upset. And the other actors seemed a little mad. But they were nice.
That's good.
They were really nice. But so I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see.
CAA was like, that might open up some more doors. I go, oh, I don't know.
Open up some more doors. Do you want to do that, though?
No,
Like,
it'd
would
be
you want to
fun
be on a
if-
set for 16 hours a day for 5 months? and-
No, but 5 months is no. But if they said like 2 weeks,
2
I'm
weeks
a 2 week
somewhere.
guy.
Yeah.
And I come in and I just get to be funny. I don't.
Right.
I shouldn't carry this unless like it's all about me and I'm involved in the But like if they bring me into a thing where they go, you can kind of be like you and be funny. But that wasn't this. This was like a different. But like if I was like, yeah, but yeah, I wouldn't want to do it for 5 months. But like a couple of months, like if it would depend on, if it was something where I felt. Like, I feel good at podcasting. I feel good at stand-up because I really worked at those things. I feel like I could be funny, but, it would have to be a real specific thing.
Well, the acting thing it's very specific in that, you're brought in for a very, very specific goal. Like
Yes.
you're supposed to move this aspect of the plot. You're supposed to be this guy that does this thing. I think some people enjoy that kind of work where you can kind of like lock into this character and then you see how it affects the script and see how it affects the movie and you get excited about it.
Yeah, I mean, and I could be excited about that. I feel like
you're too free though. The problem is like
the directors are less excited about me.
You've gotten to this point where you can
Yes.
be so free, and then you've developed an audience
That's
by
the
being
problem.
this free, and then
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think the good news is I don't think anyone's really like I'm not going to be a marquee actor. Like if I ever did a movie, I'd want it to be a cult classic, unwoke,
But look at
very
Bert.
funny.
Bert Kreischer, the machine. He's just like he released the trailer on
Yeah.
the podcast that I did with him.
Yeah.
And
But that's him.
After
So
he
I-
released
something
the
like
trailer,
that I could do because it's like his story.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You as a corrupt mortgage guy.
Yeah, something like that. Something like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
That you could do.
That I could do.
Like you could do your story.
That I could do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of
I mean,
you selling subprime mortgages.
it would have to be that. It couldn't be. I'm not going to come into like a role.
But it would have to be like far enough from 2008 where people aren't
Yes.
mad at you anymore.
Right. Well, I think I think I think I've done a great job rehabilitating the image of subprime mortgage salespeople. That's one of the things I believe I've done. I think I've kind of because the borrowers were criminals too. Also.
But did they know they were criminals, or were they just like give it an opportunity?
Everybody wants money. If you look at the word victim throughout history, you've a big history guy. Imagine explaining to someone in history you were a victim, and then they're going, "What were you a victim of?" They go, "Somebody gave me $700,000." You go, "What?" I was a horrible victim of this predatory scam. What was the scam? Somebody gave me $700,000. I didn't have a job. You were a victim? No, everybody played the game, and then it's musical chairs. The chairs run out. I lost a house. My house was foreclosed on. I bought a house when I was 22. I had no money. I bought a $600,000 house in Long Island.
Did you really?
It sold 5 years later for $250,000. It was not a good investment. I would never sell someone something I wouldn't sell myself. I was a cocaine addict and I wanted a house. I love houses. I don't like homes. Homes are weird.
What do you mean?
People that have families and like love in the home. I prefer just a nice house to destroy.
Really?
Yeah, I have an investment course called Many Houses, No Homes. How to own and abuse real estate. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, and then I lost a house too, and I bounced back. I moved into some dump, and I did stand-up for 8 years.
You're lucky you're funny.
And the best years of my life were spent doing stand-up, and eating pizza in New York, and then, and then I came and I did your show, and things were okay. So it's going to be fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it, brother.
I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Of course.
How may I aid you?
Former Jackass star Bam Margera was arrested last week after a woman told authorities that he had kicked her during an argument. This is unfortunately the latest in a series of concerning incidents involving the former Jackass.
jungle. Killers in the jungle. Yo, listen, you hear that? Killers in the jungle. Killers in the jungle. Killers in the jungle. Yo, you hear that? Over, smell the aroma. Them done delivery long time in a ramp when the skinny couldn't wake from a coma. Listen, you hear that? Shots get fired in the wars, right? That's been like it is in the mist. Nothing ain't crisp when it end up in the jungle. Yo, listen, you hear that? Killers in the jungle. Killers in the jungle. Killers in the jungle. Yo, listen, you hear that? Killers in the jungle. Killers in the jungle. Killers in the jungle.
So scared that I would never get to go back on, and that would be like my H3 peak.
No, I'm so happy we're friends because I genuinely am.
Aw.
This is nice. I feel like
I'm
this
happy
this
too.
is a bestie thing.
I love it.
happening,
I
friend of
love
the
it.
show thing.
We're giving new 3 frenemies.
Yeah.
No, better. Sorry.
Here's kind of
It's just so hard not to.
Speaking of situations you can't talk about, like that's the one in our life that really sucks because like Ethan is such an open person and I am too. Like when it comes to our online stuff, I mean, we pretty much share
I don't think I have
literally
one private
everything.
thing in my
Yeah.
life.
Yeah.
Like,
Does that bother you? That you is it legal that you can't say things,
No.
or it's
Wait,
for
what
the
are we
greater
talking
good?
about that I can't talk about?
just frenemies.
Oh, that's just like a personal
It's
thing.
not legal.
Yeah.
It's just family.
And that doesn't bother me. I've talked about that shit so much now. There's nothing left to say about it.
Do you guys? You're like, there's nothing left to say about it. I'm like, well, here's
I mean,
my
listen-
scroll.
No, you
do
can
guys-
ask me whatever you want, and if I don't want to talk about it,
Yeah.
then I won't. Like
Do you guys still speak with Moses?
No. And it's really hard.
Moses to me,
Moses is your
My brother.
Your brother.
isn't that crazy
Yeah,
as
that is
fuck?
crazy.
really
I just
hard.
know.
It's really
Were
hard.
you very close your whole life?
Yes.
Dude,
That
we
is
used to
hard.
hang out with him every
He was the
week.
closest one.
every week, dude.
It really does suck.
And then
it's really hard on my whole family that we don't talk because I have 2 other siblings and they talk with him.
Yeah.
And my mom obviously
It's
talks
very
with
hard
him.
to be the one.
So like
kind of
we can't have like a holiday together. We can't have like
so you wouldn't
Hell
be in the
no.
same room. Yeah.
and so
I
in
would
that
sooner.
regard,
I would sooner. I'm just gonna say it. I would sooner make up.
Don't.
With, oh, don't say it. I'm out.
No, I don't want you to say that. I know what you're gonna
I'm out.
say.
Hey, this is me right now. Verbal bad boy. Also smoked crack once.
Like someone just
My life
fucking made
rules.
that at a fucking desk right here. You're telling.
Alright, so in this video, I'm going to be talking about Joe Rogan's friendship with Andy Dick, if you could even call it a friendship. I mean, they've known each other for like 25 years now, but it seems like the whole time they're just doing their best to tolerate each other, which is kind of what you have to do with Andy Dick. But him and Joe have had a pretty funny relationship that I think was described best by Brian Redband.
Because you guys act like an old married couple, and it's so fascinating.
Oh, we always did.
I know, but it's so fascinating to watch because it's like not like a normal person that you know.
We're forced into this sort of a dichotomy.
It's great.
And Brian's right, it is great listening to these two together. And Joe did manage to somehow get through a whole podcast with Andy. He had him on for number 88, but you could tell even one podcast was pushing it with these two. And by the end of it, Joe was definitely sick of them. And you could tell just to do the podcast, there had to be some conditions. Like at this time, I think Joe was still doing the podcast out of his house, but he didn't want Andy there, so I think they shot this somewhere else. I think at Brian's house possibly. And then also Andy was sober, or like sober enough, I guess, for him. And I think Joe said that had to happen. And also Joe said if he ever wanted to come to his house, he would have to be sober for at least a year. But right from the start of this podcast, they started talking about the news radio days. And Andy brings up how he thought Joe was too mean to him on set. And Joe was just saying, like, dude, you're high all the time. It was hard to shoot scenes. Like, we wanted to move on, but you just could not get your shit together.
He would call me real problems because we would try to do a scene and we couldn't do the scene because Andy literally couldn't do it.
Well, because I
He'd
probably started laughing.
Oh, what are we doing here? And then he would I'm like, Andy, we have to go home. Okay, we've been here all day rehearsing. We got to do this fucking scene, and you're baked to the gills. To the gills.
Well, we would have fun, and I would improvise a lot. And now you see,
It's fun, but you can't get high and do rehearsals. That's the problem. You can't get high when you're waiting on other people.
Yeah, you can. I don't know.
You can.
We'll talk about that.
I think it's disrespectful to the people you're working with.
Well, you're high right now, and you're working with me.
It's not the same thing because I'm not doing something where I have to remember and recall things and do things in a certain order.
I was always good. I could always remember my lines, and I was always right. I was really professional. I don't know if you remember.
Well, sometimes you weren't.
And a lot of times,
honestly,
you and Paul Sims would call me out
And
when
you
I
weren't.
wasn't high at all.
Right, that's possible.
I know, like right now, my energy is so high. I got what's
crying wolf.
Exactly, it is like that. I got
Sober.
These Twitter followers saying I'm on cocaine right now. I'm not.
So I'd imagine it was very difficult working with Andy, and I don't think at the time Joe really had much patience. And Andy even said that he was scared of Joe because he'd get so frustrated with him. And Andy said that Joe was like a different person back then. And Brian Redband even agreed. Like he said he mellowed out a lot more.
The girls would run to their dressing rooms crying. You know that. I'm not exaggerating. Crying. I would run to the bathroom and punch holes in the wall. On the verge of crying. And you would always call me out for being high in front of people because you were straight edged. And the bottom line
Well,
for
it
me
wasn't just
was
because you were high, dude. It was because you were stopping work.
No, but
it's true.
I was always having fun. I was afraid of you.
Yeah, I know you were having fun, but you were oftentimes having fun at other people's expense.
I don't know about that.
Listen,